Allora, buongiorno, benvenuti, ben ritrovati a tutti coloro che sono stati con noi ieri nel primo giorno di questo forum e benvenuti a coloro che sono qui oggi. Continuiamo il nostro viaggio, il nostro percorso attraverso, l'abbiamo chiamata la ricerca della felicità. In realtà come vedrete attraverso gli interventi, le letture che sentiremo anche oggi, è in realtà una ricerca di strumenti, di best practice, di esempi, di metodologie che possiamo utilizzare per trovare la felicità, ma più che altro abbiamo messo il focus su questo forum su una felicità sociale, cioè la felicità delle comunità, dei territori, più che una reale ricerca di una felicità individuale. Prima di cominciamo, quindi ecco, in particolare oggi la giornata sarà proprio dedicata a questi temi. Andremo in altri paesi per poi tornare nel pomeriggio su una realtà più svizzera. Quindi vi consiglio di rimanere fino alla fine, chi può, perché il forum prevede tantissimi interventi e discussioni davvero di alto livello. Allora, prima di cominciare abbiamo il piacere di avere i direttori diciamo i nostri partners in questa avventura che sono venuti a farci un saluto. Io vi ricordo due note tecniche. Questo è un evento carbon neutral. Che cosa significa? Significa che nei mesi precedenti abbiamo stimato le emissioni di CO2 che sarebbero state prodotte per questo evento, quindi calcolando tutte le attività, e oggi abbiamo bisogno ancora dei vostri dati. Quindi vi chiederei, quando avete un attimo di tempo, di rispondere al questionario raggiunto attraverso questo QR code in italiano e in inglese. Al desk li trovate in entrambe le lingue. Ci vuole veramente qualche secondo e vi viene chiesto come avete raggiunto il LAC, con quale mezzo e più o meno il tempo percorso. Questo ci permette di completare il lavoro che stiamo facendo. E un'altra nota tecnica: le cuffie che avete per la traduzione simultanea hanno due canali, il canale 1 per sentire in italiano e il canale 2 per sentire in inglese. Ve lo dico perché ieri diverse persone me lo hanno chiesto e magicamente le cuffie, quando sono chiuse, si spengono. Basta allargarle e si riaccendono, quindi non c'è bisogno di riportarle lì per ricaricarle. Allora, diamo il via al secondo giorno del nostro forum chiamando Michel Gagnon, direttore dell'AC Arte e Cultura, che ci ospita e che direi ha portato molta felicità alla popolazione del Canton Ticino.
Grazie Silvia. Allora, buongiorno, benvenuti all'AC, buongiorno a tutti. L'AC è nato 10 anni fa con un progetto per strutturare la città da un punto di vista urbanistico, perché tutta questa zona era abbandonata, e per posizionare la città sulla scena internazionale con una città di cultura. Quando sono arrivato ho proposto di dare il tema all'AC, che è un progetto culturale e sociale. Con questa proposta abbiamo avuto molta forza. Abbiamo subito creato l'AC Edu con l'obiettivo di inclusione. L'AC Edu è il nostro programma di mediazione culturale. Accogliamo più di 30.000 bambini ogni anno. Anche la programmazione è pensata sull'inclusione. Presentiamo tutte le discipline artistiche, dall'opera lirica alla musica classica, al jazz e agli arti visivi. Abbiamo di tutto per tutti. Abbiamo anche delle attività fuori luogo per andare all'incontro del nostro pubblico. Il senso della comunità, dell'inclusione è fondamentale per noi. Il LAC è un luogo di incontro, di cambiamento di idea e di approfondimento. Scusatemi, sono un po'... Capita ogni tanto, eh? Dai, grazie. È strano. E parlo ogni giornata al pubblico, però stamattina è così. L'anno scorso è stata avviata una forte collaborazione con il progetto Cultura e Salute. E a giugno dell'anno prossimo accoglieremo al LAC ISPA. ISPA è International Society for the Performing Arts. Sono i miei amici. La più importante associazione professionale nel mondo dei dirigenti del centro culturale. E il tema sarà cultura e benessere. Qui al LAC ci occupiamo di arte e cultura, creiamo valore e ci occupiamo di benessere. Voglio ringraziare Luigi Di Corato e Silvia Missiti per aver portato questo bellissimo congresso al LAC. Grazie mille e poi grazie della pazienza stamattina. Dai.
Grazie Michel. Chiamo adesso il professor Giovanni Pedrazzini, decano della Facoltà di Biomedicina dell'Università della Svizzera Italiana, nostro partner in diversi progetti, soprattutto il progetto di Cultura e Salute, di cui credo che lui accennerà e di cui parleremo più tardi nel pomeriggio. Lascio la parola al professor Pedrazzini.
Buongiorno a tutte e tutti. Ringrazio Silvia Misiti, ringrazio Luigi Di Corato per la loro instancabile iniziativa. Cioè Lugano sta diventando davvero una città che promuove queste iniziative straordinarie e credo che meritano davvero tutto il nostro applauso. È con grande piacere che vi do il benvenuto al secondo giorno del Lugano Happiness Forum, qui nella splendida cornice del LAC. C'è già questa vista, credo che aiuti tutti a percepire il senso di quello che state vivendo. In qualità di decano della Facoltà di Scienze Biomediche dell'Università della Svizzera Italiana, mi sento molto onorato di far parte di questo evento innovativo che esplora le molteplici sfaccettature della felicità e del benessere. In questo forum abbiamo l'opportunità unica di unire accademici di calibro mondiale e qui di nuovo il ringraziamento per l'impegno che è stato preso di portare qui a Lugano persone davvero dei opinion leader di livello mondiale, esperti del settore, politici e praticanti in un dialogo aperto e costruttivo, proprio come si deve fare oggi quando si discute di cultura. Grazie all'impegno di IPSA Foundation per la ricerca scientifica, alla Divisione Cultura della città di Lugano, alla Harvard University Lee Kam-Sheung Center for Health and Happiness e grazie al sostegno di tutti i nostri partner, tra cui l'Università della Svizzera Italiana, il LAC e Lugano Region, siamo riusciti a creare una piattaforma eccezionale per il confronto e lo scambio di idee. La felicità, e penso tutti lo sappiamo perché tutti abbiamo una nostra percezione della felicità, è un concetto complesso e multidimensionale e non solo individuale, che si interseca con la cultura, la politica, la scienza e la vita di ogni giorno. In fondo sono tutte cose che noi individualmente sappiamo, ma credo che poterne parlare in una maniera razionale e strutturata aiuta tutti a capire cos'è il vero senso della felicità e come la si costruisce. Qui in Svizzera, in particolare a Lugano, siamo fortunati a godere di un elevato standard di vita che contribuisce significativamente al nostro benessere generale. È proprio questo contesto favorevole che ci spinge a riflettere su come possiamo migliorare ulteriormente, non solo per noi stessi, ma per la popolazione, per la società, questo concetto di felicità. Quindi è un concetto anche generoso, quello di pensare a tutta la comunità e non solo alla nostra singola individuale felicità. Il nostro obiettivo in questi 2 giorni è non solo di approfondire la comprensione teorica della felicità, che avrete avuto modo anche di vedere ieri durante la prima giornata, ma anche di esplorare le sue applicazioni pratiche. Come possiamo, come individui e come società, implementare le conoscenze che emergono dalla ricerca scientifica per promuovere una vita più felice e soddisfacente. E a questo proposito, come ha già fatto Michel Gagnon, ricordo proprio questo concetto di cultura e salute portato avanti con tenacia dalla Fondazione IPSA for Research, dalla città di Lugano e anche dall'Università, e che si traduce sotto forma di conferenze che vengono organizzate annualmente. Quindi è un tema che la medicina davvero esplora con molto interesse, con molta curiosità. Saluto anche il professor Enzo Grossi, che è la mente di questi progetti Cultura e Salute, in un modo però che non è più solo quello individuale, emozionale, ma in un modo scientifico, quindi c'è rigore e c'è scienza in quello che sentite, quello di cui si fa parte. Come detto è un evento, e anche questo l'Università lo saluta con grande piacere, carbon neutral, perché oggigiorno bisogna impegnarsi per questo concetto, dimostrando l'impegno verso la sostenibilità. L'università lo fa con tenacia e ha aperto a Airolo la Casa della Sostenibilità proprio per promuovere questo concetto. Concludo invitandovi a partecipare attivamente alle discussioni e ai workshop di oggi. Il vostro contributo è importante ed essenziale per il successo di questo forum, che deve essere per definizione interattivo. Sono certo che insieme si potranno scoprire nuove vie per promuovere e realizzare una felicità duratura per tutti. Vi ringrazio per la vostra presenza e partecipazione e auguro a tutti un fruttuoso e stimolante secondo giorno del Lugano Happiness Forum. Grazie a tutti e buona giornata.
Vi porto io i saluti del direttore di Lugano Region, Massimo Boni, che ci ha comunicato che purtroppo per un importante impegno non può essere qui. Lugano Region è stato nostro partner appunto per l'organizzazione di queste 2 giornate. Quindi esattamente con la stessa struttura del forum, nel senso che abbiamo parlato e stiamo parlando di felicità da diversi punti di vista con esperti multidisciplinari. Anche l'organizzazione di queste 2 giornate ha visto la creazione di una squadra e ogni partner ha avuto il suo ruolo e credo che il risultato si veda quando è un gioco di squadra così efficace. A questo punto io direi che cominciamo la seconda giornata di lavori. Io chiamo il professor Visch a moderare la prossima sessione che dà inizio alla seconda giornata del forum. Buon lavoro a tutti.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. We got to get excited, so we have a long day ahead of us, but some absolutely fascinating speakers. I don't know whether you're more fascinating than yesterday or not, but you are actually, so very interesting set of experiences and backgrounds. So I'm really looking forward to the day today. I have been hearing the names of the people who are going to speak today, and it's great to see you all in person and learn from you. But let me again reiterate my thanks to everyone, the dean here and the director of the LAC, whose hospitality is deeply appreciated, as well as, of course, my colleagues and partners in crime, Sylvia and Luigi. All the festivities associated with it, so we are grateful for that. So today, what we will do, I think we'll go global, so to speak. We have 2 absolutely interesting speakers. No pressure on you, interesting, I'm already saying that. So, but they're going to talk about metrics. If you think about it, yesterday in our conversations, it just kept coming up. What do you mean by happiness? How are you defining it? And then we went from all the way from cells to society, so to speak, in our conversations, discussing from microbiome to social distribution of resources and equity. So it was, it's kind of a tour, but it's the question of how do you define it, and once you start defining it, how do you measure it? This is always a bit tricky. But fortunately, there are 2 people who will help us navigate that tricky world. How do you measure? What are the metrics? But also the issues of what we, in a very boring way, called conceptual equivalency, right? It's a very boring, unsexy term, but it's a very important term. What does happiness mean in Lugano as opposed to somewhere else, right? So, and I think, and because those metrics, how you measure has implications on how you report it, and that has implications on public opinion, and of course then through that to policy change and practice. So it's not about just measures or metrics, but it is about this larger issue of definition, measuring, reporting, advocacy, policy, and practice. So to help us through that thicket, we have two great speakers. We will start with Dr. Martin Berger. I hope I'm getting it right. So my name is Kasi Somayajila Vishwanath. I have been called all kinds of names in my life. So at least I'm getting one thing right. So Dr. Berger is academic director at the Erasmus Happiness Economics Research Organization at the Erasmus University at Rotterdam, and professor of happiness economics in the Faculty of Management Studies at the Open University of Netherlands. So most of his current research focuses on happiness economics and urban and regional economics, including, interestingly, geography of happiness, absolutely fascinating as an idea, worker well-being, and institutional and social conditions for development and well-being. He's also the current president of the International Society for Quality of Life Studies and coordinator of the European Union Horizon Project on Well-being in a Sustainable Economy. So you can see, he has a very rich background which he will bring this to this topic. I'll let him speak first, and then I'll come back and introduce Dr. Urs Bieri, and then we'll have a conversation after that. Dr. Berger.
Thank you for this wonderful introduction, and thanks for having me here in one of the most beautiful spots on earth I've ever seen. If this doesn't make you happy, what else in life? I will talk with you about happiness. I will also tell you what I mean with happiness when I speak about happiness. And I would like to particularly answer the question or dive into it, because I don't really have a definite answer to the question. How can economic growth make us happy? Has it done over the past 30, 40 years? And if not, can we alter the course? I work in a beautiful institute. I see that the slides didn't translate well to the screen, but we love what we do is scientific research on happiness, where we would like to contribute to a greater happiness for a greater number of people. And for those who studied philosophy, these are the words of Jeremy Bentham, a utilitarian philosophist of the 18th century. And how we look to do that is by enabling people and organizations to make more informed choices for a better life. We think that people can master their own life, particularly by informing about what makes them happy. We think that people can improve their life. And that also brings us to the definition of happiness that we use. Happiness is for us feeling good most of the time and being satisfied with your life. So happiness has both an emotional and a cognitive component. On the one hand, it's about the balance between positive and negative feelings, and then in the somewhat longer run, of course, during the day it can fluctuate, but it's about experiencing them over a longer period of time, and it's about satisfaction with life. So how does your current life compare to the most ideal life you have in mind? It's the latter question that is also used in the World Happiness Report. And I will particularly, when I talk today about economic growth and happiness, focus on the life satisfaction aspect, particularly because there is most information unavailable. When economists and sociologists study happiness, they mostly focus on the cognitive component. And that brings us to what do people want? And that is what we study, and also into relation to economic growth. Do people want to become rich? Do people want other things in life? I think personally, and that is also why we study happiness, people want this. At least I would like this. So I want to have a happily ever after. I want to live a long and a happy life. And I think a lot of people would like the same thing. And then it's the question on how can we achieve that long and a happy life? Can we achieve that through economic growth? And that is something that we try to find out in the project that was already announced, the WISER project, where we try to find out what is important for a long and unhappy life, and particularly how can economic growth go hand in hand with other domains that are important for well-being. And well, what you will see, that is a tricky endeavor, since economic growth also generates a lot of negative externalities that actually harm our way to a long and unhappy life. The production of economic growth it can also generate pollution, social isolation, etc. And that has also been done in the past 40 years. Before I dive into that, this is the traditional economic narrative. This is when economists talk about welfare, on how they think the world works. And I think that the majority of economic scholars still use this mainstream narrative when they talk about progress in society. So how it works is that economic growth, if we have economic growth, then that increases our consumption possibilities, and that would lead to longer and happier lives. And there's also some evidence for that, at least that economic growth would work out, since richer people are happier and healthier and also have better access to goods and services. I simplify now the economic science to a great extent, but this is how it approximately works. You can also, if you look at the evidence of the long and happy life, so where are they? So what you can do is generate a metric. This is the metric generated by Ruud Veenhoven, where you look at the life expectancy and you multiply that with the average happiness in a nation, and then you get the number of happy life years in a nation. In this metric that Ruud Veenhoven created, Switzerland is on top with over 66 happy life years, followed by the Scandinavian countries, Canada, Finland, Sweden, Costa Rica, a very happy nation with also a relatively large life expectancy, and then Austria and the Netherlands. But in general, you see that the richer countries with good quality of institutions, with a good social welfare system, have also happier life years. So this is the picture if we look at one point in time. And what the economics of happiness has also done is look over time. And this is when we look at life expectancy. This is what we call the Preston curve. There we see that the relationship between economic and growth and life expectancy particularly holds for the poorer countries. So you see a very strong relationship up to a certain GDP per capita. So for poor countries, the relationship between life expectancy and income or economic growth would be very strong, but at some point additional income would result in only in a very marginal increase in life expectancy. For happiness we see the same. So this is the Easterlin paradox. that is well known. This is like a research by Jan Emiliano de Neve, who really nicely depicts the Easterlin paradox, where we see that over the past 40, 50 years, there has been a tremendous economic growth in countries, and then we talk particularly about the Western world, but where we also see that the happiness, and you see here those at the bottom of the graphs, has hardly increased. So despite tremendous economic growth, happiness has only limitedly increased in particularly richer countries. I also have to say that in poorer countries, like the Easterlin paradox, loss only helps to a very limited extent. And then it's the big question, like why? Why doesn't like economic growth, does it bring us more happiness? Is it in human behavior? Do we, for example, adapt? Can we still enjoy like our nice bucket of soup when we are poor, but do we fail to do that when we have become rich? Is it so that we strive for more like income, obtain it, enjoy it, but then adapt to it, and then we desire more and more, but that doesn't like result our happiness? What we would expect based on standard economic theory, we would expect like if we have an increase in income, that we result like in an indefinite like increase in happiness, so that also doesn't go back to the original level of happiness. What we see, however, if we have an income jump, is that people adapt, they get used to their higher incomes. And then you see that the happiness goes back to the original level. That's the adaptation effect. We also suffer as human beings from social comparison. Why is this little guy so unhappy with his delicious ice cream? That is because there is a girl with like a much bigger ice cream sitting next to it. And that social comparison also causes that our happiness do not increase. It's not absolute income that is important, but it's also relative income that is important. And of course, social comparison can take place in many different ways. Social comparison could also motivate. So like if you see that a classmate, for example, gets an A on a test, it might also motivate to study harder, also to get that A in the future. But most people, unfortunately, do not compare in a positive way. And unfortunately, also don't compare downward. If we would compare more to sub-Saharan Africa, we should be very happy as persons because like we are so much better off and we should consider ourselves lucky. But what people do is they mostly look upward when they socially compare, and also mostly in a negative way, and that creates feelings of envy and jealousy. So it's not fair that my brother gets to go on so many amazing vacations each year and I don't. And that's how how the majority of people socially compare. And that brings us also to the more like aggregate level of like inequality. Of course, we had tremendous economic growth, but that economic growth was also not equally distributed. This is known as the elephant. I hope that everybody can see an elephant in it by Branko Milanovic, created within the World Bank, who shows the winners and losers of the last wave of economic growth. This is for the period 88-2008, but the elephant also holds for the period until now, where you see that there are winners of the tremendous GDP growth over the past decades, the middle classes in emerging economies and the elite in the Western economies, but citizens of rich countries with stagnating incomes, mostly the middle class in Western countries, did not profit at all from economic growth, as well as the very poor in sub-Saharan Africa. And so here we are in a situation that we have economic growth but it is also like unequally distributed. It's very nice if you show, or very interesting, I shouldn't call it nice, when you show the figures for the US, where you see that the top 5 of the population, 5%, has experienced like considerable growth over the past decades, while the bottom, 60%, only experiences very limited growth in incomes. If you want like an interesting statistics to see that the inequality is very large, for those who followed the news over the past days, this 56 billion bonus of Elon Musk could pay like 850,000 teaching salaries in the US, which is like 25% of the teaching or of the teachers' population. And that is also like, combine this social comparison with inequality. And then you come to feelings of like injustice that there are around in contemporary society. And I think that it's a very nice parable is the tunnel parable of Alfred Hirschman. So the tunnel effect, which shows that inequality can also doesn't necessarily have to be negative. In a country where there's inequality, initially inequality might also signify that there are opportunities there to go ahead. But when the time progresses and people cannot go ahead, they will become jealous and envious. And that is also shown here in this tunnel paradox, where there are 2 lanes of traffic. One is stuck and one lane starts to drive, signifying that economic growth. And at some point, the right lane remains stuck and people get frustrated and try to change lanes, even while this is forbidden. And that is also what is happening in contemporary society. Initial optimism is changes into feelings of envy and also upheaval in society. And that is also, at least what I think partly happened over the past 10, 20 years, where you see that there is a kind of social broken contract in society, where we had the agreement of trade liberalization, so more open foreign investment, deregulation, competitive and change should go hand in hand with pro-poor spending. So what happened in the Western world, the trade cheapened the value of labor, and basically that should have been replaced by cheaper products for people. But what we see is that life has become more and more expensive for the ordinary citizen in the Western world, and that recreates a kind of resentment. That brings us to the question, can economic growth make us happy? With 2 additional remarks. Economic growth has been very slow over the past decades and has also slowed down. So the question is, and certainly that's the case in Western countries. If you look over time, you see a slowing down of the GDP growth. And what is also the case, and when we come to the question, does it make us happy? Do not overestimate the effects of income on happiness, and people tend to do that. And so there's a difference of what we expect that makes us happy and what makes us happy. And if we look at expectations, then some things matter less than we think, and that includes things like money, youth, beauty, and there are also things that matter more than we would think, and we underestimate often the importance of things like social relationship, free time, but also volunteering, dancing, and humor on our happiness. And that begs the question, can economic growth really makes us happy? And then there is not to mention the negative side effects of economic growth. Happiness is not neutral on how economic growth is generated, and it's also not neutral on how economic growth is used. Economic growth is not something that is self-standing, and economic growth can also affect non-income drivers of happiness. And that includes things like personal relationships, physical mental health, job quality, work-life balance, environmental quality. And those aspects have, to a large extent, been negatively affected by economic growth over the past decades, which would provide an additional explanation that despite economic growth we experienced, we do not see really the happiness benefits of it. And that also means that we have to find different pathways to a long and a happy life. What economists suggest, like maximizing economic growth, is not perhaps the pathway to a long and a happy life. And we have to find a pathway that is less harmful to the non-economic drivers of economic growth. And what we see here is that even public problems are seen as the business opportunities, and we should stop doing that. Like we maybe create a mess with regard to social relationships, loneliness, also the environment, and that generates a new business opportunity. But that is not the way to go. And to exemplify this, perhaps we should look at briefly again at the social relationships and the decline in it, which had long been predicted by Robert Putnam. So we see a decline in social capital that goes hand in hand with economic growth, which is a kind of strange observation because it has also been believed that social capital is good for economic growth. If there's trust in the society, strong interpersonal relationships, then that stimulate growth. But that doesn't say on how social capital and economic growth have co-evolved. And what you see here is that that there is a number of developments going on in society, and that has to do with on how we how we produce GDP per capita. That has a negative effect. So, for example, too much focus on work, also a change in how leisure time is spent. Leisure time is spent by spending less time with friends and more time in front of a TV or a computer. Social competition has not been good. Also mobilization. In essence, that people have become more mobile. On the one hand, that is good. On the other hand, that also destroyed the social fabrics of our neighborhoods. And the same with the changing workforce. Due to that, more people work and spend less time in the neighborhood. That has also negatively affected our social capital. And these are figures that were also shown already yesterday. And we spend less time with friends and companions. We spend more time alone, and particularly we spend less time with neighbors, and we have a lower interpersonal trust. And that is something that has a negative effect on our happiness. And in that sense, we also see that society needs to move on from a narrative in which economic growth is an end goal and equated with a better quality of life or a better happiness, to a more human-centric narrative in which economic growth is only one of the means to achieve better quality of life for current and future generations. And that is also how Adam Smith originally meant it, that the function of income. Income is not a goal in itself. Income is a means towards a more happy and a long life. And what I also say is it's for current and future generations. We also have to ensure that when we produce, also if we produce longer and happier lives, that this does not come at the cost of the longer and happier lives of future generations. I don't talk a lot about ecological sustainability here, but that's very important in this concept. So how does this new narrative look like, what we try to do in the European Horizon project? So the new narrative would be not on maximizing economic growth, but trying to pursue people's well-being, and that as a basis for a happy and a long life. We should not maximize growth, but which maximize happy and long life. And we should find a way for economic growth that it goes hand in hand with other aspects of quality of life, so generate a win-win situation. That's not an easy task. It's not like maximizing economic growth. It also does not mean degrowth at all. Degrowth is a movement, particularly by ecologists, scares the hell out of people. And you see that also in recent protests, where there's the very strange phenomenon that people worry about climate, but at the same time support like the more, but at the same time do not want to embrace measurements that would like save like the earth and the climate, because they are afraid that it will infringe on their own happiness and quality of life. So what are the ingredients for such a transition? Like I already mentioned, and like I worry, people need to worry in order to change. But in order to change, we need also change, I think, in the kind of value system that we have, in the sense that we need to move from a more materialistic to a post-materialistic value system. This is already happening. You see that the younger generations are more post-materialistic, and at the same time we also see over time that these post-materialistic values also tend to stick more to these younger generations. Basically people lose like a little bit when they grew older of these post-materialistic values, but you see that the younger generations manage also to uphold them like better than the earlier generations. And what is then needed is hope. So I think that hope is a very important initiator also of change and of a transition to be embraced. And what I mean with hope is not sheer optimism, but I mean that people see like a point of the horizon where we're going to, like a world in which we have longer and happier lives, but also see realistic pathways on how to reach this longer and happier lives. It also means that there needs to be like policy changes. So how does this society look like? It's a society with a slower GDP growth, but it's a society that is well-being affluent. So we have long and happy lives. It's affluent in also the non-economic drivers of well-being. So it is rich in social capital, it's rich in environmental quality, it's rich in job quality, it's rich in leisure time. We also expect from this society a kind of technological dynamism. So we know that happier individuals are also more creative, more productive, and in that sense, this future society could even be more technological dynamic than the current one. And what we see is that the increase in productivity generated also by this technological dynamism should also create a greater efficiency of the workforce and then this greater efficiency can be mainly allocated to free time and not just output. So there's less, maybe we focus on efficiency and profit maximization, but we get a lot back from it. Then is of course like what means this in terms of policy. I can talk hours still for this, but if we would look at social capital, what could we do? We could create cities where it are better places to meet. Remember, for those who are a little bit older, the times that you were still able to play on the street. Nowadays we don't see children playing on the street anymore because it's considered too unsafe. But with people and parents on the street, you can revive the social capital in our neighborhoods, which also means focus on walkability and focus on car restrictions. Probably people don't like if they can't park their car in the neighborhood, but you would gain a lot back for it. Other ideas to promote social capital: participatory teaching. So interaction between teacher and student, which got gradually lost over the decades, mainly due to also efficiency in the education system. It should, mass education was more the norm than the exception. And you also see that people feel happier in nations where this participatory teaching is prevailed. And then, this was also what we learned yesterday, so spend better, more free time, preferably with others, with some cheese in a nice natural environment. But you can also think of other measures without going into details, like reducing advertising, specifically for kids, which also reduce social comparison in society, and more work time flexibility and reduction of work hours. There's no clear relation between the number of hours people work and their productivity. And I think that we can have much more quality time if we could, for example, change this idea around in contemporary society. These are just some ideas, and I'm perfectly in time, so thank you a lot.
Excellent, thank you. I'm sure Luigi is happy with that end of that particular talk. I think, so you can show it to your bosses and say, hey, look, right, so very nicely done. You should have been the last speaker of the day, gave us hope and optimism, but I'm glad you're the first speaker of the day too. So great. I think we'll have a conversation after a talk by Dr. Urs Bieri. He's a chairman of the executive board and co-owner of a research institute in Bern, Switzerland. His background is in political and media sciences at the universities of Bern and Geneva. He has been researching opinion forming processes on political and social issues at his research institute since 1996. He often guest lectures in different places, including at the University of Bern and Freiburg. He has been commenting on all national votes and elections for the SRG German language radio channels since 2016. And I think it nicely builds on policy and public opinion in a way that we can have a great conversation. Dr. Bieri.
Ja, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, wir haben es gehört, die Schweiz ist eines der glücklichsten oder vielleicht das glücklichste Land der Welt. Ich lebe und arbeite in der Schweiz. Ich habe tatsächlich auch diesen Eindruck. Ich bin aber unsicher, ob sich das Konzept Happiness eignet, um über Gesellschaften und vor allem über politische Gesellschaften zu sprechen. Was ich in der Schweiz beobachte, ist, es gibt Volksentscheide, 2 bis 4 Mal im Jahr, im Durchschnitt 3 Mal. Und bei Volksentscheiden, das haben diese Entscheide in sich. Yeah, please.
If you pick up some of you have already done it. He's going to speak in German. I think it's channel 2. I saw it's absolutely fascinating talk, but if you can speak German, great. Many of you can. I can barely spell German. But I just wanted to make sure they get the translation. Thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt.
Ich bin sehr dankbar, um diese Möglichkeit auf Deutsch zu sprechen. Ich würde Sie tatsächlich sehr unglücklich machen, wenn ich Englisch sprechen würde und Sie quasi die Übersetzung braucht, um mein Englisch in Englisch zu übersetzen. Und darum entspare ich Ihnen, auch mir, diese Schmach und darf auf Deutsch sprechen. Wir haben gesehen, ob sich das Wort Happiness eignet, um das Glücklichsein von Gesellschaften zu messen, bin ich tatsächlich unsicher. Wir haben 2 bis 4 Mal im Jahr Volksentscheide an der Urne. Und was ich gelernt habe, ist, und das ist systemisch, eine gewichtige Gruppe, meistens fast die Hälfte, ist an einem solchen Abstimmungstag sehr glücklich, weil sie gewonnen hat, und die andere Hälfte erlebe ich durchaus unglücklich. Und das ist aber nicht der Punkt. Der Punkt ist eher, ist die Gruppe, die verloren hat, ist die unzufrieden? Ist sie unzufrieden mit dem politischen System? Ist sie unzufrieden mit dem Output der Politik an sich? Und erst wenn das tatsächlich der Fall wäre und vor allem wenn es langfristig der Fall wäre, hätten wir ein Problem, insbesondere im direktdemokratischen System, wie wir es in der Schweiz haben. Wir sehen es im Moment weltweit, auch ein Blick auf Europa. Die Befindlichkeit von Bevölkerung, die politische Befindlichkeit ist absolut zentral. Wir haben europäische Wahlen hinter uns, wir haben einen Rechtsrutsch hinter uns oder gesehen, wir haben eine populistische Aufladung erlebt und regelmäßig überträgt sich sichtbar Unzufriedenheit in politische Richtungsentscheide und entsprechend ist es eine zwingende Aufgabe von politischen Systemen zu verstehen, wie die Zufriedenheit, die Befindlichkeit ausgeprägt ist und wo man sie allenfalls verbessern könnte. In der Schweiz gilt dies besonders. Ich habe schon angetönt, in der Schweiz haben wir Sachentscheide, wir haben Volksentscheide, wir haben aber auch 4 Sprachkulturen und damit besondere Herausforderungen an uns als Gesellschaft, Kohäsion, der Zusammenhalt in der Gesellschaft über Sachentscheide, über Verlieren und Gewinnen hinaus, aber auch über 4 Sprachkulturen hinaus ist eine Herausforderung. Die Schweiz hat sich entsprechend diesen Herausforderungen entwickelt. Wir haben starke föderale Strukturen, ein Aufbau von Gemeinde hin zu Bund und alle Entscheide, auch alle Verwaltungsarbeiten werden dort ausgeführt, wo die Nähe möglichst groß ist zu der Bevölkerung an sich. Wir haben auch keine regierende Mehrheitspartei. Wir haben ein Mehrparteiensystem, ein Konkordanzsystem, das stark auf Konsens ausgerichtet ist. Auch hier im Gedanken, möglichst viele Meinungen, möglichst alle minderheitliche Meinungen irgendwie stattfinden zu lassen. Trotzdem ist Befindlichkeit oder Glücklichkeit, Glück oder ich sage lieber Zufriedenheit absolut zentral. Es braucht auf 2 Dimensionen Zufriedenheit. Es braucht Zufriedenheit mit dem politischen System. Das ist das eine sehr Wichtige in diesem Zusammenhang. Ich muss dem System so weit vertrauen, dass ich verlieren kann, ohne das System grundsätzlich in Frage zu stellen. Das ist in der Schweiz gegeben. Und das Zweite, haben wir auch bei meinem Vorredner schon aufgezeigt, es braucht eine individuelle Zufriedenheit auf verschiedenen Ebenen. Es ist wichtig, dass ich politische Entscheidungen nicht aus einer existenziellen Not heraus treffen kann, sondern dass ich so weit gefestigt bin, zufrieden bin, vielleicht auch glücklich bin mit meinem eigenen Leben, dass ich überhaupt die Muße habe, mich mit dem deutlich abstrakteren Wohl von anderen, von Minderheiten, von schwächer Gestellten auseinanderzusetzen und vielleicht politisch an einem Urngang auch Volksentscheide zu treffen, die von Solidarität zeugen, die das Problem von Minderheiten nicht zwingend mein persönliches Problem lösen. Ich gestehe sehr gerne, ich bin Fan vom schweizerischen politischen System. Ich finde, diese Kohäsionsleistung, diese Transferleistung gelingt dem System durchaus hervorragend. Und ich möchte Ihnen heute einige Hinweise geben, warum ich diese Meinung vertrete. Wir müssen diese beiden Flughöhen in der Betrachtung unterscheiden. Ich werde Ihnen einen Blick geben in verschiedene individuelle Elemente, die wichtig sind für diese generelle systemische Zufriedenheit. Wir werden aber auch über das politische System sprechen und dort sehr direkt über die Zufriedenheit mit den verschiedenen Elementen. Beginnen wir mit dieser individuellen Sicht. Ich beruhe mich da auf eine Studie, die wir letztes Jahr bei uns im Haus durchgeführt haben. Wie geht's Schweiz? Tatsächlich ein bezeichnender Titel. Wir haben rund 60.000 Personen in der Schweiz befragt unter dem Stichwort Wie geht's Schweiz? Es sind rund 170 Fragen. Nicht alle haben alle Fragen beantwortet, aber es gibt ein wunderschönes Kaleidoskop an Elementen, die tatsächlich auch relevant sind für die Befindlichkeit oder die Zufriedenheit in der Schweiz auf individueller Ebene. Und ich darf, lange Rede, kurzer Schluss, direkt mit dem eigentlichen Resultat beginnen, das sehr stark auch an dieses hohe Glücksgefühl andockt in der Schweiz. Ein Großteil der Schweiz ist glücklich oder ich sage zufrieden mit dem eigenen Leben. Das ist auf einer Skala bis 0 bis 10 und der Mittelwert ist 7,7. Sie sehen also, der große Durchschnitt spürt eine hohe Zufriedenheit mit dem eigenen Leben und Personengruppen, die eine sichtbar tiefere oder sogar eine sichtbar starke starke Unzufriedenheit mit sich herumtragen, sind an einem sichtbar kleineren Ort rund 5% in der Bevölkerung. Ich finde es ausgesprochen spannend, dass wir unterscheiden müssen, und auch da docke ich an das Gespräch oder die Präsentation meines Vorredners ab, wo diese Zufriedenheit gemessen wird. Wir haben eine unterschiedliche Zufriedenheit im Privat- und im Berufsleben. Im Privatleben ist die Zufriedenheit sichtbar höher. Wir erhalten offenbar viel von dieser Zufriedenheit aus dem Privatleben. Berufsleben ist sie ein bisschen kleiner. Sie ist bei weitem nicht null, ist immer noch zufriedenstellend, aber sie ist kleiner. Und das finde ich ausgesprochen spannend, gerade in der Schweiz. Wir sagen uns selber ein bisschen durchaus schöngeistig, quasi der Hort protestantischer Arbeitsethik, ein Arbeitsleben, das die Schweiz lange geprägt hat, das auch unseren Reichtum fundiert hat, möglichst viel zu arbeiten und möglichst wenig Geld auszugeben dabei. Das führt folgerichtig dann auch zu Reichtum. Das hat uns über mehr als 100 Jahre stark geprägt. Das scheint sich tatsächlich ein bisschen aufzuweichen. Dieses Zufriedenheitsgefühl aus der Arbeit heraus ist jetzt sichtbar kleiner als das Zufriedenheitsgefühl aus dem Privatleben heraus. Es zeigt sich auch in der Schweiz, ist Zufriedenheit ein dynamisches Konstrukt und ein Konstrukt schlussendlich im Wandel. Was man auch erheben kann, ist, welche Elemente diese Zufriedenheit besonders befruchten, respektive vielleicht auch gefährden. Und ich finde vor allem die obersten drei hier ausgesprochen spannend. Wir haben Kriege, wir haben Klimawandel und wir haben teures Gesundheitswesen. Das sind Sorgen, wie sie in der Schweiz, sehr gesellschaftliche Sorgen, wie sie in der Schweiz sehr stark beschäftigen. Es sind nicht nur Sorgen innerhalb der Gesellschaft, es sind auch Sorgen, die sich gegen außen, die sich in das internationale Umfeld richten, und es sind Elemente, die augenscheinlich die Schweizer Bevölkerung stark bis sogar sehr stark an erster, zweiter, dritter Stelle so beschäftigen. Mir scheint aber wichtig, auch wenn sie an erster, zweiter und dritter Stelle stehen, es kommen relativ schnell individuelle Elemente. Gesundheit ist das an vierter Stelle ein wichtiges Element. Ich sorge mich um meine Gesundheit, ich sorge mich auch um meine Versorgung im Alter, um meine Altersvorsorge. Ich sorge mich deutlich weniger, und das ist hier ganz unten, dockt auch an meinen Vorredner an, in der Schweiz augenscheinlich fast gar nicht um Arbeitslosigkeit. Das ist ein Element, das in der Schweiz im Moment, das war nicht immer so, aber im Moment unter ganz vielen Sorgen, großen und kleinen, an letzter Stelle steht und damit dieses Bouquet, wenn schon, von hinten umklammert. Was ich auch spannend finde, sehen Sie hier an drittunterster Stelle, Pandemie. Wir hatten vor wenigen Jahren eines der ganz großen, extrem prägenden gesellschaftlichen Ereignisse rund um diese Covid-Krise, wie wir sie auch in der Schweiz erlebt haben. Die Gesellschaft wurde stark belastet, auch Familiensituationen, Umfeldgespräche haben zu einem durchaus polarisierten Diskurs geführt in der Schweiz, und von diesem Diskurs, Sie sehen es hier, bleibt schlussendlich fast gar nichts. Mit dem Verschwinden der gesundheitlichen oder der krankheitsbedingten Aspekte dieser Pandemie verschwindet das Problem fast ganz aus dem Radar der Bevölkerung. Resilienz ist also durchaus ein großes Stichwort. Was mir fast spannender scheint als diese Auflistung, was sind jetzt die wichtigsten Sorgen der Bevölkerung, ist die Wirkungskraft. Sie sehen hier ein statistisches Modell, das aufzuzeigen oder zu errechnen versucht, welche Elemente lösen jetzt wirklich Zufriedenheit oder Unzufriedenheit aus. Je größer hier dieser Balken ist, desto relevanter ist das Element für die Zufriedenheit, und je röter die Farbe ist, desto stärker führt das Element zu Unzufriedenheit. Und Sie sehen eine umgekehrte Agenda, wenn Sie das betrachten. Die wichtigsten Elemente, damit ich zufrieden oder unzufrieden bin, sind dann tatsächlich sehr individuelle Elemente. Es ist die eigene finanzielle Situation mit großem Abstand an erster Stelle. Wenn ich arm bin, ganz zugespitzt formuliert, sind meine Möglichkeiten, gerade in der Schweiz wirklich ein zufriedenstellendes Leben zu leben, sichtbar kleiner, und das erlebe ich auch so. An zweiter Stelle ist der zunehmende Leistungsdruck und die psychische Belastungen am Arbeitsplatz, ein Thema, das sehr stark zu Unzufriedenheit führt, auch Arbeitslosigkeit. Es sind zwar sehr kleine Gruppen, die das erleben, aber diese Gruppen sind dadurch auch stark stark belastet und deutlich unzufrieden. Auch das Wohnungsangebot in der Schweiz ein großes Thema aufgrund der Wohnungsknappheit, wie wir sie im Moment erleben. Wir sehen also, Zufriedenheit oder respektive die großen Probleme der Welt werden in der Bevölkerung durchaus als Problem wahrgenommen. Zufriedenheit ist aber schlussendlich abhängig von individuellen Problemsichten und diese kann ich exemplarisch durchdeklinieren. Diese sind in der Schweiz halt in der Mehrheit zufriedenstellend ausgestaltet. Finanzielle Belastung, das wichtigste Item, welches zu Unzufriedenheit führt, ist in der Schweiz für große Mehrheiten oder für klare Mehrheiten wenig bis gar nicht gegeben. Ist eine nicht existenzielle oder eine weitgehend schwach vorhandene Herausforderung im finanziellen Bereich. Es ist klar, diese 31%, die hier eine Belastung, eine finanzielle Belastung spüren, das ist nicht nichts und eine funktionierende Gesellschaft entscheidet sich nicht zuletzt am Wohl der Schwachen oder der Schwächsten. Entsprechend ist das ernst zu nehmen, aber es ist aus Sicht einer politischen Zufriedenheit, einer mehrheitlich politischen Zufriedenheit sichtbar wenig problematisch. Was ich auch spannend finde, wenn man dann zu verstehen versucht, wie diese finanzielle Beurteilung im Detail geschieht, ist es an erster Stelle nicht eine Beurteilung aufgrund des selber Erlebten. Ich bin zufrieden mit der Größe meiner Wohnung. Ich habe genügend finanzielle Reserven an vierter Stelle, um eine größere unerwartete Ausgabe auch finanzieren zu können. Oder ganz am Schluss, ich habe oft Schwierigkeiten, finanziell über die Runden zu kommen. Minderheiten, die das so sehen, auch Minderheiten, die sich gesunde Lebensmittel nicht leisten können. Wir haben also individuell diesen Problemdruck nicht und dann bezeichnenderweise das zweitoberste und das drittoberste Element sind die Unzufriedenheit, die finanzielle Unzufriedenheit. Das ist eine Unzufriedenheit vom Hörensagen in der Schweiz. Ich habe die Vermutung, dass es oder ich weiß es, aber nicht direkt selber erlebt, dass es für Junge schwieriger ist, in der Schweiz adäquaten Wohnraum zu finden. Und ich habe die Vermutung, dass es für den Schweizer Mittelstand schwieriger als früher ist, über die Runde zu kommen. Ich erlebe es aber selber nicht so. Und das ist ein zentrales Element mit zu dieser hohen, auch finanziellen Zufriedenheit. Dann haben wir gesehen, Arbeitsplatzverlust wird nicht befürchtet und das ist nicht vorhanden und wird tatsächlich auch nicht befürchtet. Wir haben nur am Rande in der Schweiz mit einer sehr tiefen Arbeitslosigkeit unter 3%, nur am Rande Personen, die sich überhaupt Sorgen machen, ihren Arbeitsplatz zu verlieren, gehen hier sehr tiefenentspannt in diese Diskussion. Wir haben auch weiter nachgefragt, gehen davon aus, falls sie den Arbeitsplatz verlieren würden, gehen sie davon aus, dass sie in der kürzester Zeit einen neuen finden würden. Das bestärkt diese Zufriedenheit, auch diese Basis von Zufriedenheit ausgesprochen stark. Und dann wurde es auch angetönt, ein sehr wichtiger weiterer Treiber für Zufriedenheit ist der Beziehungsstatus. Bin ich eingebettet in ein Sozialgefüge, in ein soziales Umfeld und auch hier ist die Schweizer Bevölkerung in der großen Mehrheit sehr zufrieden mit der Situation an sich. Es gibt auch hier kleine, aber spürbare Unzufriedenheit, aber im Grundsatz zeigt sich die Zufriedenheit auch in diesem Beziehungsgefüge und das übersetzt sich dann folgerichtig auch auf eine emotionale Ebene. Wir fühlen uns in der Schweiz in der großen Mehrheit mehr oder weniger oft geliebt. Wir fühlen uns glücklich. Da kommt wieder der Bezug zum Happiness-Index. Wir fühlen uns auch ruhig, erfüllt, ausgeruht. Das sind alles Elemente, die uns in unserem eigenen Alltag auf der Gefühlswelt prägen und wir fühlen uns explizit nicht, und da bin ich ganz unten, traurig oder einsam oder deprimiert, und das ist insbesondere darum wichtig, weil man aus der psychologischen Forschung kennt, dass diese drei Elemente stark zusammenhängen, erstens, und zweitens sehr starke Treiber sind für Unzufriedenheit, existenzielle Unzufriedenheit im eigenen Leben. Das sind kleine Gruppen in der Schweiz, die so denken. Wie gesagt, auch diese Gruppen sind nicht irrelevant, sie sind aber aus Sicht dieses übergeordneten Konstrukts gesellschaftliche Zufriedenheit Zufriedenheit oder gesellschaftliches Glück eine klare Minderheit und damit auch nicht ein Treiber für politischen Wandel oder sogar revolutionären politischen Wandel. Voilà, insgesamt haben wir damit auf dieser individuellen Ebene also verschiedene Elemente, die Zufriedenheit stark stützen. Wir haben nicht die ganz großen Herausforderungen als Gesellschaft, zumindest erleben wir das nicht so, zumindest oder noch anders formuliert, diese Herausforderungen prägen nicht unsere individuelle Zufriedenheit so stark, dass sie Richtung Unzufriedenheit umschlägt, und entsprechend können wir diesen ersten Block individuelle Zufriedenheit aus gesellschaftlicher Sicht quasi mit einem Häkchen versehen. Das ist in der Schweiz tatsächlich nicht das Problem. Auf einer systemischen Ebene ist das Problem auch nicht riesigst, aber ein bisschen ein anderes. Wir haben hier auch letztes Jahr eine Studie durchgeführt, welche sich mit Zufriedenheit mit dem politischen System befasst. Wir haben dort über Partizipation gesprochen, wir haben über Regulative gesprochen, also über die Systemfundierung und schlussendlich auch über den Output des Systems. Wir haben rund 6.000 Personen befragt in diesem Zusammenhang und konnten so ein Bild aufspannen, wo die politische Akzeptanz oder auch die politische Zufriedenheit in der Bevölkerung ausgestaltet ist. Auch hier darf ich am Schluss beginnen. Die Zufriedenheit mit der Schweizer Politik ist an sich mehrheitlich gegeben. Sie ist nicht enthusiastisch, das sehen Sie hier, ist eben vielleicht nicht ein Glücksgefühl, sie ist nicht vollständig oder umfassend, aber sie ist mehrheitlich gegeben. Es gibt aber durchaus Untertöne. Und wichtig scheint mir aber, dass Untertöne weniger bei Personen stattfinden, die weniger an diesem politischen System teilhaben, sondern gerade bildungsschwache Personengruppen, die weniger auch an Urnengängen teilnehmen, sind in der Tendenz sichtbar zufriedener mit der Politik in der Schweiz und nicht unzufriedener. Also Politikferne oder der Verzicht auf die Teilhabe an der Politik ist nicht im Sinne von, die machen sowieso, was sie wollen und ich habe nichts zu sagen, zu verstehen, sondern ist tatsächlich eine erhöhte Zufriedenheit, die hier auch stattfindet. Man kann das dann auf diesen Einzelebenen unterscheiden und wenn wir über Teilhabe, über Mitbestimmung sprechen, ist die Zufriedenheit wesentlich höher. Sie wissen das vielleicht oder erleben es auch selber. In diesem direktdemokratischen System in der Schweiz haben wir eben mehrjährlich die Möglichkeit, an politischen Entscheidungen teilzuhaben, und das scheint augenscheinlich die Zufriedenheit wesentlich zu befördern. Und besonders spannend, es macht dies gerade auch bei Personen, die an sich unzufrieden mit Politik sind. Also gerade diese Personengruppe, die sich auch aus dem politischen System entfernen könnte, weil das System aus ihrer Sicht versagt oder nicht funktioniert, ist eingebunden durch Partizipation und ist sogar verstärkt zufrieden, dass es dieses Mittel tatsächlich auch gibt. Man kann im Detail verstehen, wie sich das zusammensetzt. Ich will das nicht einzeln vorlesen, aber es ist tatsächlich so, an erster Stelle, Sachentscheide sind absolut entscheidend. Die Möglichkeit, an der Urne abzustimmen, befördert diese Zufriedenheit mit Partizipation nachhaltig, ist deutlich wichtiger als die Möglichkeit zur Meinungsfreiheit, auch das sagen zu können, was ich denke, auch stärker als die Minderheiteneinbindungen. Im Grundsatz ist dieses Element Sachentscheide an der Urne absolut zentral für die Zufriedenheit mit den partizipativen Elementen. Dann sprechen wir über die Regulative, über die Regeln in der Schweizer Politik, und Sie sehen, dass auch hier die Zufriedenheit an sich sehr hoch ist. Wenn schon, ist die leicht tiefer unter Personen, die unzufrieden mit der Politik sind. Hier scheint es gewisse Fragezeichen zu geben. Grundsatz zeichnet sich aber hier auch keine Problemsicht an. Und wenn wir das im Detail anschauen, ist es das Element der Konsenspolitik, der Konkordanz, also dass wir versuchen, aus verschiedenen Minderheiten, niemand hat die Mehrheit in der Schweiz, Politik zu machen und dies im Konsens tun, was am stärksten wirkt. Auch Föderalismus ist hier wichtig. An dritter Stelle die Gewaltenteilung oder auch die Orientierung am Allgemeinwohl. Und dann tauchen wir ein in das eigentliche Problem, falls es tatsächlich ein Problem gibt in der Schweiz. Die Unzufriedenheit mit dem Output des politischen Systems ist am größten. Sie ist auch hier mehrheitlich gegeben als Zufriedenheit, aber ist sichtbar größer als bei allen allen anderen Elementen. Und es erstaunt Sie vermutlich nicht, dass gerade Politikunzufriedene, Politikverdrossene hier den stärksten Hebel der Kritik ansetzen und hier auch tatsächlich am unzufriedensten sind. Wenn schon, ist die Unzufriedenheit in der Schweiz damit eine Unzufriedenheit mit dem Output, ist keine Unzufriedenheit mit dem System, und das führt dazu, dass im Grundsatz die Zufriedenheit halt tatsächlich gegeben ist. Man kann dies noch verstärken, wo das dann dieser Output am stärksten in Frage gestellt wird. Sie sehen das hier ganz unten an zweiter Stelle. Es ist schlussendlich die Lösung der großen Probleme unserer Zeit, Klimawandel, ein Älterwerden in unserer Gesellschaft und so weiter, Kriege, Terrorismus, Elemente, die international beschäftigen, die auch in der Schweiz beschäftigen und die in der Schweiz ein ungutes Gefühl übrig lassen, obwohl es diese hohe Zufriedenheit mit dem politischen System gibt, ist man unsicher, ob der Output stimmt, und man ist das insbesondere auch, wenn man in die Zukunft schaut. Also man ist unsicher, ob dieses aktuelle System Resilienz hat, um in Zukunft zu bestehen, und alles hängt an dieser Problemsicht rund können wir die großen Probleme dieser Welt mit unserem System, mit unserem konsensorientierten System, mit unserem direktdemokratischen System tatsächlich auch lösen. Dann haben wir abschließend, ich will Sie nicht mit statistischen Verfahren langweilen, abschließend aber noch versucht zu verstehen, was macht es jetzt wirklich aus, dass ich zufrieden bin mit der Politik, wie sie in der Schweiz stattfindet. Das ist ein Strukturgleichungsmodell, das versucht, Abhängigkeiten zwischen all diesen Elementen, die ich Ihnen jetzt aufgezeigt hatte, aufzuschlüsseln und Wirkungskräfte aufzuzeigen und festzuhalten, welche Elemente befördern dann tatsächlich Zufriedenheit mit der Schweizer Politik und welche Elemente behindern sie. Und was man hier sehr deutlich sieht, es gibt zwei große Gruppen, die Zufriedenheit mit dem politischen System hauptsächlich alimentieren. Das eine ist die Mitbestimmung, also die Möglichkeit, eben nicht nur an Wahlen, sondern auch an Abstimmungen mitbestimmen zu können, befördert die Zufriedenheit. Und das andere ist die Resultatesicht. Wenn ich tatsächlich dieses ungute Gefühl habe, ob das System die zukünftigen Probleme lösen kann, bin ich in der Tendenz auch unzufriedener über die Politik in der Schweiz, wie sie grundsätzlich stattfindet. Fast noch wichtiger ist aber dieser sehr dicke Pfeil, den Sie hier unten sehen. Und das ist durchaus das, was mich ein bisschen beunruhigt. Das Wichtigste für die Vorstellung, dass die Schweizer Politik für die Zukunft gerüstet ist, dass sie resilient ist für die zukünftigen Herausforderungen, ist die Zufriedenheit, wie ich sie heute erlebe in der Schweiz. Wenn ich jetzt zufrieden bin, erwarte ich eigentlich vom System auch, dass es in Zukunft funktioniert. Und das ist durchaus eine Aufgabe, eine wichtige Aufgabe, die sich daraus ableitet. Wenn das so ist, gilt es eben nicht, eine Zufriedenheit irgendwo in der Zukunft zu hegen und zu pflegen, sondern die Zufriedenheit oder die Unzufriedenheit heute anzugehen und zu schauen, wie man die heute verbessern kann. Wir haben das dann noch aufgeschlüsselt, über alles gesehen, was ist der zentrale Faktor, welche Zufriedenheit mit der Politik, mit der Schweizer Politik tatsächlich alimentiert, und er ist hier ganz unten sichtbar. Es ist tatsächlich diese schon mehrfach betonte Sicht oder Frage, ob die Schweizer Politik die Herausforderungen, die großen Herausforderungen in Zukunft bewältigen kann oder nicht. Das ist so ein bisschen wie das Damoklesschwert, das in der Schweizer Politik oder über der Schweizer Politik schwebt, mit ungewissem Ausgang, aber ich denke mit einer guten Basis, individuelle Zufriedenheit, systemische Zufriedenheit und damit auch Zufriedenheit mit dem politischen System, damit auch durchaus die Möglichkeit zur Versöhnung und die Möglichkeit auch verlieren zu können, welches dieses System schlussendlich tragen und Resilienz erzeugen, um zumindest die Möglichkeit, die systemischen Möglichkeiten haben, diese großen Herausforderungen dann auch tatsächlich anzugehen. Voilà. In diesem Sinne darf ich das Wort gerne an Sie zurückgeben. Ja.
I don't want you to fall, so make sure. Great. Thank you so much. I should acknowledge the wonderful work being done by our translators. I've been translating from English into. Please give a hand. That's not easy. That's one of the most exhausting things to do. So thank you so much for doing that. Really appreciate it. I, for one, can barely spell Italian. So thanks to you, I'm able to understand. This is great. Two absolutely fascinating talks. So we will open it up. I have a question for each of them. I have a ton of questions, but I don't think you're here to listen to me, but to them. So I'll just open it up, and then we will. There are people going around with microphones, so we can open it up for conversation. So, Dr. Berger, I want to start with where you ended. You ended with a series of what I would call desiderata, desirable things to do, walkable cities, relationships, and even quoted one of my former colleagues, Bob Putnam's work. My question is twofold. One, what is the evidence that a walkable city or the cities you outlined, playing on the streets, whatever, as a metaphor, somehow leads to greater satisfaction and greater happiness? Number one. And if there is evidence, why the heck can't we do this?
Well, to start with the first question, I think that there is, if you look at least, if you go back to the work of urban planning, then you will see that already back in the 70s they advocated for the walkability of cities. From the studies that we did in Rotterdam, we see that walkability is related to dissatisfaction with the neighborhood, and also the ease with which people meet neighbors in the street. And that is also like what a walkable city does. Walkable cities increases meeting opportunities for people. And it also makes a much more pleasant environment because like less traffic and just a much more calm atmosphere in which you can reside. Why we didn't do it, like we're a little bit stubborn as human beings, I think.
Right.
And it would also like, it's of course it doesn't come, I think with a policy you have to make decisions. You have like a limited budget available. I think we changed our cities, like depending a little bit on the country, we start building them around the car. And well, when we have to revert that would also come with a cost. And also, yeah, many people like their car.
Right, right. Yeah, I was using walkability as an illustrative argument, and I was joking, Luigi will be happy because you talked about the importance of culture and say a cultural festival or cultural gatherings, and how they can lead to greater satisfaction with the public weal, so to speak. Yeah. But those are all not expensive things, right? I mean, these are doable. It doesn't have to be an expensive opera, but even a street festival can do it. But we still seem to be unable to.
Well, we need to also invest time. So like it's often not money that's the problem. It's also time that you allocate and free time that you decide to spend with your community instead of in front of the TV or your computer. And in that sense, you see that leisure time and how it's spent has changed over time. And we need to realize that it might sometimes be more fun to spend like time with neighbors than in front of Netflix.
Right. Yeah. So I may have a bone to pick with you on the TV as a media studies person, but we'll come to that at some other time.
I make the same mistakes, by the way. So.
Right. So let me ask you. I think I want to. This is absolutely fascinating. So, Switzerland is an interesting example. You went through with great breadth, not necessarily the breadth because you were covering the waterfront, so to speak. And a couple of things stood out for me, and I thought maybe you can amplify that a bit. So when I looked at your satisfaction ratings, and you had this phrase, language assimilated foreigners, which is interesting, and then you had young people and less educated. To me, that was somewhat shocking, that younger people are even more dissatisfied than immigrants who could potentially face limited opportunities and in discrimination. So tell us a little bit about what's going on there, because globally we are talking about this sort of a mental health crisis among the young, and even epidemic. We overuse the word epidemic, but there is certainly a serious concern. So what's going on there?
Ich denke, es gibt zwei gewichtige Antworten auf diese Frage. Die eine hat sehr viel mit Jungsein zu tun. Aus meiner Sicht wäre es sehr bedenklich, wenn junge Personen in der Schweiz, aber auch international glücklich oder sehr, außerordentlich zufrieden wären mit unserer Gesellschaft. Ich denke, es ist auch Aufgabe im Erwachsenenwerden, eine gewisse revolutionäre Gedanken zu haben, sich abzugrenzen vom Status quo, von der Situation, wie sie bis heute gewesen ist, und entsprechend sehe ich das auch nicht als problematisch. Der andere Punkt erscheint mir fast wichtiger. Tatsächlich ist das Thema geistige Gesundheit bei jungen Personen ein sehr großes Problem, ein sehr wichtiges Problem. Haben Sie Probleme mit der englischen Übersetzung?
Okay.
You don't understand me?
I don't think it's being translated, that part. Can you summarize that for us?
Okay, I try in English.
Okay, maybe, yeah.
That will be a disaster for me and for you. I'm sorry, but I'll try.
Your English is much better than my German, so let's...
The first 3 words, but it will be worse. So the second problem is the mental illness, the mental health of young people, and that is really a phenomenon that is new. And it's really problematic. I have no solutions for that, but it's not a problem that we observe the same way in the past.
Right. So do you have any, so you're looking at so much data, and do you have any insights why I'm not even asking for solutions right now, because I think a lot of us are working globally around issues of solution. But do you know why are they unhappy here? You know, you look at this, you look at their life opportunities, and
I think it's quite difficult, systemically difficult for young people to get adults. That's one very systemic problem. But the other, you mentioned it. I think social media and advertising is a big challenge for young people for becoming themselves and for becoming this personality, this adult personality, and social media disturbs this kind of self-finding. Mm-hmm. But it's a hypothesis, I don't know exactly.
Yeah, I must say, the evidence on the role of media, especially social media, is somewhat mixed. I hate to call Julianne on this. Do you have, she was a co-author on a landmark report that just came out from the National Academies. I hate to do this to you, Julianne. Do you want to comment on that? Or? Sorry, she'll hate me forever. So.
I will never hate you, Vish. So I want to make sure I understand clearly, is the question around the role of social media in this growing concern around youth mental health?
Right,
okay.
Right.
Yeah. So what the data suggests is that there are these small effects where this has been linked to poor mental health. There is debate on how to interpret those small effects. And this is very hotly debated even among academics. And so some suggest that these small effects are trivial, while others argue that small effects on very large scale can have very kind of powerful kinds of effects. And so it really it is kind of interesting how the same findings are being interpreted wildly different even among experts. And so I think there, of course, you know, like all things, we need more evidence, better, and not just, I shouldn't say more evidence, I would say better evidence.
Right.
Because we actually have a ton of data. The problem is the methodologies are often inadequate to really draw strong conclusions. And so I would argue for better kinds of evidence, and for others who I know in the room who do this kind of research also understand the challenges of that. And it's not easy. So I don't fault the researchers in any way, because there are inherent challenges in doing this so.
Great. Thank you. I can always rely on Julianne to lead me through the right path, right? You know, so thank you for indulging me. The reason I invoked her is this comes up often, and in the interest of self-disclosure, Laura and I and our lab has been also doing work in this area. I didn't want to put our own research up there, but the evidence is small and somewhat mixed, you know, around media. And it fascinates me, right? You know, they have the opportunities. The question is, you know, why is there this global concern? And you know, it's everywhere, not in just one place. You know?
It would also be the case for social media that the effects are very heterogeneous. So for
Right.
some people,
That's exactly right.
it's
Right.
it's beneficial, and for
Exactly.
others, it
Right.
can be very detrimental. And that's also like something that we need to do in happiness research better. Is find out
Right.
what works for whom under which circumstances.
Right. And what worries me is people are jumping the gun, right? Like our Surgeon General yesterday released an advisor and is asking the Congress to take some steps to restrict and put label, etc. Let me open it up. Jacopo is waiting. Don't disappoint him. You know, so any questions for the audience? Yes, yes. Sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everything. Very happy to be here. So I have these thoughts that I would like to understand if it's true or not in front of this. And because we are facing that we have a longevity, we are living more. So our population is becoming older as before, and the percentage of people older, more than 50 or 60, is increasing. And on the other side, we are facing that we have less newborn. So young people are minus representative also in front of politicians, for example. So when we vote, there are more elderly people voting than young people voting. And we faced this also during Brexit in England, for example, when people said elderly people decided for our future, as young people didn't want to Brexit, but elderly people, because I put myself in the elderly, we have a different thoughts, different view, of course. So how do you think that this is also part of this not happiness of young people in front of politicians, decisions? How do you think that this young person can think that we are deciding for them against their thoughts? How can we manage that?
Right.
Thank you.
That's a real fascinating question. Both of you talked about notion of participation and inclusiveness. So do you want to start off, and then we can go with Dr. Berger? So.
In Switzerland, the answer is quite easy. 60% of all people above 65 years old are voting or taking part at elections, and 30% of all people 30 years old and younger are taking part. So the problem is a problem of is a decision problem. The younger people doesn't want to take part on elections and votations in Switzerland. So if this problem exists, I think it exists. It can be corrected if younger people goes to vote and elections in Switzerland. And why younger people don't go to vote? That's a quite complicated question. I think that the science thinks that it's because younger people have other interests than politics. So they doesn't matter of the results, and I've shown they are lucky without taking part. So in Switzerland, the problem is structural and is a problem, but it's not a problem in the feelings of younger people.
Dr. Berger, you want to address that? I want to follow up a bit on that.
Yeah, I can only briefly talk about like the situation in the Netherlands, where we have like a similar issue also with political participation of the youth, which is also like rooted, I think, in the youth indeed has very different ways the country should go. You also see it in the terms of differences in values, so they are much stronger in terms of post-materialist values. And that is also like a call for including the youth also more in where our country would go.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing this in the US too. I mean, those who are from the US realize this. I think, and to me, it's just not about voting, right? You know, voting is a one-time event, but it's this participation time and again. And our politicians often say they don't even hear from youth, right, on issues that affect them, right? They get 500 telegrams or or messages these days from other interest groups, but certainly not youth. Something about mobilization and opportunity structure, I guess. Absolutely fascinating. Other questions?
È stata interessante, sono d'accordo che un appartamento spazioso, una buona economia, dei giochi, divertimento siano utili alla felicità, ma quello che ho trovato mancante in questa conferenza è la parola responsabilità, perché penso che la responsabilità potrebbe essere un incentivo per dare alle popolazioni una certa felicità, perché la responsabilità richiede anche dei valori morali interni e questo arricchisce la persona interiormente. Senza di questo penso che è un po' difficile raggiungere veramente la felicità. Poi ho sentito parlare dei giovani e verso i giovani ho sentito soprattutto la parola patologia, però tra i giovani non sono tutti patologici, tra i giovani ci sono anche i piccoli delinquenti e anche quelli che si fanno trascinare. Noi qui in Ticino, per esempio, manchiamo di una figura professionale psichiatrica forense infantile e non c'è. Per cui bisognerebbe fare questo, prima di tutto, questa differenza. E poi avevo notato anche questo qui, appunto questa questione della responsabilità è un aspetto che viene molto a mancare. E vorrei sentire cosa ne dite voi. Grazie.
So the notion of duty, fiduciary response, I mean, not fiduciary, any kind of duty and obligations has not come up in any of our conversations. What do you think?
I can start.
Go ahead.
I have the strong opinion that in the end everyone is responsible for their own happiness. So responsibility is important. If you look at what a government can do or what an organization can do, they can support the circumstances so that people can flourish. Having said that, of course, some people have been more lucky in life than others. So some people need more support than others to come at that same level of happiness. Some are born in like worse circumstances and have to literally climb the happiness ladder. And I think there's also a government is for. Maybe I sound very socialistic at this point, but I think that there is a role for the government in that.
We have made the same survey in 27 European countries in the UA, and what we see is all together is that political responsibility or higher political responsibility named direct democracy is a very important puzzle for being for having a satisfaction with the political system. And in all 27 European countries, there is a need or a preference for a direct democratic way of decision making in politics. So in Switzerland, it functions and it is part of the high satisfaction. In all the European countries, there is the preference or the need for this, and we can think that the satisfaction in these countries will rise if there is direct democracy.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you for this beautiful event. I am a citizen of the world. I live here in Switzerland, but I am of Italian origin, and I've been a lot in the US. So I think I have quite a good view of different cultures and different approaches. I like very much the approach sorry, Mr. Barger, were having. I like it a lot. Also the idea of the making the cities more enjoyable. And what I would say is that, I am also mother of 3 kids, so I see them with their social media. What I think it's important, I don't know if you agree, is also working on the cultural level, trying to help the parents, help the kids, help the teachers to teach them again how important it is to be in relationships with people and trying to, as you said, create conditions to meet. Because end of the day, for example, what I see here in Lugano, there is a lot of activities going on trying to make people meet. And there is really a lot of effort, really lots of beautiful things happening, but then in the end, people some of them do not succeed in opening themselves. So this idea of being more vulnerable, of being more in the acceptance of the other, this should be something, I don't know if you agree, that should be really given, taught to the people. Because end of the day, even if we listen to all the meetings we also had last year in Como with WUHASO or anywhere else, it's about relationships and true relationships. So it's really like trying to find a way, I don't know how, maybe just going back to the old culture, to our grandparents, our original roots, and teach that staying with the people, meeting foreigners, it's just enriching. And even the bad ones have something, as the lady was saying. Even the more fragile population has something to give, to teach. So I think this is another approach that could be taken. I don't know if you agree about this.
Let's see what Dr. Barker has to say, and then Dr. Beery.
In general, I'm a big fan of teaching kids life skills. So indeed, how do you form social relationships, but also resilience? How do you deal with difficult situations that you encounter? And I think that is something that is insufficiently done in schools at the moment. We are currently trying to do this in like a pilot in the Netherlands. So there have been some programs developed to teach kids that. But it already starts with the teachers. So like without happy teachers, it's also very difficult to teach these kind of life skills to people. So in the way we work is that we try to make the teachers happy, learn them on how they can teach this to the kids, and try to create a happier community, which also means like involving, and that's a very nice point that you make, involving the neighborhood, like in the schooling of kids, like in the neighborhood, often next to the schools, like our elderly homes, and they always love to see the kids, and in that sense, you can give them also like an additional purpose if they like to, and increase the happiness in their lives. Very, very good ideas.
There are.
I would like just a comment. It's very interesting what you said. I am a Swiss person. I've been living 20 years now in Italy. So I see Switzerland like a hyper-democratic environment. When you have a hyper situation, why should they be active? No, because everything is going fine. Everything is organized. Everything is under control. What I suggest, because now I live in Italy, and it's just the contrary, it's everything is a mess, and so it's very creative because it's such a mess. What I suggest is that the politics should reach the register of language of youth. The register of language is not our communication tools and our communication means. The register of language of youth is TikTok, is YouTube, is whatever else they have invented, which I don't even know. So the challenge is to have the kids learning how to participate, because it's a challenge, it's interesting, it's social, is whatever it is. But if you don't speak the same language, they will never hear.
Great. Thank you. Mark?
There's a big mystery that's been puzzling me that I'd like to ask both of you, or three of you, is, you know, this year there's two reports coming out of Gallup. There's the World Happiness Report, and then there's the Global Emotions Report. Now, in the World Happiness Report, Finland is on top, and Switzerland is pretty high up. But in the Global Emotions Report that nobody seems to know about, Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, Paraguay are number one. So how does one explain this?
Not my problem, their problem. They are the speakers. So.
Difficult question. I think it's one of the wonder of being happy, that it's possible to be happy in very different environments. I can be happy in a region of Africa, in a nearly or really poor situation, and I can be happy in Switzerland, and that's a positive message of all this. But the exact question, I have no idea why this is like that.
It's a complicated, and it's also like the complication lays that there are different disciplines in which different conceptualizations of happiness were developed. The Gallup World Poll uses a quite pure cognitive evaluation of happiness. So it asks people, how does your current life compare to the most ideal life you have in mind on the Cantrell ladder? The positive evaluation, or the positive effect, negative effect, asked about emotions that you experienced over the past days. A more ideal measure to compare would have been an emotions that you experienced over the past months. In essence, you also see a considerable correlation between the two. So the statistical correlation, if I'm not mistaken, is around 0.5 usually. But there are, of course, you can be dissatisfied with life, but having good days emotionally. And you also see that, for example, back if you look in the Western world at the people who are unemployed, they are dissatisfied with their, current situation. So ideally they would have a job. But in essence, if you see on how they spend their time during the day, they don't feel that more miserable than somebody who is working. So like they have, for example, more leisure time, and for that reason, feel quite reasonably good. So in that sense, like the two are related, but it's not that it's one. It are two. You can see it as two different dimensions of happiness. Also, if you look at if you look at emotions, and if you like diminish the time frame, so you can ask about emotions over the month, over the year, yesterday, this hour. It's also you come gradually towards like the concept of pleasure, and so the pleasures, good pleasures, it is like the more pleasures you have, the more likely you'll be satisfied, but it's not one-on-one.
Add another.
Yeah, John, I was going to call on you anyway. I can't let you escape on this one. So.
No, we spent a lot of time naturally studying both the emotions and the life evaluations in these data. One of the problems was an argument over the years between Danny and the rest of us that he's very much liked the idea of simple yes-no. And the rest of us really preferred scales. And the scales were adopted for the life evaluation questions because that came from the Diener camp, and the emotional things, which Danny really wanted the overall evaluation to be about the prevalence of positives over negatives with binary questions on emotions. And in the end, he was convinced, so he can't be in this room, alas, with us now, but he would say the right measure is the scaled overall life evaluation. And part of the reason was the binary measures of emotions simply were too rough, too crude. And did you experience any basically of the emotion yesterday? A second point that I think was more fundamentally important in that debate between the net emotions being an appropriate measure of the quality of a person's life rather than their overall assessment of the quality of the life was that the effects are pretty small running from the emotions to, at the aggregate level, we routinely find that the average negative emotions in a country don't translate into an effect in the overall. The positive emotions definitely do across countries, and so they're in there. Would you use them as a substitute for the overall? I don't think you'd ever want to do that, simply because they're a component of the total, and emotions can differ, but you don't want to look, I don't think you really want to look at the specific places where the binary question in a country at a time. Year after year, we'll find a puzzling country with a puzzling average for a particular emotional question. You have to remember that this is just a binary question for a relatively small sample of people for something that might well be passing.
Right. May I ask?
So you had so the last word for you. So.
Why has Gallup never changed it? Because skills for effect measures have been used widely in the literature.
That's a very good question, and it's part of our advice to them. But we don't run the poll.
Right. I think we should start collecting some money and pay Gallup to have our kinds of questions. The donation hat is going around. So we can go on and on. This is fascinating. I only have 500 questions to ask them, but I won't do that to you because we have a coffee break. So, but let's give a hand again, another round of applause to the speakers.
Allora io vi invito a prendere posto, così possiamo iniziare questa session. Farò la moderazione iniziale in italiano. Quindi invito tutti là in fondo a tornare qui. E prima di iniziare Grazie. Prima di iniziare vorrei porre anche un grandissimo grazie da parte mia, perché io non ho ancora avuto modo, ma vorrei ringraziare tantissimo Silvia Misiti e Luigi Di Corato per questo evento, insieme al professor Wisch e anche al professor Schulz. Per me è un onore aver partecipato in questo evento e sembra quasi tutti i nostri discorsi, no, sogni che diventano realtà. Quindi ancora grazie di cuore da parte mia. Oggi sono qui a presentare una session al femminile, finalmente una session di sole donne. E questa session è davvero particolare, io sono estremamente onorata di avere 2 speaker di livello mondiale qui che parleranno delle loro testimonianze e del loro lavoro, perché hanno dedicato il loro lavoro, la loro vita alla promozione della felicità e del benessere su scala globale. Quindi questa session mira ad approfondire le loro esperienze, le strategie e l'impatto delle loro organizzazioni nella promozione della felicità. Esse forniscono un contributo diverso. Abbiamo Karen Guggenheim, che è CEO e fondatrice del World Happiness Summit, e Randy Taran, che è CEO e fondatrice del Project Happiness, e sottolineano con il loro lavoro la grande collaborazione e il ruolo dell'educazione e l'innovazione nella ricerca della felicità individuale e collettiva. Vorrei introdurvi Karen Guggenheim, che penso in realtà sia già una figura estremamente conosciuta, ma vorrei solo citare alcune delle cose strabilianti che ha svolto. Lei è appunto fondatrice di questo movimento globale, oramai il World Happiness Summit, che ha raccolto persone da più di 65 paesi nell'ultimo summit che è stato svolto a Londra e quello prima a Como. È una leader nella promozione della scienza del benessere su scala mondiale, speaker motivazionale che ispira le persone a ricominciare dopo un trauma e a ricostruire una vita incentrata sul significato, sullo scopo e la felicità. Il World Happiness Summit è la principale conferenza sul benessere a livello mondiale e promuove un approccio basato sull'evidenza per aumentare i livelli di felicità in tutti gli ambiti della vita. E questo movimento è in rapida crescita. Inoltre lei è anche autrice del Cultivating Happiness, membro del consiglio di amministrazione del World Wellbeing Movement e fondatrice del World Wellbeing Policy Forum. Quindi, without further ado, the floor is yours, Karen.
Thank you. Buongiorno and good morning. How is everyone today? How are you feeling? You're good? Yeah, with this beautiful view. So I want to just start just with gratitude for being here and for being invited, and thank you to the organizers. I feel for you. I know how much it takes to put something like this on, and this is an amazing conference, and I'm very, very honored to be here in this happiness journey with you all. So thank you. I'm going to talk a little bit about creating the World Happiness Summit and WHOHASU, and how that became a movement. And I am honored by the different people who have been part of the event. Some of them are here today, and the other ones who have accompanied us throughout the journey. There are different elements to a movement, and I'll share those. In preparation for this talk, actually, I was able to fine-tune what really creates a movement, because I didn't set out to do that. So it was accidental. I'll talk about how WHOHASU became a movement and the different elements of that, the power of large in-person gatherings, which is incredibly important. I think we've felt some of that today in the moments where we got to socialize and enjoy this beauty and the sense of awe. And then I'll share some of the ripples and the actions that have moved this movement. As Laura said, I am a social entrepreneur. Again, accidental. I didn't set out to be a social entrepreneur whatsoever. I'm an advocate. I advocate for your work, for your science. I am not a scientist, but I promote the science behind happiness and well-being, and most importantly, is the practical implementations of the science. So yesterday we talked about how it takes about 17 years for adoption on 24% of the research. So my mission is to help that adoption along and to happen faster. And I'm a storyteller. I was very honored to write my first book. It's in Italian. We launched it last year at the summit in Lake Como. It's in English and in Spanish as well. And so I'm very happy to be able to share my message like that as well. Now, let me ask you, when you think of a movement that you're involved in, or any movement that you have read about or studied, is it deliberate or is it accidental? You know, I want you to start to think about what actually creates a movement and how that's made up. Now, let's explore together. Some of the movements have these elements, right? So, of course, we need a meaningful concept. So looking at Michael Steger's work on meaning, we know that meaning in life has 3 elements. And so for me, also the concept has 3 elements, which are coherence, significance, and purpose. So coherence means that, that things have to make sense. This idea has to make sense. We have to be aligned to it. It has to be significant, has to matter, has to be important, and there has to be a sense of purpose. Purpose is the most amazing thing because it's the action behind meaning. It's the goal and the aim. We need to have common values and a shared mission that provides an identity for the movement and an identity for ourselves on how we identify with it. It requires people. For a movement, we need people, and we know that a crowd is not a movement, right? So it's about creating community, and within that movement is communities within communities, and it requires motion. And I'm a communicator, and my training before dedicating my life to this is as a communicator. I'm a former journalist and actually crisis management, so I understand communicating at large scale. We need to take action, and those actions then ripple out. Now, the Wahausu movement didn't start in a way that you would think or want to, as a happiness movement to start. I'm going to take a couple of minutes here and share with you my accidental journey to becoming a movement builder. 11 years ago, this past March, my husband passed away. He caught a cold, which developed into pneumonia, and in 10 days he was gone. And needless to say, in that moment of shock and trauma, I didn't really want to live. Not because I had suicidal tendencies or that, but I didn't want to be alive to life. I wanted to retreat. I wanted to go inside. And anybody here who has dealt with depression, or any loved one who has depression, you know you go inward, right? But I remembered I had children. And so we talked earlier about responsibility. So I hold the responsibility of being a mother as my number one aim in life. And so I thought, oh my goodness, what about my children? And I made a decision to live for commitment, for love. And in that moment, I decided that I was going to live happy. And I was very naive in what I thought happiness was, because my first degree is in psychology, but it was before Marty Seligman's speech in 1998, and so I didn't know about positive psychology, and actually I didn't become a psychologist because I thought it was so depressing. And so I didn't go there, but I decided to be happy for survival. So I take happiness very seriously. I thought the pain is so big that the outcome has to be happiness somehow, and I didn't know how to do that, but I connected with purpose and meaning. And that was my first journey on this, I choose happiness. I could control purpose and meaning. I could do something like that. So I couldn't do anything about what happened. And I also controlled the story that I told myself about what happened. So my first inclination is victim. How could this happen and why me? But I pushed it away purposefully, and I decided to become a hero of my life. Again, I didn't know how to do that either, but that was my purpose. I was going to get there and I was going to find out what it was. Now, I thought that happiness was a destination. I was going to get there. And through the last almost decade that I've been working in this, of course, happiness is inside, right? It's not outside yourself, it's inside. So I made a choice and I decided to rebuild my life. 4 months after he died, I was getting an MBA at Georgetown University. I knew I had to retrain. I had to become the breadwinner in my family. And I needed to be with people. I knew that. I needed to be with people. So people are, you will see, is very central to the work that I do. And accidentally, I became happy again. Now, we talked about resilience training. There were things that I was doing in my life that I didn't know were evidence-based tools to build resilience. So, for example, I had strong relationships. I had a strong connection with my family. I had been taking care of my physical body. I had been doing yoga and meditation for about 15 years. So there were a lot of different things that I was doing that supported, it was almost like a scaffolding when life happened that supported me through the event that happened. Now, it's not that you bypass the pain. You feel the pain, but eventually I grew from the trauma. And so when I learned that there was a science behind happiness and well-being, that's when I wanted to let as many people as possible to know that there is a way to become happier, that you don't bypass pain and the inconsistencies and the disappointments and the unfairness in life, but that life can feel better and can be happier through your work and your research. So I dedicated my life to the World Happiness Summit. In 2016, we created WHASU, and 5 months later, we had the World Happiness Summit. It was, if you know the American movie, I forget the name, but if you build it, will they come? And I remember going to the first one and calling people, is anybody there? You know, like, I don't know if 2 people are going to, and it's Miami. It was in Miami. In Miami, there's so many different things happening, and sometimes people are jaded and such, and the fans, even if there's a world final of some event, they show up at halftime. And I went into that auditorium, and it was full. And people came from all over the world. And we had monks, we had CEOs, we had supermodels, students, teachers, deans, et cetera, and they were there, you know, for the purpose of coming together and committed to this notion of a happier life, a more meaningful life. It's not necessarily easy, right? It requires effort, but they were there around the purpose of the science and practice of happiness, right? And so we made something that was an idea into a tangible, into a reality, a tangible reality through an event. And so that's why, you know, we've kept in-person events, and during COVID, we did master classes and such, but we didn't do an online event because we are very much about physical connection and seeing each other's in the eyes and experiencing what that humanity looks like. The power of large in-person gathering, my goodness, it's everything we've been talking about, right? If you remember going to a concert with a friend or a live sporting event, there are these benefits that you feel. You have an enhanced social connection and everything that we discussed yesterday, what that means. Cognitive stimulation, being here today, all the things that you're learning, your brain is activating centers that help your happiness, right? Personal growth, increased sense of community, remembering those happy moments, incredibly important, a shared significance. Also physical health, we're actually moving, we're walking around, we're coming here, we're congregating. And that decreases the sense of loneliness as well. And also it helps our professional career and endeavors. So there's really great impact of meeting in person and their complementary effects. So if you look at the pictures and and here you are, John, if you remember, with Robert Biswas-Diener last year in Como, that the complementary effects about gathering in person, like this beautiful scenery, we experience beauty and awe, and that elevates our well-being. And you know what's wonderful about that? That we don't even know it's happening. It's biology. It's biology helping us to move this forward. In our event, we also incorporate multisensory elements to help people remember what it was that caused them to learn about happiness. So you're having a cognitive stimulation and you're knowing about the concept, but then we tie it into, for example, the colors. You'll see we use pink a lot. We hire an experience designer for every summit, so that in the morning we use light, and they use color theory, so they use yellows and orange in the morning to simulate. We learned yesterday about our body is looking at light in a different way. In the afternoons is about purples and blues. So again, we're creating and cultivating a environment whereby you can think that happiness is possible. Through these research-based tools, we have music, we dance, we incorporate smell, weaving, so meditation. So for some people, meditating is really difficult. I'm one of them. I meditate through yoga. So we have weaving, for example. So as you weave, you can meditate and do that practice. Now, my perspective, it's been really challenging and it's been really wonderful. So it's both aspects. One of them is the distrust of the word happiness. I think everyone here who works in happiness, you've had at least one person ask you, do you have to call it happy? That's great, but do you have to call it happiness? And so I advocate for happiness. I advocate for the word. I absolutely love the word. Just saying happiness, reading happiness, is beautiful signs, inspires me. And I think we're living in a world where we need inspiration. And we use the evidence to then support why the word matters. We unite people in authentic connection again. We interact. We have moments that, for example, for people who come to the event alone, we have areas that say here, people meet happy people here, so that if you sit there, somebody will talk to you. So it's almost like for introverts, be careful. You will be talked at in that area. And we don't make people do things, but we invite them to. And we disrupt through motion. So we go to different places. We were in Miami 4 years. Then we came here to Lake Como last year. We were in London in March. So we continue to do different things. And we are for a mindset shift, right? So we've talked about individual versus collective well-being. Well, what I've seen is that for the individual, for the collective to be well, the individual has to be well. So it never dawned upon me that a collective could be well without an individual being well, and an individual with a collective. So that's really important to what we do. And again, thinking about happiness and philosophy, the philosophy of happiness, etc. It's since Aristotle, and so it's not a new concept, but we are a platform for the implementation of the science, and we are a community, and the secret sauce of it is sharing the learning and taking action. So every summit, we have a call to action. We look at the individual, we look at education, workplace, and also government. So through the World Wellbeing Policy Forum that we launched at London School of Economics with Richard Layard and others, we're looking at policies as well and how we can move the metric on redefining success and redefining country success as well. We've had amazing speakers, and we have a community of speakers who also advocate and spread the message, not only in the conference, but then outside. And that's how we've been able to grow into a movement. We have coaches. So again, speaking about how to make it practical, well, coaches are really important in taking that into their practice. And they do that in different languages in all different cities around the world. They come to the summit and they create courses, and they have master classes. They write books. And the volunteers are incredibly important as well. We couldn't do this with our volunteers. So it's deliberate, you know. Until I was preparing for this talk, I thought that the whole movement bit was accidental. But then I realized all the different things that go into creating and fostering this movement. And it's been a lot of work, I have to tell you. But it's been very, very gratifying. And we use technology when we're not meeting in person, right? So I'll tell you a little bit about that, so that we can keep that motion going and that learning and that community as well. So we require organization and spontaneity. And the spontaneity is also great because even being here now, I'm sure you've had the opportunity to talk to each other and say, hey, maybe we can collaborate on that. Or I love the idea. That furthered my thinking. So there's the spontaneity is very important. And yeah, you can see here the people from London at the closing, dancing, being silly, and just, you know, physically manifesting happiness. Communicating happiness, that's really important. And the ways that we do it are through verbal and nonverbal ways. So if you look at our logo, for example, it's got all the different colors and they blend purposefully, because it's the idea that when you see it, not only are the colors creating some kind of emotion in you, but it's also showing that we're all interconnected, that there are no definite lines. We are for a cultural transformation, so it's from taking, you know, from just me to a we, and how can we collectively succeed. And the motto is, I choose happiness. So of course, you cannot choose the emotion of happiness in this moment to be happy, although I have to say I'm very happy right now. We do it through the elements, and the elements can different frameworks and different organizations and different thinkers use different elements. These are elements that we use: mindfulness, physical purpose, community, career, and social. And we use the icons to also help you connect with that. So for example, through the social media posts or things that we're having at the summit itself, if you see these different symbols, it helps you almost like when you go to eat vegan and it has the V or it has something like that, because we find that depending on where you are in your life, one of these will be one you need to work on versus another. Right? And so it's about having these nutrients in your life so that you can experience greater health and greater well-being through the elements. Something that's really important and I cannot stress more is taking action, right? So what I say is if you just have knowledge, it almost becomes like a library in your brain. You have to implement it for yourself and then for collectively. And the first way to for that is awareness. We raise awareness, we connect with each other, and then you have to experience it. You have to take it to action. We also have the themes. And so interestingly enough, earlier, Dr. Berger was talking about hope. So the next summit, the theme will be hope and community in March in Miami. So we invite you all to come. This year in London, it was purpose. Before that in Como was connection. And the first one after COVID was resilience, right? And because we take the theme of the culture and what is happening, right, to be able to explore that. We also, if you look, the iconography is also purposeful, depending on what city we are in. So we bring a global theme, but we bring it to the community, because it's very important to be respectful as to where we are and to bring that in. As a matter of fact, when we do a summit outside of the United States, my core team goes for 4 months before that, because we want to build community. We don't want to go and just have an event and leave. And whether they come to the summit or not is irrelevant. I want them to know about the science, and I want to offer them hope that they can improve their well-being. Like I mentioned, every summit we have a new launch. So last year in Como, we launched the Como Wellbeing Manifesto, which thousands of people have signed. It's on our website, which was drafted by Professor Lord Layard. We had our Wellbeing at Work think tank that we did in collaboration with Deloitte. And then we launched the World Wellbeing Policy Forum, and the Surgeon General also came to speak there. He spoke at the summit and also at the Policy Forum. I wanted to give you a little taste of what the actual summit looks like. I don't know if I have to press again. Do I press again to play it? Ah, there we go.
To the 6th edition.
Purpose of happiness itself can animate us for the rest of our lives.
So it's funny because there is rigorous science presented throughout, but we feel like that a happiness conference has to be happy, right? And there will be tears, that we talk about forgiveness, we talk about deep, deep subjects, but we can't lose the fact that we're talking about happiness, we're talking about joy. That doesn't negate the full human experience and the impact at scale. So right when COVID came along and people were talking about social distancing, to me as a communicator, that's not right. It's physical distancing, increased social connection. I mean, social distancing, we punish people for that. It's called jail. You know, so we had 40 master classes the first 6 months, and the experts and the speakers volunteered their time. We had two a week, and that was before master classes were a thing. And we brought the community together during that time. We've had cities and municipalities from over 900 places, 7 Chief Happiness Officer cohorts. I think we have one here. One of our graduates, amazing. We support other movements, so it's amazing to see. I read about things that happened later that I didn't even know started at the summit, and to see that going. We also collaborated with Resilience 2.0, a program last year in this one of our pro bono initiatives. 44,000 Ukrainians took it last year, and it was to build resilience, and it was free for Ukrainians. And here are some other ripples that happened. Mo Gaddad launched his book at the summit as well. And then coaches wrote, and we didn't know this either, 16 coaches that met at the World Happiness Summit randomly in Como, then got together and wrote a book. And then that continues. Tal Ben-Shahar launched his Happiness Studies Academy certification and his master's in happiness studies. All these things happened at the summit. Now, we are also aware that not everybody can come to the summit. So we have all the talks on YouTube. And I don't know if the gentleman from Google and YouTube is here, but we're very much using the platform so that we can offer the talks for free, so anybody can see them. We have an app as well that is free. So it's a beta. So we need more investment in order to create an app that is more robust, but we didn't wait. We put different resources there so people can take advantage of that. And you know, our movement is driven by pro-social behavior. You know, and you know what the wonderful thing about pro-social behavior It makes you feel good when you do it. I mean, most of us, when we're not acting or in a pro-social way, we don't feel very good, you know? And maybe the other person has already forgiven us or didn't even notice it was about them. It's about how we feel. So when we're kind, when we're empathetic, compassion, hope, forgiveness, all of these are the themes that are covered in the summit. And the agenda is purposeful, that begins with the individual and then goes into relationship, goes into work, goes into education, and goes into social change, government, and policy. So we can look at the whole thing from a holistic approach. And we strive to expand the reaches of the science and to protect the present and future generations and look at the environmental consciousness. So this very colorful photograph here shows the kids from Junk Couture. So these kids actually are designers from stuff that's junk. And they go around the world, and it's a very large organization, and they talk about their designs and how they bring it from environmental things that people just waste. So it highlights their involvement in a better future, because we know that the youth is very concerned about environmental well-being as well. And here's my contact information. If you would like to explore ways to make collective change at scale, and I invite you to Miami to join us. We'll be there in March. And actually, we are launching and making the announcement today, and I wanted to do that in honor of the invitation for this amazing conference. And I really commend all of you for being here today and being active participants of your life. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Grazie Karen Guggenheim per questa presentazione di estrema ispirazione e ammirazione, per aver portato qui un pezzetto di Huasu. E devo dire che aver trovato parole come speranza, trauma, azione e prosocialità sono parole che dovrebbero essere forse più spesso collegate alla felicità, anche soprattutto il percorso attraverso il trauma. Grande ispirazione. Quindi grazie ancora per questo, per lanciare oggi l'annuncio del prossimo summit. E ora vorrei presentare invece un'altra speaker, Randy Taran, anche lei CEO e fondatrice del Project Happiness, che ha un impatto globale. Randy Taran ha fondato questa organizzazione non profit che crea programmi di resilienza emotiva per qualsiasi età, con una comunità sui social media di 2,4 milioni di persone. La sua missione è quella di fornire alle persone le risorse per creare maggiore felicità individuale nel mondo. È coautrice del progetto Happiness Handbook, è autrice di Emotional Advantage, Embracing All Your Feelings to Create a Life You Love. E tra l'altro è stata anche ospite a programmi come CBC, NBC e ha lavorato con First Ladies, ministri dell'istruzione, importanti leader di pensiero, e anche ha fatto parte del consiglio di amministrazione della Fondazione Dalai Lama. Ha conseguito un MBA presso la New York University, parla a livello internazionale con università come la Stanford University, TED Talk e Google, e gli argomenti che condivide sono basati su abitudini di felicità, basate sulla scienza, educazione preventiva al benessere e resilienza emotiva. Quindi welcome, Randy. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Karen. It's such a pleasure to be here with you today. I invite everyone to put your hand on your heart, and let's just take a moment of gratitude for all the hard work and organization and creativity that has brought us here today together, and this incredible location where, you know, we're totally filled with awe and the idea of what is true happiness and connection to really all that is. So I'm just so grateful to be here with all of you. And I have a question for you. Have you ever wanted more happiness for yourself or for someone that you cared about? Well, that was me. Sitting across the kitchen table, my teenage daughter said to me, I am stressed out. I want to be happy, but I don't know how. As you can imagine at that moment, everything in me wanted to help. But as the situation grew more intense, both at school and at home, I realized I did not know how. And as I started delving into it, excuse me, I realized that this situation of depression, anxiety was not just in our own backyard, it was global. And that is for people of every country, every gender, every age. Would you mind throwing me the water over there? I'm just going to, thank you very much. I'm going to have a little bit of water. Yeah. So, as I looked into it, I found Tal Ben-Shahar's, from Harvard, Tal Ben-Shahar's Science of Happiness class. And it was so inspiring. But why was that not being offered to younger kids? Yeah. So it started with a movie because I was thinking, you know, would my child want to listen to a lecture or read another book? Absolutely not. So maybe a movie would help. At that point, I was on the board of the Dalai Lama Foundation, and I thought, wouldn't it be incredible if we could bring kids together from all over the world and have them inform us on the nature of lasting happiness. So, and also speak to the Dalai Lama, who knows a little bit about that. He said yes, so that allowed us to bring people together from 3 countries, students, and they interviewed George Lucas, Richard Gere, neuroscientist Richard Davidson. We created a film study course, a book, which partly was designed by kids for kids, and it had everything in there that I had wished my own child had access to. With that, we had requests for a curriculum and an online course, so we did that. You know, purposely we brought together a group to focus on neuroscience, positive psychology, and mindfulness, which were what was missing in my own daughter's education. And I'll share parts with you today, and we will talk about this movement. And also, I want to leave you with 4 insights that have helped the movement and I think may help you personally in your own lives too. So the mission of Project Happiness is to empower people with the resources to create greater happiness within themselves and the world. And the word create is very intentional because we believe that happiness is not just a state. It is a skill set that anyone can learn. And we knew that to affect systemic change, it couldn't be just the kids. We had to involve the parents. So, of course, we did parent homework, but it was the students that really led this charge. So 10-year-old Daniel, for example, came home one day to find his mother shrieking and upset because she had just put out a fire on the kitchen stove. So to calm her down, he taught her how to breathe. He taught her to make her exhale longer than the inhale to connect with the parasympathetic nervous system. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just finding my place here. Oh yes, I want to give you a little film of one of our case study classes.
Everything revolves around our brains. If you learn that you can control your brain and you have choices, then you can help navigate your emotions.
As a newer teacher, I felt like it's been a really great tool to help guide me through just making sure that all of those different social-emotional pieces are being touched on. I really liked the inner meanie positive friend lesson. It was a great one, and we have brought it up. It's the language that all the kids now have. And if anyone ever gets doubtful, I've heard kids say to each other, don't listen to the inner meanie.
If I did something wrong, my inner meanie would be like, how did you get that wrong? And my inner friend would be like, this is a learning opportunity. You can do it better next time.
I have used the word inner meanie and inner friend, but I also have used growth and fixed mindset. And I feel like if I can give them, you know, even just one of these concepts could be life-changing, but that one especially is so essential for a happy person. It's really the structure of resilience, I think. It's teaching them inside how to be resilient.
In a sport, if I accidentally did something wrong, I almost felt like I wanted to hurt myself or something because I just felt really bad because I let the whole team down. But Project Happiness has really helped me that now I can that I can use that to help me.
I learned with Project Happiness that you actually are able to change what you're feeling or the way that you look at things.
We found that these tools are really powerful and are using them from the kindergarten level up to universities and even community leaders and therapists. I mean, it's so exciting to see this spread, not only in this country, but in over 75 countries worldwide. It's a conversation that we are all engaged in because we all want the best for the next generation.
I think that Project Happiness has really changed my life. It taught me so much. Really how to just be happy all the time and be grateful.
One of the things that I learned a lot was the positivity and the negativity, because sometimes I've been thinking a lot negative, but now when I think and seeing all these good things that are around me, I feel like there's more positive than negative.
So, over the years, we were approached by various groups that wanted some help. In Nigeria, there was a very enthusiastic secondary school principal who wanted a Project Happiness Leadership Club. So we did a peer-to-peer program, which had the older kids teaching the younger kids. And they even did a happiness fair, an art fair, and a parade throughout this town in Jos, Nigeria. I mean, can you imagine that? It was so brilliant that they were adapting the happiness concepts for their own community, and this was very important to us that they would do that. With Kiwanis International, with chapters in 85 countries, they approached us because they wanted to connect their service leaders with the science of happiness. So we challenged the students that they could come up with ideas that fit their communities. So they did, from a gratitude wall to a whole garden of gratitude, older kids teaching younger ones yoga, to a program for an elder home. I mean, this was amazing. It was pro-social action, you know, and the kids were the ones that came up with it. So that was really lovely. And as you can imagine, it wasn't always that easy. I was invited to go to Trinidad and Tobago because their educational system was experiencing a lot of bullying and hopelessness. So when I got onto the stage to begin, honestly, I was met with a wall of hostility. So apparently, all the educators from every single district in the country were mandated to come together, taking time out of their busy schedule to hear this foreigner, this stranger, come and tell them what was what. And they were not very happy. So I began just going through some of the curriculum, neuroplasticity, fixed and growth mindset, you know, how to infuse empathy, emotional resilience. And by the end of the day, there was a shift that I could feel. And we actually went from hostile to hopeful. The tools were transferable. And that inspired hope in me too. So during this time, the dream was always to leverage those happiness building blocks so they could reach as many people as possible. And what if we connected the science with bite-sized, easy visuals that met people where they were? So we did that, and using the principles of neuroplasticity, because that's all about practice and repetition, and we created a framework called the 7 Pillars of Happiness, and designed it so that people could come and read these little memes every day, day after day, week after week. And the themes are very easy to remember. Mindful Monday, that's mindfulness, of course. And we put motivation in there. Gratitude Tuesday, Wednesday Wellness, the habits of happiness. Thoughtful Thursday, to feel good, do good, altruism. Freedom Friday, letting go, forgiveness. Saturday Social, connection and friendship. And Sunday Soul, what it is to live a meaningful life. So this vehicle has become a psycho-educational intervention at a scale that we could never have predicted. The community has grown to about 2.4 million on social media. So that is a good use of social media, I think. And to say we are grateful is a huge understatement. We are encouraged that people are learning to take charge of their own happiness. And that is the purpose. It's why we do what we do. But we couldn't do it alone. Over the years, we've had partnerships. One was with LG Global, and with them, we created Project Happiness schools and clubs all across the United States. And the schools that applied ranged from the very underserved who just wanted a little bit of hope and some materials, to the most affluent schools that were experiencing a very high suicide rate. And we gave them everything. We gave them the books, the curriculum, the clubs, even the social memes. They were actually projecting them onto their intercom so that every kid in the school, every teacher, if parents had to be there, they were taking that in. Again, day after day, neuroplasticity at work. I want to show you a film of one of the teachers.
So we've had the distinct privilege and honor to be able to bring in Project Happiness, its curriculum, and disseminate it, at least for Henry County students, junior class-wide. And it has had an incredible impact on their social and emotional health and well-being. I could not have been more grateful and appreciative of this opportunity. Students are leaving here with smiles on their faces, whether it's for the club day or for the actual integration in my class curriculum, just better people and wanting to serve one another and just trying to make their community a better place, the school a better place. So there's a lot of anecdotal evidence that I could share with you. I mean, I've got loads and loads of paper and reflections from students that shows this program really has had an impact and a very positive effect. I just wanted to read it. It's a bit long, but it's quick. The past weeks with Project Happiness have taught me a great deal. Not only did it teach me new things, but it helped me accept things I personally already knew to be true. I've learned that too often people base their moods on others. They allow what a person says or does to change their whole attitude. People also tend to rely too heavily on others for their happiness. You shouldn't rely on someone else to make you happy, because only you, your actions, can make you truly happy. And at the end of the day, your happiness should come from the choices you make, the path that you choose to follow. Stop focusing solely on the bad things and use those things to shape you into a better person. Stop living life in such seriousness and allow yourself to smile. One of my favorite quotes and one I choose to live by is, quote, "Don't take life so seriously. It's not like you're going to get out alive. It's okay to smile. It's okay to have bad days as well. But don't let what you're feeling determine the whole tide of your life. Life is so much more than endless suffering, so go out and make something of it." That's a reflection from a 16-year-old student who's gone through incredible emotional challenges and has overcome each one of them. And a lot of that is due to the program and that student's access to the curriculum.
So from this time, I just want to leave you with 4 of the tools that we have found very helpful. One is Gardner's Multiple Intelligence Quiz, and I know that there's some discussion about the multiple intelligences, but it is just amazing how students can discover their many sides, including seeing strong, words strong, math strong, body strong, music strong, people strong, self strong, and nature strong. You know, it's just a very holistic way of discovering, you know, your potential, basically. There's also the learning styles, which are auditory learning styles. You know, they learn better when they're hearing something instead of reading it. Kinesthetic, thrive when they're doing a project with their hands. And think of the greats. Jane Goodall, Michael Jordan, Steve Jobs, all had specific styles, you know? And for an inspired future, people need to know their potential. Everyone is only tapping into a small part of themselves, and it starts with awareness. And Socrates, of course, said it best, know thyself, which leads us to, it's not if you are intelligent, it's how you are intelligent. I wish I could shout that out to every student. There's so much potential there. And it's not if you can be happier, it's how you can develop the skills. So, more personalized education is what we are excited about. And this would help so many students in in the Nordic countries. I heard someone say that yesterday, so I'm getting the vernacular. The education system has its emphasis on the well-being of the child. Like, what a concept. Hello. We need that. And also on their creativity, on their ability to get to know themselves, nature, play, etc. you know, and yes, I know that it is founded and supported through the government, and that is not the state in the United States, but it shines a light on what is possible when we address the students' inner states as well as their academics. So we're going to jump into the second one, which is mistakes. So I have a question for you. Does progress just happen because we desire it or because we want a better outcome? I would offer that we need challenges to overcome, we need problems to work out, and we need to make mistakes in order to grow our own confidence and grit. So when we were starting Project Happiness, I took a more traditional approach. I did what, you know, people do. They go to school districts, etc., only to discover that we needed champions. We needed people who understood the need. So we had to change. We had to pivot, plain and simple. And life is about making mistakes and learning from them with patience and self-compassion. And that reduces the trauma of it as well. And without mistakes, this is the next one, without mistakes, there is no creativity. And students, especially in a world that rewards compliance only, there can be no progress, you know? So that's another thing that is important. This is the power of choice triangle. So I'll take you through it. We divide it up into the negative inner critic. Remember the inner meanie? So that's on the left. And on the right, it's positive inner core. And the feelings lead up to the words we express, which are played out in the actions that we do in the world, which either leads to the unhappy or the happy path. It was done very deliberately to be in the language of children. So let's walk through an example of fear and courage. So for fear, let's say fear of change, that leads to indecision, which leads to procrastination. That's the unhappy path. Or feelings of courage, let's say the courage of one's convictions, leads to excitement to step into something new, which is an action that can be more expansive and may inspire others to join too. And that's really how movements are built. So people have the choice at whatever age to take the happy or the unhappy path. And the message is don't succumb to your inner critic. Be aware of its influence, but when you identify more with your positive core, then you take charge of your happiness. So you can choose the feelings and thoughts to focus on, the words and the actions. Okay, because we're rarely taught how to deal with stressful emotions, it's much easier, I have to mention this, to numb out and passively scroll with our phones. And it is a time right now where people have to connect more with their inner capacities. So many people are on autopilot and they do not even know who they are. They're not aware of their own values, their own purpose, and so on. And this preoccupation with the numbness that comes from our phones is actually taking us further away from connection. So it's something that that needs to be addressed. On one hand, We have the happiness longitudinal 85-year study telling us that we need connection and relationships. And on the other hand, we have the World Health Organization talking about loneliness as a global threat. So the Surgeon General said it beautifully. You can feel lonely even if you have a lot of people around you, because loneliness is about the quality of our connections. And finally, I want to leave you with objective meditation. There's a heart underneath there. And this is a little exercise for you. So take a deep breath. You're invited to close your eyes if you wish. And imagine on a screen in front of you that there is a person that you are very upset with. Now, feel the emotion that comes up. Don't say a word. Just be with that image and see what happens. What do you notice? So you can allow these strong emotions to come through. I'll share my experience. After a bit of time, that face went up in flames. I'm not kidding. I didn't even realize how much anger I had in my body. And what happens when you're holding on to that? What happens to your ability to be with your children or your friends? So the visualization comes through you onto the screen to help you release, that pent-up emotion. And that way you release yourself from the entrapment of the inner critical voice, which starts it all, the emotions and so on. And it's the fastest way to regain your mental clarity and your control of making your constructive choices in life. And we need to have practices in hand to disconnect from our negative inner critic and reconnect with our positive inner core. And nothing is better than activating our own agency and our own happiness. The 4 concepts: redefine intelligence, understand the value of mistakes, exercise the power of choice, and explore objective meditation. So, even though the world may seem chaotic, the greatest misconception we face is that there's nothing we can do about it. This is not true. Try any one of those tools, and remember, the positive inner core is always with you and within you. And the good news is happiness is not just a state we get to visit if we're lucky. It is a choice and a skill set that we can intentionally create. Thank you. And that's us. Thank you.
Go on the stage. So thank you, Randy, for this amazing and inspiring talk.
Oh, thank you.
I think that now we can open the discussion, but first I would like to acknowledge some other words that we heard, like resilience and self-awareness, this profound need to be self-aware. And we know from yesterday that mindfulness is one of the key points to be more happy. And maybe sometimes it's true that on the phones we are not completely mindful of our body.
Yeah.
And so I'm definitely pro to create more mindfulness activities. But now I will just give you the opportunity to ask some questions. Yes.
I just want to say that was so fantastic. Both of you are such legends in this space. My question was about movement building. And, sometimes there's a tension, thank you, with movement building around setting a specific goal, right? How much by when? And so for Project Happiness, maybe it's something like,
get this curriculum in 50% of schools by 2035. I don't know. I'm curious if you've thought about specific goals like that, or do you feel that it's more important that we're not so specific with goals?
Well, it's nice to have specific goals. It's really great. But then, you know, we are in this ecosystem, and we have to get to know what it is, where the needs are, and also really in regarding education, for example, where the champions are. We found that people who were like the psychologists or the school counselors were the ones that were advocating for this. And I know that you're exploring a top-down approach to getting massive support from the top. In terms of a goal, I don't know. It happens organically, I would say, and don't be so attached to outcome, because that can promote frustration and you lose your motivation. So, yeah.
I'd like to add to that. I agree with you, Randy. You know, I feel like when you're doing the work is so important that if you try to put metrics outside, especially when you're doing something that in a way hasn't really been done before.
Yes.
And maybe you think it's going to be these countries or these areas, and then these other ones are the ones that want it. And so I'm always a believer in going where you're wanted, so, or where the ears are open and low-hanging fruit. And so I think movements also have to be flexible in that way and innovative, and that's what I found.
Yeah.
I would also say it requires a lot of courage to start and initiate these movements. So that's definitely something very inspiring. And I have a question. So according to your experience so far, what are the main challenges to promote happiness in your activities today?
If you want, I'll start. So the misconception about what happiness is, and also about, you know, the pro-social behaviors that we're talking about, and the skill sets, they're called soft. And so naturally we think that soft is a nice to have, but it's not essential, or maybe that it's not powerful, when in reality, these are the skills that really make us human, you know? And so for some reason I think tended to know them more intuitively before, but now we actually have to train for them. But it's so worthwhile doing, because the benefits are from, you know, health, connection, learning. You can't learn if you're stressed out, whether you're a kid or at work. You can't innovate. You can't solve the challenging problems that we're faced with today. So it's really important.
Yeah. On that note, I'll just expand. Sometimes the kids come into classes these days and they are so stressed out from the whole comparison thing on social media. They feel less than, not enough. You know, it gnaws at their self-esteem. It's actually tragic. So what we did was we put a big awe image, you know, onto the whiteboard, and then they had to imagine themselves in that scenario. What would it feel like? What would it look like? And then their whole brains could relax, and they were open to learning after that. Didn't take long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I absolutely love the fact that we finally talk about children and teens in a positive way. So how to promote happiness and well-being by learning a skill, because that is something, there are skills and activities that can be learned to promote well-being. And I don't know if there is any other question from the public. Yeah.
Can I say that in Italian and you can translate?
Sure.
Okay.
I don't have it, but you translate.
Secondo voi c'è una differenza tra felicità e gioia?
Do you think?
Perché per me la gioia è uno stato d'animo che va oltre le circostanze e la felicità invece è un evento, qualcosa che può avvenire all'improvviso. Se per voi c'è una differenza oppure è la stessa cosa?
Do you think that there is a difference between happiness and joy?
So I think that mostly joy is recognized with the feeling, right?
Mhm.
Just the feeling of the positive emotion. And I think happiness, we've gone into like subjective well-being, right? But I think that's not, and the reason I like the word happiness is because it's something that is in our vernacular, and subjective well-being is maybe not something that we use in everyday language. And so it gives you kind of like a distance from the word. And so I don't know what you will have to say.
I would consider happiness a word that is an umbrella term, because underneath we have, gratitude, we have mindfulness, kindness, love, all these positive, universal values that transcend religion. So that is happiness. And for me, joy has to do with connecting with other people in meaningful ways, and also that aspect of pro-social, caring, giving, whatever. That is something that no one can ever take away because it stays in your heart.
Yeah. Thank you.
I would like to ask, there was a little girl speaking about her inner being. So there is a spiritual side that you are creating, trying to grow inside these children. How is this approach welcomed by the families?
I think it was very sneaky how we got the families involved. For example, they had to do gratitude work, not just the kids. The parents had to do the homework to reinforce the skills, but really we were trying to educate the parents. So the idea of infusing spiritual or uplifting tools, we could never say that in a school environment. We could never say anything to do with spirituality, but more in science-based happiness tools. So that's the approach that we came with, but I will share with you from the very beginning, the motivation was to elevate and give them some, spiritual tools or capacities so they would know themselves in a deeper way and be able to be more fully resilient in life.
And thinking about tools, I wanted to ask to Karen, is there any testimonials or stories of them that would you like to share with us?
So, people maybe think that the audience that comes to the summit is just an audience of happy people, right? And so it's in different levels of your happiness journey. And so we've had amazing testimonials. Several have been involved in knowing themselves after being in an event, and it's a 2-day event. It's really a transformational experience. I'm not sure how it happens, because one of the things, the downside of organizing is that I don't get to be a participant fully of it. So, but we've had very serious testimonials. Like one lady came to me in 2022, and I was running around and I almost didn't have time. But she said, this is very quick, it's less than a minute. And she said, I just want to tell you that when I came here in 2019, I was suicidal. And not only because she came to the event, but her awareness was raised. She saw that there were tools, that there were frameworks. She went into a training. She did the work. She did the neuroplasticity, the mindset, all of the things you have to do, like if you were combating a physical illness. And she says, I have to tell you that since then I haven't been depressed. And I want to thank you. So, those are stories. So when we talk about collective impact, it's so important. But for me personally, it's about every single person. It's about the individual. It's about making that impact on one person at a time. And then it has become collective through the participants who raise it to another level and expand it.
Yeah, so beautiful.
That's
Yeah.
amazing.
Thank you so much for the presentations, both of you. What I wanted to comment on is that I really resonate personally and also professionally about how you speak about the happiness as a choice, as a decision. Because then after the decision comes the action. And this is where the true transformation kicks in. So thank you for spreading and promoting happiness as an action and also telling people that we have power. We have power to do something about it using the power of soft skills. So thank you.
Very nice. Very nicely said. Thank you.
Yeah. And also another positive thing that we have heard is the role of digital technology in a more positive way. So you both have digital platforms and apps. So maybe I would like to know, everyone, I think, would like to know what they can find in the app and how they can use that as a tool to promote well-being.
Well, there, are digital courses. There is curriculum. There are, ways that people can get involved just for their own happiness journey. And then I truly believe that as one person gets activated, as, we're all planting seeds, emotions are contagious, happiness is contagious, and then their family will be affected, their greater circle, and so on.
Yes.
You, Karen, I know you also share scientific content.
Yes, so the presentations from the speakers at the summit, so the content is really amazing because the speakers are amazing, and so their expertise is there, and we have that through our app or through our YouTube channel. So we're continuously putting new content there or new interviews, and we continue to innovate and to see what people are looking for in different themes that they're looking for, and people want to have it in different languages. Et cetera, and so it has been a great way to also amplify the message and the science beyond just the conference itself.
Yeah. And can you see the different ages of the users? Like, can you see more younger than older, or what do you see?
I would have to say we have our school cohort, and that's not only the students, but also the teachers are affected. It uplifts the organization. And then on social media, we have of every age. I have one letter of this woman thanking us for the daily messages. She says they're like spiritual devotionals to her, and they have helped her throughout this journey over the years with her kids' mental challenges, and now the passing of her mother. So you have kids passing it to their parents, parents passing it to the kids, multi-generational things, because we are aiming at universal principles that transcend any age.
Is there any other question? Yes.
Ciao, devo dire che sono nata e cresciuta in Brasile con una realtà molto povera, e se devo riassumere questi momenti fino a 20 anni ed ero molto felice, quindi non sono proprio sicura che sia un fattore specifico economico, come è stato detto ieri. Ovviamente che l'economia del benessere è importante, perché così avrei avuto tante belle opportunità, e è successo con me, come con la signora Karen, dopo una perdita. Anch'io ho dovuto scegliere come continuare avanti, come ed essere più felice. Vivevo già in Svizzera e volevo chiedere, è impossibile non affrontare il dolore, però è possibile anche accontentarsi con gratitudine di ciò che si ha. Quindi faccio un paragone di quando ero piccola. Invece quando ho deciso in questa mia perdita, un momento buio, di affrontare, di andare avanti. Oggi insegno anche a mia figlia che il dolore fa parte, però sono d'accordo con la ragazza che ha detto prima, c'è anche in mezzo dolore ci sono questi momenti di gioia, e la mia domanda finale è quali sono gli strumenti che sostenete possibile per che non diventa la felicità un'utopia, però saper affrontare in mezzo al dolore i piccoli momenti di accontentamento e gioia. Grazie.
Well, first, I'm sorry that you experienced that loss. And I was born in Nicaragua, so I know a little bit about, seeing socioeconomic differences at scale in person. I think that we need to give people permission to have the whole gamut of human experience, the whole spectrum. And we need to stop judging and identifying people through just one episode in their lives or one, or even ourselves. The narratives that we tell ourselves about ourselves are so important. And so you were saying failure. Well, guess what? Humans learn through trial and error. So you can call it a failure or you can call it learning. And it's also not to shy away from building resilience. Like, life will have challenges. And so one of the questions that I thought was a silly question that I've been asked is, well, if you're just promoting happiness, aren't you going to make people weak, right? And don't you need to prepare them for life? And it's like, life takes care of itself. Like, life will happen whether you want it to or not, in small, medium, or large ways. And sometimes it's your turn, just because it is. So there's no other reason. Then it's just your time to face something really, really challenging. And so what I think is really important, and perhaps you had this as a child, was, nurture your relationships. So, hopefully we can be good parents to our kids. We can be good partners to our spouses. We can be good co-workers using these soft skills, right? So that we can create systems and environments where then people can make the individual choice and the responsibility, because yes, you are responsible for your own happiness, but the systems are, I think, responsible at least not to block your happiness. And so if we can have this way to understand success, understand what we're telling our children. So again, if you tell a child, I love you whichever way you are and whatever you do, but get into, a top Ivy League university, then we have to understand the message we're giving them. And by the way, with children, it's not only what you say, it's what you do. So if you are creating environments where there's psychological safety and there's all these, pro-social behaviors, then I think resiliency happens naturally because you have these inner building blocks. And so when life happens, you can recuperate and grow.
Absolutely. And the idea of, holding all of the emotions, life is, it's full of all sorts of emotions. So what we are teaching is emotional resilience. So you can come back to this skill set again and again. And in time, through the practice of these tools, we develop the neuroplasticity so that our happiness level is actually, it is higher, and the recovery time is faster than before. And then we can model that for the people around us. And, life, the changes happen inside of us first, and then it ripples out. So you can hold it all as a human being, the sorrow and the joy. As a tool, I would go back to the objective meditation. It's not just for anger. It's also for grief. a very fast way to reduce the charge. But you're doing great, and just asking those excellent questions just shows that you're right on your path. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Karen and Randy.
Thank you
very much. Thank you. Okay.
And now it's lunchtime, and so we will be back here at 2.
Sono stati 2 giorni di grande intensità. Siamo particolarmente fieri di potervi proporre questa sessione. Lo facciamo insieme Silvia ed io. E ringraziamo anche Vish per aver dato la possibilità anche a questo approfondimento che riguarda forse un pochino più nello specifico sia diciamo, quello che siamo riusciti a sperimentare in questi anni grazie al progetto Cultura e Salute, sia quello che ci piacerebbe sperimentare nei prossimi anni.
Sogno.
Un sogno ancora una volta nella relazione fra ovviamente felicità e cultura e in qualche modo anche socialità. Vediamo come, vediamo quando, ma siamo molto contenti di aver messo la partecipazione culturale e il social prescribing all'interno dello stesso contesto, perché crediamo che rimandano in maniera straordinaria l'uno all'altro. Oggi appunto affrontiamo il tema dell'intersezione fra felicità e cultura, cercando di scoprire come questi mondi, quindi la sfera artistica e della partecipazione culturale e quella della partecipazione sociale, ma in questo caso scopriremo anche culturale, possono contribuire alla felicità, influenzando il benessere e ovviamente contribuendo in maniera concreta alla realizzazione delle persone. E lo facciamo con 2 ospiti.
Abbiamo il professor Enzo Grossi, che ormai è una star in Ticino, è professore, chirurgo, gastroenterologo, ricercatore nel campo della medicina farmaceutica, della matematica applicata e della biologia computazionale. Non avevo segnato qui, ma anche esperto di intelligenza artificiale. Negli ultimi 15 anni ha dedicato molto impegno nei campi dell'arte, della cultura e della salute, con tantissime pubblicazioni scientifiche, seminari e corsi universitari. Corsi universitari, per questo dicevo star qui da noi, perché da qualche anno è il coordinatore del corso di cultura e salute che Fondazione IPSA insieme alla città di Lugano ha promosso presso l'Università della Svizzera Italiana. È un corso dove si approfondisce questa disciplina dedicata agli studenti del master di medicina, studenti di comunicazione, ma con una formula innovativa aperta al pubblico. Di questo poi il professor Grossi ci dirà qualcosa durante il suo intervento. È però anche direttore scientifico della Fondazione Villa Santa Maria di Como, oltre a far parte dell'advisory board della Fondazione IPSA, e proprio con noi segue il progetto di cultura e salute. A questo punto io lo chiamo sul palco. Enzo, lo stage è tuo.
Subito dopo daremo la parola a Giulia Oz.
Vuoi presentarla già?
Adesso diamo. Grazie Enzo.
Okay. Okay, here we are, here I am. Thank you for your participation. Hi everybody, good afternoon. Thank you Silvia for the introduction, and thank you Silvia again and Luigi for the kind invitation. I am glad to share some thoughts about cultural participation as a tool for psychological well-being with this parterre des rois, in which clearly the roi is Vish. Well-being, you know, is a very complex entity where several factors converge, having sometimes bidirectional links. For example, with health, positively or negatively, lifestyle, family, of course, society. And understanding the net contribution of each of the potential determinants is particularly important, is an objective, is a very important target to implement effective intervention at the societal level. In the last, they say, 20 years, more or less, cultural participation has entered powerfully in the scenario, starting from the study carried out in Sweden by Bigger and co-workers, and has emerged as one of the most important determinants of well-being after the health status, which is the most powerful determinants in good or in bad. The complexity of well-being is also related to the research question to be addressed. What kind of well-being? Hedonic, eudaimonic, social? In which context? Lab experiments or real world? At which level? Single individual, family, population level? And in which time frame? Momentary well-being, temporary well-being, long-term well-being? In this talk, I will use the time frame as a guide for the review of the available evidence. Some case study coming from personal experience will serve as exemplifications. Short-term experience, as you can see, hic et nunc, can affect momentary well-being, while many short experiences, bad or good, can influence a steady state well-being studied retrospectively or prospectively. The material, as Silvia anticipated, the material of this presentation comes from the course of cultural health promoted by a magic trio, IBSA Foundation, with the city of Lugano as promoter and the university as a host, as a special host. And this course this year is the fourth year. In 21, there was an overview of all possible kind of leisure activities and cultural participation in a broad sense. Then we started to do monothematic course into 22 dedicated to music in all its declination. And then in 2020, last year, dedicated to medical humanities, the importance of words, written or spoken. And there are 30 hours of registration on YouTube. So if you have some spare time, you can follow all this lesson with very famous speaker for each of the topics. Let's start with cultural participation and momentary well-being. The assessment of momentary well-being can be performed with different tools. For example, monodimensional scales like visual analog scales, very well known in medicine to measure negative states like pain. But we have transferred the visual analog scale to measure well-being, from well-being absent to highest imaginable well-being, maximum well-being. And we can also use an improvement of visual analog scale as a ruler, and I will explain how. These tools are easier to understand and faster to use. We have also multidimensional scales like profile of mood states or positive affect, negative affect scale that can be used to study momentary well-being. They require more commitment by the user, but allow a deeper understanding of the response. I will show two case studies with monodimensional scales, the first involving patients and the second involving general population subject. The first case study is a research that I have organized at Villa Santa Maria. It's an institute near Como, which hosts about 200 children and adolescents affected by neuropsychiatric disorder, and in which I work as a scientific director. And the participants were 12 adolescents with autism, with mild, moderate intellectual disability, and this is a problem from a research point of view, and a group of 12 adolescents with psychopathology without intellectual disability, a sort of control group. And the experience consisted in a visit to the Museum of La Scala Theatre, which is very, very full of art, very, very nice, and a pleasant atmosphere, and also an overlook, a breathtaking overlook of the theater from a balcony in the theater. And after the visit, the guests were made to sit in Exedra Hall, which is this hall, which houses the famous Steinway piano belonging to Liszt. And the Conservatory of Como, Giuseppe Verdi, with Maestro Sartorelli, presented a special reduction of the Magic Flute by Mozart, playing and singing the most famous arias with stage movement and dances. Of course, in the Institute, we prepared the subject with autism the week before, telling the plot of the history, explaining the characters with drawings and objects such as the music box. So the performance lasted about half an hour. The measurement of the impact of this experience on well-being was done using a special continuous chromatic analog scale presented as a 10 centimeter ruler. The ruler has a sliding cursor to be positioned at the level which correspond to the perceived well-being from 0 to 100 millimeters maximum positive well-being. And on the back side, the cursor level corresponds to a millimetric measure, which is transcribed and used for statistical analysis. Okay, the measurement of well-being after the experience shows a dramatic increase of well-being compared of the baseline, but the baseline is not in the same day, because this is a trick, because in the same day you would have a sort of anticipation effect influencing already the well-being in the early morning. And the second reason is to take into account that there is a circadian rhythm of well-being in all of us. Generally in the morning the level is lower, and the top is reached about noon. So this could, the measurement is exactly at the time of the end of the performance, the day before, and also some days before, to see if there is a stability of this level. So the conclusion is simple. We have the evidence that the measurement of subjective emotional state is feasible also in subjects with autism and with intellectual disability, because we didn't know if it was possible. Since the change was similar in the two groups, it means that it's real. It's not just a random. And this suggests that artistic beauty and well-being circuits and beauty is another elephant in the room. So maybe we should devote also to this concept a lot of discussion. These circuits are conserved also in brains affected by disease, that, as you know, changes dramatically the structure of the cortex. Another case study is an experiment in a special sanctuary in Vicoforte. It is a small city in Piedmont. And in this study, we tried to highlight the mechanism through which well-being is associated with stress reduction. 100 participants organized in small groups were brought toward the dome of Vicoforte Sanctuary, which has the largest elliptic dome worldwide. It's a very curious thing. And so they were able to admire a Rococo fresco up close, which is impossible from the floor because they are too high. Here the group is climbing toward the top of the dome. So the active ingredients of this experience are shared experience, social bonding, emotion, and also physical involvement because they have to climb. The view from above is breathtaking. And before climbing the 240 steps to the top of the sanctuary, we took samples of their saliva and measured the cortisol level. We also measured their level of well-being with a special visual anago scale. And also my daughter, my first daughter, participated in the experiment. This is the visual anago scale. And now should be a short video. I know these are the participants filling the case of her form. Now a short video who shows how the experiment was performed. This was the first time that the ascent to the top of the monument was made possible, even with safety equipment, by a young startup. So I have tried to build up the perfect well-being experiment with the three components of well-being. The first is the social component with social bonding, familiarity, sense of belonging to a group. This is very important to prepare the effect of mirror neurons later on at the time of hedonic phase. The second, the eudaimonic component, we explain what is going to happen. That is understanding the meaning of the experience that they will live. And then the hedonic well-being with emotion, physical involvement, at the end, the wow effect. After the experience, the volunteers' cortisol level were found to have drastically dropped. There was a reduction, dramatic reduction by 60%, suggesting that viewing the art and the architecture has had a relaxing and shooting effect. The perceived well-being increased in parallel way by 30%. We publish, using fourth generation artificial neural networks, we perform an analysis, a particular analysis with the semantic connectivity map among the variables on study, as in noteworthy that well-being becomes the center of the graph. This is the minimum spanning tree. That well-being response, it means at least an increase of at least 1/3 of the level is the center of the graph, and it is directly connected with cortisol response, which means a reduction of at least 1/3. And it corresponds to what we know from neurobiology. We miss oxytocin here. If I will repeat the experience, I will measure also oxytocin, because oxytocin is responsible to the cortisol drop. And of course, oxytocin is related to the sense of friendship and to the sense of social connection and so on. This is the paper describing experiments which raised a high interest in the scientific community. I would say that it is the only Italian paper listed in the WHO big reports, because in Italy we are maybe not putting a lot of attention to these topics. But the study was widely reported in Lay Press International even before it was published in a scientific journal. Now let's consider the cross-sectional studies. To measure state of well-being referred to the last 4 weeks, we have about 100 possible choices. And in the last 30 years, we have considered the Psychological General Well-Being Index from Harold Dupuy, published the data in '84 after 15 years of development of the scale. It's a spectacular scale, is with a software inside, very complex, and we think that is the best tool available today. You can read the definition of Harold Dupuy of this scale, and is a bipolar scale. You may measure the positive well-being on the stress, and is not disease specific and therefore of almost universal use. We have validated this instrument for Italian use, and we found that the consistency is very high with Cronbach alpha index above 0.9. And in the Italian translation, we employed a basic vocabulary of 2,500 words that can be understood also from illiterate people or maybe by immigrants. And this is very important. We did 3 consecutive Italian surveys regarding the relationship of psychological general well-being and cultural participation. And these are the article published. Cultural participation index was calculated. Cultural participation is really an umbrella term including typical pro-social activities, local community volunteering, leisure activities like sport watching, rock concert, sport practice, disco dance, and higher cultural activity like those that are performed here in LAC. And you can read poetry, cinema, museum, paintings, classical music, opera, ballet, and so on. So this is an example with the female with a 166, very high cultural index, general cultural index. And this is an example of a male with a very low cultural index, 25. If we plot well-being against cultural participation index, you see the relation is quite clear. As soon as the cultural index increase, there also an increase of well-being. The average value of Italian population is 78, 76 in the female and 80 in the males. In Milan City, 2010, the same trend. And the last survey in Italy, 2018, again the same trend. Other scholars have confirmed these results obtained by our group in other studies carried out on very large populations, and the results are the same. So the message coming from cross-sectional study is clear. It's clear, and there is a major role of cultural participation. Of course, this is a correlation, is not say that there is a cause-effect link, but with some artificial intelligence tool, we can establish if the contribution is a net contribution or mediated by other variables. And we are quite convinced that there is a direct effect. Of course, we need interventional studies, randomized study to assess and establish this association definitively. And so, intervention studies. There are a number of intervention studies published in the last 10, 15 years. You can see all the study. I don't have time to review each by one, but I just mentioned the last, which is a study of my group that we published just now. This is the study, Storytelling and Creative Writing for Enhancement of Empathy and Well-Being in Health Professionals. Is the Verba Current study, a randomized trial. Few randomized trials have been conducted in this field, generally with small sample size. And we were able to enroll about 200 subjects. We randomized into groups. The control group is really, we cannot use placebo. We use a low intensity intervention with storytelling, only with theory, while the intervention group has the same plus practice in small groups, which is really the strong course. And the course was held by Scuola Holden. The Holden School in Italy is probably the leader in the technicality of storytelling applied to different fields. Two groups homogeneous with many of the most variables, and this allows to infer the results. And we see that the group 2 intervention group has a high increase in well-being, starting from a level which is 64, is a very low level because the experiment was done during the COVID pandemics and doctors and nurses were under profound stress. And there is, a gaining of 10 points on the scale. And with respect to the other group, the difference is, the two groups is significant. Also, empathy was improved, and without difference in the two groups, intervention and control group. But well-being has a clear-cut difference. So the conclusion is that training a storytelling technique, so in teaching the physician and nurses to use the words in a different way, to listen and to talk with a different philosophy and technicality, led to improvement in perceived well-being and empathy. And this is a very important message for the health sector, because storytelling is not part of medical curriculum, at least in Italy. I know that in the States, some universities have literature in the medical course. No? Let's finish with evidence coming from longitudinal study. And we have a lot of study there in which, following the participant for some years also, the authors have found that, for example, sport hobbies reduce the odds of incident depression. Here are leisure activities. Baseline receptive engagement associated with a reduced risk of experiencing depression in the subsequent 10 years. And other evidence, this study is particularly interesting, the study reported by Wang, because these researchers this is the paper, use a new version of logistic regression to handle the data set. They use the fixed effects model, in which each participant is the control of himself at the end of the follow-up, and you maintain contrast. You control for all time constant variables such personality, previous art, engagement, and previous mental health, because in the same subject they tend to remain stable. So you are doing a sort of monitoring of what happens in the individual subject, not in a group. And the time-varying demographic factors are adjusted as usual. And in this study, they observed a reduction of mental distress, very, very high, -29, -42 for creative and non-creative cultural activities. Mental efficiencies increased and psychological well-being increased. And it's interesting because non-creative cultural activities generally are done with other people, because creative activity sometimes is done alone. And this follows your talk of yesterday morning. So I hope to have convinced you that cultural participation is a powerful new tool for a new welfare, cultural welfare. And through neuroaesthetic, we have not mentioned this mechanism, but maybe in another year, if I will be invited, I will talk about neuroaesthetics mechanism. And psychosocial mechanism, art and culture promote social, psychological, and physical well-being. And we need to inform many stakeholders about this very inspiring revolution, because this can change the political attitude to consider this as a very important and very low-cost way to improve quality of life of the population. Thank you for attention.
Bravo Enzo. Oh, you saved 1 minute, 1 minute 20 seconds. Good. Thank you Enzo. Grazie mille Enzo, grazie per questa introduzione. Il corso di Cultura e Salute ci sta dando grandissime soddisfazioni, anche perché è un corso totalmente gratuito, aperto ai cittadini, e anche perché in 7 lezioni abbiamo avuto circa 120 presenze, quindi più di 1000 persone. Per essere lunedì sera alle 18 a Lugano vi assicuro che è un numero piuttosto importante, quindi è un corso amato e recepito. Ora è il momento di presentarvi Giulia Oz, che ringrazio moltissimo per essere qui con noi. Giulia ha studiato sociologia, se non sbaglio, all'Università di Cambridge, è giornalista e fa parte del Solution Journalism Network, che è un network che aiuta altri giornalisti a raccontare in maniera rigorosa anche le cose positive che succedono al mondo. Forse avete già letto i suoi articoli sul New York Times, su Wired, su Scientific America, su Boston Globe, su Time Magazine e su altri giornali, perché Giulia da anni raccoglie delle storie, e personalmente ho avuto l'opportunità di leggere un suo libro che si intitola The Connection Cure, e che ha molto ispirato in questo periodo, perché da giornalista, quindi non da scienziata così come abbiamo sentito oggi, quindi ha raccontato gli effetti della diffusione della social prescribing, quindi della prescrizione sociale, raccontandolo però dal punto di vista delle persone che ne hanno beneficiato. E questo libro è profondamente umano e profondamente forte dal punto di vista di chi come noi cerca di trovare soluzioni che possono aiutare poi concretamente quella messa a terra di cui abbiamo parlato con John ieri mattina e che per me e con Eiki, che per me è sempre molto importante dato il mestiere che faccio. È un libro che racconta di come attraverso il movimento, la natura, l'arte o i servizi a vantaggio delle persone o il senso di appartenenza possa concretamente poi generare qualcosa di nuovo e dare una seconda chance a chi lo insegue. Penso al caso di Amanda che nuota nelle acque fredde dell'oceano, quello di Frank che va in bicicletta e ha sconfitto il diabete dopo aver fatto il camionista per tanti anni ed essere praticamente immobile a casa sua, oppure che ne so, i superpoteri di Cuven o le storie di Glenn, di Nick, sono tante, insomma io penso che forse qualcosa ci dirà in proposito. Insomma, si va dalla teoria alla pratica e forse Giulio ci darà anche una ricetta sociale per la felicità e magari ci aiuterà a capire come un sistema sanitario possa fare un po' di più che prescrivere pillole. Le pillole che prescrive lei sono in questo vasetto, voi lo aprite e all'interno avete un pensiero che può aiutare a migliorare la vostra giornata. Giulia, the floor is yours. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. So nice. Wow, thank you so much. And really, I want to start by saying thank you. I am so humbled to be here. This book that I've just written that Luigi's very kindly spoken about, it rests on all of your research and all of your practice. I said to Dr. Holt Lundstedt, she's like the Taylor Swift of social connection research because you've been saying this for years. It's so important, and I'm so excited to talk about what I see as one practice of applying this research. And to really show you, to really bring that home, that practice, I have a little prompt for us. I'm gonna go all the way to the back so everybody gets a chance. As Luigi mentioned, you know, social prescribing starts with, I'll explain this. It starts with flipping the script on health, right? When we go to the doctor, we're so used to having to talk about our symptoms and what's the matter with us. But actually, social prescribing, which I'll define in a minute, is about flipping the script from what's the matter with us to what matters to us. It builds on what so many of you have talked about: positive psychology, mindfulness, the importance of seeing people in terms of their assets and not just their deficits. And so the questions that I have that are among you that I would love for you to reflect on are questions like this. Can you recall the last time you experienced a small moment that made you feel more calm, more joyful, more grateful? Or can you recall the last time you felt in the presence of something vast that transcended your current understanding of the world? Or can you recall the last time you were completely absorbed in an experience? It turns out these are not just like nice first date questions. These are questions that healthcare is actually starting to ask us. And these are questions that I'm sure especially the people of Lugano know very well by living in such a beautiful place. So that first one, a small moment that made you feel more calm, joyful, grateful. Does anyone know the technical term for that? Yeah, it's related to happiness. Yeah. It's called a glimmer. A glimmer, as in the opposite of a trigger. Trigger maybe is a word we know. A trigger is something that reminds us of our trauma, our pain. A glimmer is something that reminds us of our joy. I've heard a couple times today, this second one, being in the presence of something vast that transcends your understanding of the world. Anyone know that term? Sorry, I used to be a teacher, so it's hard to break the habit. Yeah, someone said it. It's called awe, right? Awe, this powerful force, awe. Awe being the opposite of this negative force called rumination. Rumination keeps us in our head. Awe takes us out of it. Or how about this last one, the state of being completely absorbed in an experience. Oh, we knew flow, huh? Right. Okay. Glimmers, awe, flow, right? These are concepts that we are flipping the script on. We're going from talking about our triggers to also talking about our glimmers. We're going from talking about what brings us rumination to what brings us awe. We're talking about what makes us feel distracted, and if you're a person alive in the world today, probably everything, to what gives you flow. We're talking about going from your ACEs, your adverse childhood experiences, to what are your PACEs? What were the factors in your childhood that protected you from certain traumas? We're talking about going from languishing, that sort of state of blah that so many of us felt, especially after the pandemic, to a state of flourishing. We're talking about going from what's the matter with you to what matters to you. And we're talking about how healthcare is actually connecting us to these health-giving things, thanks to, again, the research and practice of people like Dr. Enzo. So this is the technical definition for social prescribing. Don't worry, introverts, it's not about any kind of forced socialization. The name social actually comes from what we discussed yesterday with Dr. Vish, the social determinants of health. The idea that our environments play an enormous role in our health. And just as there are certain stressors in our environments, there can be certain sources of healing within them too. So social prescribing is a practice through which doctors, therapists, social workers, other health workers actually prescribe non-medical community resources and activities the same way they prescribe pills and therapies. Prescription pad and all. That's the thing that's going around for you. We're going to crowdsource some social prescriptions today. And this is done as a way to improve our health, to reconnect us to our communities. But I'm also going to make the case that this has a tremendously beneficial effect on health care as well. So typically, probably unsurprisingly, and maybe we'll see this in the prescription pad, the activity-based social prescriptions are for things involving movement, moving our bodies, spending time in nature, creating or consuming art, serving other people. I loved what Dr. Berger said this morning about how we underestimate the importance of volunteering. And or connect us to one another, give us a deep sense of belonging. There's a little asterisk there because social prescribing cannot exist without also addressing the more material social determinants of health, such as, do you have enough food to eat? Do you have reliable housing? Do you have transportation to get to these activities? Social prescriptions are about addressing all of those social determinants. But today, as Luigi mentioned, I want to talk about some of the stories of what social prescriptions can actually bring to people. And these stories rest on science. I'm going to go quickly through the science because we've gotten a lot of that. But it is important, just as we'd want our pills and our therapies to be backed by scientific research, it's important to understand that social prescriptions have that same rigor. So this first one talks about a meta-analysis of 41 studies found large effects favoring exercise as an effective intervention for major depressive disorder. And this is kind of intuitive, right? We think about the symptoms of depression. You're exhausted, you have trouble getting out of bed. It makes sense that exercise would help with those symptoms. I also want to be clear and say, if you're depressed, of course, exercise is the last thing that's out on your mind because you're so miserable, right? This is called the depression catch-22. The things that can make us feel better feel so difficult and inaccessible. But I want to talk about how happiness and having a sense of joy in those movement-based activities can help us overcome that. So this study talks about sea swimming. This is what Luigi mentioned with Amanda. found that people who were struggling with depression or anxiety who were recruited to this study found after they had taken a sea swimming course, they had significantly reduced the severity of their symptoms. And I want to talk about a woman named Amanda who personifies this. Amanda was prescribed an 8-week sea swimming course. When I meet her that day on the beach, me being American with my 4 bags and, no idea where to go or what to do, Amanda goes out of her way to help me. She's so joyful, she's so kind. And it's hard to believe what she tells me next, that this is somebody who struggles with severe depression, was once on the maximum dose of antidepressants. She described it to me as, it feels like you're enclosed in a helmet. And so one day, Amanda was reading in a magazine about a sea swimming course near her, and she'd heard about this movement for social prescribing. She lives in the UK, where this has had the most practice. And she asks her nurse, could you prescribe me a spot in this sea swimming course? This is something I haven't done since I was a child. Sounds kind of fun. So the nurse prescribes it to her through this structured course called Chill Therapy. They meet all throughout the year, even in the cold months, and they get up really early in the morning and they just go and swim in the sea. And they learn how to do that safely, and they learn how to rely on each other as they do it. Amanda, this is her, by the end of that course, went from being on the maximum dose of antidepressants to the minimum dose. But more importantly is what she told me. She said, this has helped me to clarify my mind. One symptom of depression is sort of a mental fog. And she said, it's has stopped all the bad thoughts. She said, my life has become bright again. And these are her fellow swimmers, right? These were people that she met through the group. And now, even though this 8-week course is over, they all get together on the weekends and still keep up the swimming. So that's movement. And nature is another extremely powerful force. This is Dr. Ching Lee. I went to Japan to visit him because he's one of the world's leading experts on something called Shinrin-yoku. Has anyone heard of that? Forest bathing, right? This is about, it's not like take off your clothes and go bathe in the forest. It's about a metaphorical bath to engage in the forest with all 5 of your senses, your smell, sight, hearing, taste. And much like you had done, Dr. Enzo, with the salivary samples, Dr. Ching Lee takes saliva, urine, blood samples, and finds time and time again that being exposed to the forest is a tremendously effective stress reducer. Not only does it reduce our stress, cortisol production, lower our heart rate, all those great things, it actually increases our immune system function. He measures the NK cell activity, which is associated with fighting cancer. So this is not just, yeah, let's go hang out in the forest. This is actually extremely medicinal. Another study I love talks about how participants were put in 2 conditions. They walked for 90 minutes, either along a busy highway or along a greenscape. And they found that those who had walked in the greenscape had significantly lower levels of neural activity in their subgenual prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain that's associated with rumination, with negative thoughts. And so, again, just to give one example of how this nature can be so powerful, actually 2, I went over to England to this group called Tackling Minds that meets every Thursday for fishing, super informal fishing sessions. I met a man named Nick, a young man who struggled with ADHD. I met a man named John, who was a veteran who struggled with complex PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. And they had very different symptoms, right? Nick talked about how he would get bored easily. He's kind of a hermit crab. He didn't want to leave the house. John, on the other hand, talked also about how he didn't want to leave the house, but how his thoughts were such a source of darkness for him. He struggled with alcoholism and addiction. Both of them, Nick's like 29, John is, I would say, 70, Both of them are prescribed to this weekly fishing session. And for both of them, it improved their individual symptoms. And for both of them, and these are two men, by the way, who in other circumstances might not like to talk about their mental health, both of them said that this is something that helps them relax, it gives them time to think, and that the men on the river had sort of become like a family as well. So here again, just like the sea swimming course, it's about having a group of people to continue this activity with. Art. This is a big one. This is one that unites a lot of us here, so I'll spend some extra time on it. I don't know if folks have seen this study from the 1940s. It's really cool if you have a chance to do it. You can do it online. But it basically shows participants this clip of abstract shapes moving. And the psychologists, Heider and Simmel, who did this study, asked the people who watched the clip to describe what they'd seen. And what all of them had done, without realizing it, is told a story. They gave, the triangle and the other triangle and the circle a character in this story. They didn't just say, the triangle moved to the right, the circle moved down. They created a narrative around it. And this is something that humans are hardwired to do, right? We make meaning from our lives. This is why art therapy, a practice that emerged probably around that same time, the 1940s, is extremely effective for people, especially who've struggled with trauma, for whom traditional talk therapy is maybe not as effective because their emotions and experiences are so deeply stored. And so, yeah, just some more research suggesting that art can be tremendously effective for people who have experienced trauma and anxiety. This study here talks about bibliotherapy, the act of reading in a group can be extremely effective for reducing the symptoms of depression or anxiety. The idea being that if you hear stories about maybe someone else who's going through what you're going through, you feel better about your own. And I want to quick tell this story through Kuhn. Kuhn is somebody, this is in Australia now, who is an aspiring novelist. I meet her, she's so imaginative, but she also had severe childhood trauma, and she was out of work actually on psychological injury. And through that, she was able to be prescribed a spot in an 8-week creative arts workshop. And Kuhn didn't have high hopes for this. Her whole life, she said she struggled with confidence, self-esteem, another great value from your presentation. Her inner critic, I don't know where Randy is, but her inner critic was telling her that she was always doing something wrong. So she gets prescribed this creative art workshop. These are some of the artworks that she created. And she was able to go back to work, improve her relationships, and more importantly, find more joy in her life. She says to me, I thought I was just so broken and damaged. Everywhere I went, I was just a trauma story. But through this, she says, her perspective has shifted, I think, which is what all art aims to do. She says, I've realized there's more out there I could do. And so now Kuhn is working on her novel. She integrates creating art into her daily life. And is a total success story. And this is not surprising given the data that says just 45 minutes of making art can significantly lower our cortisol levels and is also found to be relaxing, enjoyable, helpful for learning about new aspects of ourselves. This was also the case with Jonas. This is not Jonas, this is the guy who ran his course. Jonas was somebody who, as a child, loved computer games. He's Danish, and I love this story, he taught himself how to code in English just so that he could play like some of the first, computer games. So he's very imaginative, right? But as an adult, he realizes that he struggles sometimes with in-person interactions, social anxiety. He was diagnosed with panic disorder, agoraphobia, and he also was out of work. He says to me, you know, my days are just an undifferentiated gray mass. My brain is always overworked with things it can't let go. So then he gets a prescription through the Danish government of something called culture vitamins. And these are group excursions to museums, concerts, one of my favorite, the shared reading sessions at the library. And he finds by the end of this, he has fewer panic attacks. He's interested in leaving the house. He doesn't full on get a job, but he gets an internship. And more importantly, he says, I became myself again. It's like he reconnected with that little boy who used to love, you know, playing computer games, escaping to online worlds. He said he realized he could just fill his thoughts with something else when he felt this way. Okay, service. Another big one, as we know. This massive study found that the stronger a person's sense of purpose is in their life, it's associated with decreased mortality. And we have this amazing study building on some of the things we learned yesterday about mindfulness. This is the mother of mindfulness, Dr. Ellen Langer, who did this famous experiment in the 1970s in which she gave nursing home residents, she put them in two conditions. In one condition, she gave them a plant to take care of, and she let them make a lot of choices about how they spent their day. And in the other condition, you know, no plant, and they just kind of had to do what they were told. And she found, and she's since done a ton of studies like this, that nursing home residents who were responsible for serving something, for serving that plant, showed significant improvements in their alertness, active participation, a general sense of well-being. I think a subsequent experiment showed that fewer of them died. This idea that actually having something to serve and care for instead of just being cared for is so essential to what makes us human. And this was the case with Akila. Akila is someone who, I meet her, again, big hug. She has such maternal energy. Sure enough, she is a mother. And she was also a health worker. And she loved this job. But eventually, she develops severe chronic back pain. It becomes too much for her back. And she said it got so bad that, you know, she just kept thinking to herself, what is this life for if I can't get out of bed? I can't do anything anymore. I don't want to just be taken care of all the time. And Akila's story is one of, she's prescribed a lot of different things. She's prescribed antidepressants. She's prescribed talk therapy. Nothing is working for Akila until she meets her social prescriber, this woman, Joanne, who says, I know what you need. You need to feel, you're a caretaker, so I want to give you something to take care of. So she prescribes her a spot very tailored to Akila's interest, volunteering at a children's charity, a way for Akila to not have to tax her back, but to still feel like she could exercise her caretaking ways. And by the end of it, her back pain is not completely cleared, but she says it's no longer as much a part of her life as it once was. She's no longer depressed. She's no longer suicidal. And it was just this simple shift for her that made her realize, I'm not so, you know, I'm not so helpless after all. There's more things I still can do. Okay, wrapping up the ingredients here. We've heard a lot of great research on this about how important feeling a sense of belonging is, how important our close relationships are. This is a headline from the famous Harvard Adult Development Study, which took 80 years of data and found that the #1 predictor of health and longevity was the closeness of a person's relationships. So many studies supporting this point. This one comes from our friend Dr. Indu Subramanian, works with patients with Parkinson's disease, found that those who reported being lonely had more severe symptoms versus those who had lots of friends had fewer symptoms. And so normally when we think about loneliness, I think we often think about older adults, isolated adults. That's certainly true. But what struck me about Victoria is that she's younger. She's 21 years old. She works constantly because she has to. She's a waitress. And suddenly she realized she had nothing in common anymore with her friends from high school. And when she realized that, she didn't want to go out with them. She was too exhausted after work. She says, I felt kind of like the black duck of my friend group. And so they just part ways completely. And here Victoria is, 20 years old, feeling like she has no friends. Starts to get panic attacks, right? Starts to feel intense stress and starts to feel lonely. So Victoria, who lives, by the way, in Canada, in Rexdale, the Rexdale community, what mattered to her was finding that sense of belonging again. And her social worker sort of intuited that, Victoria, between your constant jobs and between just sort of by default being put with these high school friends, you haven't had a chance to really get to know yourself and your culture. So the social worker prescribes her a spot in this group facilitating local Black cultural activities, dance groups, dinners, movie nights, plays, and importantly for people like Victoria, who was in a situation where, she didn't feel like she could enjoy these things on her own. They cover the costs of everything. They cover transportation. They cover the dinners. And sure enough, by the end of it, Victoria feels like she's less stressed, she's less lonely. She feels like maybe there are people out there who can get me. Maybe it's okay that I can change as I get older. Okay, so 5 minutes left. How do we do this in healthcare? We know these things are good for our health. We've known this for so long. How do we get healthcare on board? Well, the good news is they're already on board. Evidence of social prescribing in 30 plus countries. And there's a reason why. It's not just that this is good for our health. It's that social prescribing can also dramatically improve some of the biggest pressures in healthcare right now. So one review of 86 social prescribing schemes found that people who went through this had an increase in self-esteem and confidence, an improvement in their mental well-being, a reduction in anxiety, depression, and whatever that last line says. And this is great because when people have these improvements on their own, they're not as reliant on their doctor, which is a point that comes through in this other data set of 14 social prescribing studies, found that schemes which had a social prescribing project in place had an average 24% reduction in emergency room visits, had 28% average reductions in primary care visits. I'll never forget this. One doctor said to me, I had a man who used to come to the emergency room every Friday night. I looked at his record and I noticed that it was only on Friday nights. And there was nothing really wrong with him. And so finally I asked him, I said, why is it that you only come in on Friday nights? And the man said, right, because I'm alone. If I weren't here on Friday nights, I'd have to bear with the thought of being alone on the weekend. This is not an anomaly. In the UK, it's estimated that 1 in 5 doctor's appointments are made for purely social reasons. So in the UK, we heard some great data talking about how there and elsewhere, there's tremendous pressures on our healthcare services now. We know about the burnout of healthcare professionals. There's some evidence that directing people to the activities in their community instead of the doctors can help reduce those pressures. And for this reason as well, we've also found that social prescribing can save money. This is a preventative investment. Right? 3 minutes. Okay, moving along. It's not just the UK, similar results in Canada, improved health outcomes, decreased visits, decreased loneliness, and even, believe it or not, in my own United States, where I'm telling you, at one point this stuff would have been just laughed right out the gate because of course we have a private healthcare system. Of course we have so many health inequities to grapple with. States are starting to pilot this. They're finding, of course, that probably unsurprisingly, patients love being prescribed this stuff. Some man says this is the best doctor's visit I've had in 72 years. But also health workers who, again, in the United States are under such pressure, really low recruitment rates right now, said that they loved it too. One said, it feels like prescribing beauty in your life. I've never had a chance to do that, but I feel like through social prescribing, this is what I can do. And believe it or not, even private insurance companies are starting to get behind social prescriptions. This ArtsRx here refers to a pilot in New Jersey where the insurer, Horizon Blue Cross Blue Shield, is starting to invest in social prescriptions for the same reason they might invest in gym memberships. The idea being that if you invest in 6 months of art classes, museum visits, people can better manage their own health down the line. For an insurance company, that's an incentive. They're not going to have to spend as much money on medication and healthcare services. California, as well, is starting to see some insurance-backed social prescriptions. So, in my minute left, I encourage you all to read the book that talks all about these benefits and really digs deep into that healthcare question. And maybe if we have a little time at the end of question and answers, I'd love to read back out what you've come up with on that prescription pad, because I feel that this is something that is good for our health, is good for our healthcare, but in the meantime is good for all of us. And at this website we're building, this is a movement really to crowdsource not only the research, but also the resources of how people can prescribe themselves movement, nature, art, service, and belonging. So thank you so much.
Beautiful, fantastic.
Thanks, Julia.
Very beautiful.
Thank you.
Just a comment. Our foundation is supported by a pharmaceutical company, so we are working against our company, and so I will be fired probably, but I will be very happy.
The good news is, I want to say that though, this is not aiming to replace all medication. I should have said from the beginning, this is another option on the healthcare menu. So don't worry, no fire.
No, I'm very happy, and our foundation is promoting this culture and health and social prescribing, so they know this. Okay, want to start with our questions or already?
Before giving the floor to the audience, I just want to ask Enzo if you have some question to Julia, because
I will ask the slides. For the next course on visual art, we will start in October, visual art and health. So you just mentioned some very interesting application, and so I appreciated your review. Very nice, very interesting.
Likewise.
I have a question. The second part of your book is really exploring systematically what is happening from Singapore to Portugal, globally. Which experience do you think is not the best, but it's more effective? Of course, the British one, the UK was the first, was probably the most scattered, but what do you think?
Yeah, that's a good question. I kind of skimmed over the systemic stuff today, but basically the book talks about how in Singapore and South Korea, for instance, where there's an aging population, they're implementing social prescribing for this reason. It talks about how we're not just going to wave a magic wand and social prescribing is going to arrive. There has to be a real incentive to do it. And so I would say for our audience here today, I'm trying to think of how could this work in a place like Lugano. There's a chapter that talks about implementation in the European Union. I think someone mentioned that they work with the Horizon Foundation, and the Horizon Foundation has sponsored this multi-nation pilot around prescribing culture for health. And so the reason why I wanted to organize the book around ingredients is because I think in a lot of places, that's the most accessible inroad. In other words, for Horizon Foundation, they're mobilizing around culture for health. So they're taking the cultural organizations, they're taking healthcare, kind of like Dr. Enzo is, and they're starting there. They're starting with what is strong, what exists in their communities, and they're trying to build a scalable model based on that, rather than going in with all 5 ingredients and trying to implement everything at once. I think it's starting with one ingredient.
Super good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Silvia?
Just a curiosity, how comes from since the beginning your interest in this? So was it accidental as Karen Guggenheim told us this morning, or just the first meeting with someone that told you this story, and so how comes?
Yeah, great question. I think it was a little accidental. I used to be a researcher of this and of loneliness, and social prescribing actually came to me through that research. The UK had just established a minister of loneliness. My research was about, okay, people who are lonely, what do you want this minister to do? And they said, we need places to actually meet people. We need opportunities to do this. So that's like the professional answer, but the personal answer, I think, is in the pandemic. I felt the effects of all of these things, and it made me see how blurry that line can be with depression, anxiety, chronic pain. I think what I love about this is it's not just about treating people who are sick, it's about making everyone well, and I think I needed them myself is the answer.
Thanks.
A question from the front.
Yes?
Yeah.
C'è una, se ci aiutate, ecco, c'è una domanda lì e poi una qui in prima fila. Prego.
Yes, good afternoon. So first of all, thank you for your speech. It was very interesting and inspirational. And so my question is for Julia, actually. Yes, I'm here. So I'm a teacher, I'm a musician. I love arts deeply. So I was feeling very connected to all this beautiful presentation. My curiosity actually was related to the, let's say, economical aspect. I was very curious how, I would like to know how this model, or whether this model is sustainable or not, and especially mentioning the prescription of art in this case, like museum visits, concerts, share reading sessions. What about the tickets? What about the experiences? Who is going to pay for these experiences? And yes, this was my question.
Great question. Should we both answer?
Well, the question's for you.
Well, I think Dr. Enzo has a lot of expertise to offer as well, but I would say that that's a great question. Of course, it's the first thing that comes to mind. You know, we can't just keep dishing out free tickets. We have to frame them as medicinal and as an investment in a person's long-term health. So again, I didn't have time to really get into all the data, but if you're somebody who takes 4 medications, if you're somebody who requires lots of healthcare resources, and you're either a government in places with public healthcare, or you're an insurer who is paying for that, you have an incentive to lower that patient's reliance on the healthcare system. And if we can show, and as Dr. Enzo's great data shows, and some of this other great data shows, that these arts prescriptions are so powerful that it actually leads people to rely less on healthcare, that it will require them to take fewer medications, that's a good economic investment. Imagine if all the budget that we had for pharmaceuticals, at least some of that could be diverted to cultural institutions. I think that case is building, and I'm excited for it.
I don't know if Martin Berger has some details about social prescribing in the economical side. Have you studied something about the economical impact of social prescribing, or?
About the economic impact, I've not done research myself, but I can imagine that it can work 2 ways. So if you can also prevent by social prescribing, I think that and people don't have to be on regular medication. I think it's an enormous win situation. So if people do not have to enter like the actual traditional healthcare system, which is you want to postpone that until a very late age. I think that would be fantastic, and I think that also by investing in social capital, we live longer and we live healthier for a longer time.
Thank you, Martin.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe John? Go ahead.
Sorry.
So, is that okay if I ask a
Maybe
question?
there is
It was
an addition.
before.
Two wonderful papers. It invites a question. Some of these prescriptions are social in the usual sense that they increase social engagement with others and doing things with others. Some of them, like the forest bathing and so on, could be done alone or with others. It'd be very nice if you could tell us about places where they did those two things separately as part of the experiment to break out how important it is to do something versus doing it with others. Second part of my question, are there studies where it's not social prescribing that you get a ticket to go to something, but it's pro-social prescribing, where in fact you're getting a prescription that has you going out and helping others? And it'd be nice to know what the effects of those studies are and how they compare with the others.
Yeah, I love that.
Always him. Always him.
So that's a great question. I mean, taking that first question, you're so right. And this is what's confusing about social prescribing. People are like, what? I thought it was about socialization, but actually fishing, if you've ever been around people fishing, no, there's not a lot of socializing. It's mostly a lot of this. And I think that that's really important because people have different levels of introversion, extroversion. Some of that is about reconnecting, not necessarily with other people, but with yourself, or maybe with one person. And I think it comes back to that question of what matters to you. You know, I think it's important we recognize not everybody has the same kind of answer to that question. And so I would say that it's less about, getting precise with the exact amount of other people and socialization that should be occurring. I would say it's more about acknowledging what a person feels is what matters to them. And it's all three, right? We do need those deep and meaningful relationships, but we also need sources of joy and meaning, and those could be irrespective of the relationships. And the second question about pro-social behavior, you're absolutely right. This is the story with Aquila. This speaks to our deep need to serve other people. One quick tidbit I'll say about that as well. In the Canadian example, and actually in several examples in the book, when people receive their social prescription, the swimming course is a great example. There was a cycling course. They become so motivated that they actually then volunteer to start helping recruiting others into it. And this not only helps the person feel good, it's also helping with some of those healthcare capacity issues, right? In other words, we're building this network of people for whom social prescribing is the way in which you connect and serve, and it sort of creates this virtuous cycle. So I love that, and I think you'll like the service chapter. Yes, exactly.
Hello, thank you for a fantastic talk in social prescription and magic moments. My question is, when is your next experiment? I would like to volunteer.
Are you?
I didn't understand.
She's already inscribed for your next experiment.
Yes. We need a sponsor for this experiment. I don't have money. I ran out of money available. But if I found a sponsor, I would like to repeat the experiment because in 10 years' time, we understood a lot of new concept, new evidence that would allow us to design a very nice experiment. Also with a control arm that is very difficult to have because you cannot keep people doing nothing as a control arm, because they will are going to be depressed. So
maybe you can say something about your next experiment with the music made by artificial intelligence.
Yeah, we are discovering the possibility to use artificial intelligence to create a specific play, specific melody with a specific timbre, and that is individualized on the need of this particular subject. Because, of course, the musician didn't write the plays to improve their well-being. They just write the piece of music, very beautiful, but sometimes they are too much complex. They are parts that interfere each other. So we are trying to train, not to train, but to tell evolutionary algorithm to find the best combination of notes that will be able to influence a specific need, to deactivate, for example, or to activate, to influence the pain perception or anxiety. And there are 2 or 3 software available already, and we published some paper on this. It's very interesting.
Super. Thank you, Enzo.
Yeah, I have a question for Dr. Enzo.
Where are you?
I'm here.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, I have a question for Dr. Enzo. So going back to the study that you spoke about, where you took the 12 participants to the top of the cupola and you measured their cortisol levels, how do you factor out in measuring the cortisol things like claustrophobia or vertigo, fear of heights? Because those look like those were very present in that study.
Well, the participants, before doing the experiment, were informed about the kind of experience that they would have made, and with the video showing what will happen. You have to practice in doing these things, because it's not harmful, but you have to climb. So the people was prepared before, because they gave informed consent to participate in this trial with ethical committee approval and everything done. So the claustrophobic subject were discarded from the beginning. But it's not claustrophobic. It's we said quando abbiamo come si dice quando uno va sui grattacieli? When you fear the skyscraper, you feel
vertigo.
Vertigo, yes.
Vertigo.
And Enzo, what about the neuroscience at the basis of this art exposure? So, I think we know already a lot of things, but
yes, the story is related to the other elephant in the room, the beauty, because we tend to do things because we think that there is a beauty inside, material beauty, conceptual beauty. Think to all the activity, the leisure activity. Why you do this leisure activity? Because you find some beauty. And Semir Zeki discovered the beauty center in orbitofrontal cortex. Very near to this center, there is the happiness center, was discovered by Japanese people. So the two centers are quite close and influence each other probably. So when you are exposed to a beauty experience, the center is activated and is influence other brain center, for example, striatum, hypothalamus, and this center release neuromédiators. Also, oxytocin is released. BDNF, where is my friend Seton? Is not there. And serotonin, endorphins. So all this neuromediator acts on your brain structure to give the emotions, the sensation, the feelings, at least.
Thank you. And so we have just the last question, please.
Thanks. I have the
Thank you.
microphone. So I wanted to, we started off this event talking about the idea that this might be a conversation, right? Not just a one-way presentation and then some questions and answers. So I wanted to extend your question and tell you one idea that I had. So I have Sanitas, which is an insurer in Switzerland. And Sanitas has something in their app. It's called Sanitas Active or something. And if you meet your daily step goal, you get a star. You get 30 stars, you get 10 francs. And you can use it on Galaxis or just, it's money. It's just 10 francs. So you do this every day for a year, you get 120 francs. So they've actually calculated that if I walk 8,000 steps, it's probably worth 120 francs for them to do that. So there's some actuary who's thought about that. Now, this isn't a prescription, right? This is available to anybody. So anybody who has Sanitas can do this. Yeah. So it goes beyond prescription to incentivizing. So my question, I guess, to you all, thank you for being here. I love your expertise. This is so interesting. What would be the one thing besides exercise that you would try and incentivize people to do? Like, if they had 120 francs to spend on every person here, which they do, like if you all had Sanitas and you all did this, that's real money, how would you spend that money?
Oh, I love that. That's great.
I think that the response is that we need experts to evaluate what kind of leisure activities is more appropriate for this person, for this problem, because more or less all the activities bring some benefit, but is there more or less. But for that specific guy, I think that this is really important for him. And you describe very nice case studies, case histories. And I don't know if the choice was made accidentally or was rationalized. But for example, in UK, there is a specific profession, which is link worker, which decide what is the plan for this subject to be done from a third sector organization. Yes. So please, this subject needs 4 visits to museum, then dance therapy, then writing therapy, and this is the plan for this guy, because they have an expertise to evaluate and to listen to the subject, the history. You need to understand the history of this case.
Right. Yes, thank you for mentioning the link worker, because a big question is like, how are doctors going to have the time to do this?
Doctors are not able.
Right.
Doctors can say, this is not a medical problem.
Yes.
This is just loneliness. This is just being anxious for other things. So I cannot use anxiolytic. There is no reason. I cannot use antidepressant. There is no reason. And so I sent to this subject to the link worker that will suggest the plan for this subject.
Right. The link worker is there.
So there is a need to have a new profession.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the link worker.
Yes, the link worker, exactly.
Many.
That's who is actually responsible in most of the UK cases for doing the prescribing. And to your great question, I think you're absolutely right that people engage in health-creating activities all of the time. And this is very good for insurance companies. So why not connect those dots and funnel that money, those 100 francs, back into our local cultural ecosystem so that everyone can have that equitable access, right? I think that's what it's really about. Spoiler alert, now you don't have to read the book. It's really not about social prescribing. We should aim for a world where there doesn't have to be social prescribing, where these activities that we want to pursue are so well invested in that, it doesn't have to happen through healthcare. But in the meantime, I think for the people who lack that equitable access, this is one way to do it. So
That's
for bringing
next crazy dream of Silvia.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, there's just one more.
Very short, very short.
short because we
Yeah.
We should.
The data on link workers. So this is somebody who's hired by a local healthcare system to support the doctor. The doctor has 15 minutes. The link worker has 40 minutes to get to know the person. They spend half their time getting to know the person, half the time getting to know the neighborhood. And local practices have found that investing in this position saves them money for everything Dr.
Yes,
Enzo was
and the British government require a report on the outcome of that individual from the third sector organization.
Yes.
So it means that they they have to use specific methods to monitor the outcome.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's not easy.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Enzo.
Thank
you all.
so much.
Okay, so welcome to our session number 4. And in this, I'm supposed to give this introduction in Italian, so please don't mind if I switch now to Italian. Benvenuti alla nostra quarta sessione. La quarta sessione ci porta indietro alla Svizzera. Abbiamo questo bellissimo titolo, Swiss Happiness, Building a Brighter Future Together. E non solo abbiamo un bel titolo, una bella sessione, ma abbiamo anche dei grandi 2 speakers referenti. La nostra prima referente è Aurélie Litunski, presente con noi. E non so se anche a voi è capitato, basta di parlare con lei 2 minuti e uno si sente già molto più felice nella sua vita. Quindi secondo me potrebbe fare un discorso senza dire neanche qualcosa molto specifico. L'effetto della sua presenza sarebbe già grande. Però ho ancora altre cose da aggiungere per introdurla in modo più professionale. Lei è una relatrice internazionale, tra l'altro è stata anche TED Speaker, certificata come Chief Happiness Officer e Chief Wellbeing Officer qua in Svizzera, con sede a Zurigo, nella Svizzera tedesca. Adesso, senza voler offendere i svizzeri tedeschi, però affrontare la grande sfida di rendere e discutere con svizzeri tedeschi sulla felicità è una bella impresa. Giusto? È stata formata da esperti di fama mondiale e ha ottenuto diverse certificazioni in psicologia positiva, intelligenza emotiva e gestione del cambiamento. Lavora con piccole e medie imprese, organizzazioni multinazionali e leader aziendali in tutto il mondo, aiutandoli ad aumentare la positività, la produttività e le prestazioni sul posto di lavoro. Mi permetto di aggiungere che lei, tra l'altro, lavora anche all'interno di un programma di master esecutivo al Politecnico di Zurigo, alla ETH di Zurigo. Aurélie è decisamente in missione, come dicevo, promuovere una cultura umanocentrica in cui la felicità del team sia parte integrante della cultura. Preparatevi a lasciarvi ispirare dai suoi preziosi consigli per fare la differenza sul posto di lavoro e per essere leader con maggiore positività. Aiutatemi di welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the nice introduction. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I have to say, as a Chief Happiness Officer, being part of the Lugano Happiness Forum, it's a real honor. So thank you so much for the invitation. I'm really honored to be here. Now, you know, to be one of the last speakers, it's always a bit tricky because we had 2 amazing days, but I know you might be a bit, tired and it might be quite hard to focus. towards the end of the day. So I decided to do a quick brain fitness exercise, if you don't mind, okay? So first of all, I would like you to shake your hands a bit like this. Shake it, it's always good to shake it, right? Now, you take your right hand and you do like a V, like a peace and love sign, yeah? Then you take the left hand and you do like a kind of a L. And now you have to change. And change again. And change again. Yeah, you can do it, give it a try. Basically, this kind of exercise, this kind of brain fitness exercises connects the right side of your brain and the left side of your brain. You create connections. And that's really fun for me to watch, to be honest. So it creates positive emotions, and I'm really happy about that. And for you, it helps you to focus better. So good for me as well, so you can focus with me for the next half an hour, okay? Good. Where is my... I don't have the thing, the clicker. Here we go. Okay, so let's start. For this session, I would like to focus on positive leadership. Let's try to speak about happiness at work. And I'm not going to speak only to the top leaders in the room. Positive leadership, it's not only for the top leaders in the room, but for all the project leaders, people leaders, for all employees working with other employees. At the end, we all are a leader in a certain way. So besides your work experience, your education, your knowledge, do you know what else will make a huge difference in your career? Your attitude, your mindset, your behaviors, the way you lead and interact with other people. So in other words, your positive leadership style. So I'm going to share with you a bit of my expertise on how to be an appreciated colleague, a trusted and a modern leader, and a more contributor to a positive work culture. Now, before we deep dive, I'd like you to think about one specific person. One leader you had in your career that you really appreciated. Think about a great leader you had in your career. Think about it. Who comes to mind? It's a self-reflection. You don't need to speak, just think. Who comes to mind? How did this person make you feel? What was so special about that leader? And why? Why have you picked this specific person? Was it about her behaviors, his communication style, listening skills? Maybe he or she helped you to grow, had a positive attitude, and showed a lot of understanding. Who you are today, as an employee, as a leader, might also be thanks to this person, don't you think? Yeah, right? And I believe that great leaders are like real friends. You can count them on one hand, and we remember them because they make us feel good. I remember the best leader I had in my career. His name was Alan. It was almost 20 years ago in Vancouver, in Canada. I was responsible for the event department of a luxurious hotel in Vancouver. And Alan was from day one so special to me because he clearly hired me for attitude and not only for skills. I had almost no work experience, I was super young, and he gave me a great position. He believed in me before I even believed in myself. And Alan was such an authentic person with a positive attitude. He had his own way of welcoming me every morning, saying like, "Good morning, Frenchie," with his Canadian accent, you know. "Good morning, Frenchie, how are you doing?" I cannot do the Canadian accent, I'm French. Something that in Canada, it's well perceived, and here in Switzerland, it will never work, right? But there, with his authenticity and in the environment we were, it was well perceived. I loved it, every morning hearing, "Good morning, Frenchie." And he had a way to create a safe and positive environment for us to feel good. He trusted us. He helped us to grow, to understand things. He really supported us. I had a lot of ups and downs. I was super young on the other side of the world with a lot of responsibilities. I didn't know how to do the job, but he showed me a lot of understanding. And only many years later, only today, I realized why Alan was such a special leader to me. He was a happy leader, and his happiness was contagious to all of us. So what do you think my Alan and your special leader have in common? I think they might all show an above-average level of emotional intelligence. That emotional intelligence is what often separates good leaders from great ones. And studies even found that leaders with emotional intelligence have a greater impact in their role. They have a better mental health, and they have better business results. So of course, intelligence is a crucial component. I'm sure you are clearly all very intelligent here. But we need to embrace that in the business world, your IQ is not enough anymore. Your EQ will make the difference. Your emotional intelligence will make the difference. Now, let me explain very briefly what emotional intelligence is all about, because I could spend another 2 hours about that, but you know, the weather is nice, so at one point we want to finish the day, right? Even though it's amazing. So emotional intelligence, it's basically how you manage yourself and your relationship with others. It's a set of skills that can be learned and developed over the time. So you can improve it by working on it. Self-awareness and self-management are two very important pillars of emotional intelligence. It's basically about recognizing and understanding your emotions and knowing how to deal with your emotions. You know, you cannot always control how you feel, but you can try to control what you want to do with these emotions, right? Social awareness, it's another very important pillar of emotional intelligence. It's the ability to understand the emotions of others. And relationship management, that's the last pillar of emotional intelligence, it's about managing social interactions successfully. So by developing your emotional intelligence, you directly work on a leadership style many of us connect with and wish for, right? Now, focusing on your human skills will definitely have a great impact on your leadership style. By the way, I heard a lot today, soft skills. We used to say soft skills and hard skills. Many experts will replace soft skills by human skills, social skills, or even my favorite, power skills. Because soft and hard skills might sound like one is more important than the other. So that's why we are starting slowly to replacing soft skills by human skills, social skills or power skills. Let's use human skills for today. So a team with excellent human skills will create more happiness and deliver better business results. We need more happy employees and happy leaders in companies. You know, we often take care of our happiness in our private life, right? We want to be happy in our life. We might have different ways, but for most of us, it's one of our top priorities in life. We have, you know, different ways, but basically, I always wonder why happiness is not a top priority in companies. If it's a priority in our private life, why it's not a priority in our professional life? We spend so much time at work. It should be a priority at work as well, right? But thanks to positive psychology, we now understand the impact of our positive emotions, of our well-being, of our happiness in the workplace. I'm not going to repeat all of that. We had a lot of studies about it. We understand now the impact thanks to the science and to the amazing scientifics we have as well in the room who are doing the work. So having a positive work culture is a win-win for everyone. It's good for you, it's good for your team, it's good for your clients, and it's good for all the business you are contributing to. Now, we have a lot of misconceptions about this topic of happiness, especially in the workplace. I hear a lot from top leaders, oh, happiness is not a serious topic. Happiness, I cannot speak about happiness, it's not business. Well, I had as well for a long time a lot of misconceptions about happiness in general. But once I studied happiness at work, neurosciences, and positive psychology, I realized that the truth is most of the things we think make us happy don't make us as happy as we think, right? Most of the things we think make us happy don't make us as happy as we think. We have a tendency to think that having a high salary, having a great job title, having a lot of benefits from the companies will make us happier and more engaged and more motivated, right? But we know from research that once you have a good foundation, course, you need to have a good foundation. I'm not saying that all of these things are not important, but we need to have a good foundation. We need to have a good basis. Once you have that, having more of that will not really make you happier in the long term. Maybe in the short term, but not really in the long term. Because at one point, we need to concentrate on the emotional level. Happiness is not really rational, it's more emotional. It's not really what you think about your job when we speak about happiness at work, it's more how you feel about your job, right? So if you want to be happier and lead with more positivity, you need to focus on the emotional level. Happiness at work is not really what you think at one point, it's how you feel. Now, I'd like you to think about what made you feel good at work recently, last week, because this week you were here, but last week. What made you feel good at work last week? Something specific, just think about it. Something that happened in the workplace, within your team, in your work environment, that created positive emotions, that made you feel good, that even made you happy. Think about it. Can you think of something spontaneously? Or is it hard for some of you to think of something positive? Most of the time when I do this exercise and we have more time, I always have one or two person telling me like, hey, I couldn't find anything. It was very hard for me to recall a positive event I had at work. I'm sure if I ask you what frustrated you at work recently, you will have a lot of examples, maybe even a name in mind, right? But for the positive, we might need a bit more time. It doesn't mean that you do not have positive emotions at work, but it shows very well what the psychology calls the brain's negativity bias. That's the negativity bias. Basically, the negativity bias is we have a tendency to remember more the negative emotions than the positive one. The negativity bias is mostly controlled by the part of our brain called the amygdala. It's situated in our primitive brain, a very active part. And it sends us a signal, it's like the do-do-do-do-do-do, something is negative. It sends us a signal whenever something is negative, when there is a danger or a threat. It's not our fault, it's from our human evolution, it's our instinctive reaction. So it's very important to know about your negativity bias because you can hack your brain to reduce your negativity bias. Basically, that's because of the negativity bias that when you come back home in the evening after a full day of work and someone is asking you, hey honey, how was your day? Well, you are most of the time, or let's say we have a tendency to complain first, instead of saying all the small good things that happened during that same day. That's because of the negativity bias. So you can coach yourself to reduce this negativity bias, to hack your brain and focus more on the positive. I want to share with you a first tip on how to reduce your negativity bias. If you reflect every day on your highlight of the day, you will definitely reduce your negativity bias in the long term. Because you train yourself to boost your positive emotions, to remember about something specific that happened during that day that created positive emotions. I do that every day. When I close my laptop, I just take a few seconds. I'm not really good at journaling. I know it's very good, and gratitude, and I know the science behind, but for me, I don't relate to that. I prefer to reflect on my highlight of the day. So when I close my laptop, I just think, and I just recall my highlight of the day. It can be very small. I do that as well with my kids in the evening, at least still with one of them, because the other one is a teenager now, so it's like, ooh. Maybe you can relate, okay? But I'm still doing it with my smaller one. She's 9 years old. She loved this moment. It's our moment in the evening. And I always ask her, like, what was your best moment of the day? You will be surprised what kind of conversation we have. So I really want to encourage you to do it for yourself, but as well with your family members, with your friends, sorry. And of course, do it as well with your employees, with your colleagues in the workplace. You can start your next meeting tomorrow or at the end of the week. Start your next meeting by asking people, hey guys, I heard about this negativity bias and this crazy lady in yellow on stage. Let's speak about, your highlight of the week. You can do that with Mentimeter, Slido, you know, all these interactive tools to get the answers right away. So you don't have to spend like half an hour for everyone to share their highlight of the week. So your next one-on-one session, your next meeting this week, I really want to inspire you to start your conversation by reflecting on the highlight of the week. And in fact, I want to do a quick interaction here, a quick exercise. I'm going to explain you what we are going to do, but first let me explain you how to bring back the silence in the room, because you're going to share something with your neighbor, okay? And I don't want to scream on stage or dance salsa or whatever to get your attention. I'm just going to raise my hand when it's time for you to come back to me, yeah? So I'm going to raise my hand. As soon as one of you sees me raising my hand, please do the same and stop speaking. And then if you see someone in the audience doing the same, raising the hand, you do the same. Stop speaking and you raise your hand. That way we have the silence in the room within 5 seconds. It worked last week with 550 Greek people. So I hope it will work in Ticino, okay? Good. Now that I explain you how we are going to bring back the silence in the room, I'd like you to share with your neighbor next to you or behind you or in front of you. I'll let you choose. If you want to share, you don't have to, but if you want, I'd like you to share with your neighbor, basically, what was the highlight of the conference the last 2 days? What was your highlight of this amazing conference? It can be something super small, something a bit more in-depth. You have just like 1 or 2 minutes, but I'd like to inspire you to share that with your neighbor if you agree, yeah? Good. I'll let you do it, and then in 2 minutes we come back. The highlight of the conference. Wow, it's even working in Ticino. Hey, congratulations, congratulations. Good, so how does it feel? It's good now to reflect on something positive. I hope you heard many insightful information and comments. So of course, there are many other ways to boost positivity in the workplace. This is only one small way you can do, but everything related to gratitude, everything related to recognition, positive feedback are powerful tools to lead with more happiness and to boost positive emotions in the workplace. Now, let's not misunderstand my point here. I'm not saying that we should be happy all the time and we should boost positive emotions or we should fake happiness. Definitely not. This could be toxic positivity, and that's clearly not the point, okay? What I'm saying is, we should find a way to be happy most of the time. We should find a way to have more positive emotions than negative emotions in the workplace, but of course as well in our life, yeah? So it's not about being happy all the time, it's about being happy most of the times. Our frustrations, our negative emotions or difficult emotions are very important as well for us to be happier. It helps us to take action. So it's not about eliminating negativity. It's about boosting our positivity in a clever way, yeah? So leading with more positivity, with more happiness, doesn't mean that you can force someone to be happy or to be positive. The same way you cannot force someone to be happy, you cannot wait for someone else to make you happier. At the end, don't you think that your happiness is your own responsibility? Yeah? Your happiness is your own responsibility. You cannot wait for your boss, for your colleagues, for whoever to make you happier. Of course, I mean, they have a huge influence on us, let's be clear, but you are the starting point. Your happiness is your own responsibility. You need to know what makes you happier in your life, and you need to know what makes you happier at work. What's important for you? In other words, you need to find out your definition of happiness at work. And I really want you to go back home tonight or tomorrow, when you have a moment, reflect on your own definition of happiness at work. When I ask this question in teams or to all the leaders I'm working with, I often hear, I need to be challenged. I need to have recognition. I need to have meaningful relationship, to be connected. I need to have autonomy. We all have a different definition. What's important for me might not be important for you. So you need to reflect on your own definition of happiness at work. And as Karen said just before, Karen Guggenheim for UHASU, she said, you know, happiness is not a destination, right? But we need to experience happiness as much as we can. We need to know where to go towards this happiness. Yeah? It's very important for us to understand what makes us happier at work and in our life. Now, let's take a closer look to the company's role. Of course, each one of us is responsible for our own happiness, but make no mistake, companies and leaders do have a role and do have the responsibility to create a safe and positive environment for the company and to create a positive work culture. So to achieve sustainable results, we all need to be on board. Now, where to start? I'm a true believer that bringing more awareness in companies is extremely important. We need to teach employees and leaders on these crucial skills. We need to start discussions about happiness at work, positive psychology, emotional intelligence, authentic leadership, well-being at work. Train both employees and leaders on these crucial skills. Very important. There is an evident correlation between our human skills and our performance at work. So a team with excellent human skills and a positive mindset will foster more trust. We'll definitely develop meaningful connections at work and eventually perform better and more sustainably, right? So I cannot offer you a magic formula to bring more happiness in the workplace and for positive leadership, but I want to inspire you and I want to give you my toolbox to be an inspirational leader and a modern leader. And a happy leader, of course. So I selected a few things from my toolbox to share that with you today and to wrap up a bit. So first, be self-aware. It's all about emotional intelligence here. Be self-aware of your strengths, of your boundaries, of your behaviors, of your emotions. It's basically knowing who you are and finding your authenticity balance. Lead with your heart and not just with your mind. Connect on the emotional level. As a leader, don't be afraid to show vulnerability, compassion, authenticity, empathy, to connect with others. So connect on the emotional level, please. And ask yourself, what do you want people to remember you for? That's a powerful question. What do you want people to remember you for? We think the leadership image. Consider the gap and keep in mind the gap between the image people have of you and the image you would like to project. It's what authentic leadership is all about, right? Boost positive emotions, we spoke about it. Hack your brain, boost your positive emotions, reflect on your highlight of the week, on your highlight of the day. Practice gratitude, boost recognition in the workplace, have a healthy feedback culture. This will help you to boost positive emotions in the workplace. Boost a sense of progress and a feeling of achievement. Very important to create a safe and positive environment in the workplace and to boost your happiness at work and to lead with more positivity. So basically celebrate your little victories, your little win. Not only the big success you have, but the small one as well, right? Know why your work matters. Have a healthy feedback culture. Learn new things. This will help you to boost your feeling of achievement, yeah, to boost your sense of progress. Build meaningful relationships at work. Getting along, having a sense of belonging is extremely important to feel good and to create a positive work culture. You can continue or you can start to do your one-on-one session. Try to do ongoing coaching session. Do your regular catch-ups. Pay attention to the people around you. That's extremely important. And the last tip I want to share with you, and usually it's quite of the highlight, so I kept it for the end. Learn to listen better. I always use an acronym. Wait until the end to do the picture. Don't worry, it's coming, it's coming. I have a full list here. I know, guys, I know everyone wants to take the picture at the end, but wait for it. So learn to listen better. What do I mean by that? I always use the acronym LISTEN, L-I-S-T-E-N, to remind you, or to remind myself, basically, how to behave when I listen to someone. So first, the L is for leave distractions. Be focused, be in the now, without the interruptions. Without the interruptions. So close your laptop, be concentrated when the person comes to you and wants to tell you something. Be focused. The I is for intention. What's your intention when you're listening to someone? And what's the intention of the discussion? Are you listening to provide feedback? Are you listening for the person to vent? Are you listening to give solutions? What's the intention of the discussion? And what's your own intention? Very important when you listen to someone, because the discussion might turn into a different direction, right? The S is for silence. That's a difficult one, especially for me. I think we all have been there. When someone comes to you and wants to tell you something, and you're like, oh, yeah, I know. I give you the solution, right? Right away. Let them talk. Some people need to tell you the full story before you bring a solution, right? Very hard, especially for leaders, and I mean, for me especially, it depends on your personality as well. Again, we speak about personality, but very hard one, but let's try to do some silence. Once you did that, the T is for tell me more. Then you go deeper into the conversation. And what do you mean by that? And tell me more. Yeah? Then you can go deeper. The E is for empathy, showing empathy, compassion, understanding. It's extremely important when you listen to someone. So it might sound like, yeah, I hear you. Oh yeah, I guess it's not easy for you. I completely understand your situation. I'm sorry to hear that. Showing empathy when you listen to someone is very important. And the last one, and then you can take a picture. The last one is for the nonverbal communication. So pay attention to your facial expression, to your gesture, to your nonverbal communication when you listen to someone, yeah? Good, so that's the toolbox I selected for you, basically, and that's a great reminder to, boost positive emotions, to know how to listen, and to lead with more positivity and with more happiness. But of course, should I move? Okay, I move. I don't know, you showed me like this? Thank you. Okay, here we go. Thank you. So, of course, this is my toolbox, but I want to inspire you to create your own toolbox, because we all have a different way to lead people, right? We all have a different personality, so it has to be personalized to your own leadership style, to your own way of working, depending on your industry, depending on your team. Trust your emotional intelligence and your instinct to create your own toolbox, okay? Now, I want to finish by saying that positive leadership is a skill. Positive leadership, it's a mindset, and it's definitely an attitude. We could even replace positive leadership with happiness here. Happiness is a skill, happiness is a mindset, and happiness is, my God, yes, an attitude, right? So, I hope I inspired you today to see that positive leadership is a powerful tool to make a difference at work as a colleague and as a leader. And emotions are contagious, the positive emotions, but as well the negative emotions. So you have to choose the right side here, paying attention to what you project, right? Now, you will create a great success for yourself and for your team by focusing on the 3 key points I've touched on today. First, remember, emotional intelligence matters. Great leaders are often distinguished by their high level of emotional intelligence, which positively influence team dynamics, motivation, and overall performance. Key takeaway number 2, train your brain for positivity. Hack your brain. Boost your positive emotions. Know what matters for you at work. What makes you happier at work? Define your own definition of happiness at work. And the last key takeaway, build your own positive leadership toolbox. Be inspired by mine and everything I said maybe, but create your own, adapt it to your own situation. And I would just finish by saying that become a leader people want to work with. With positive leadership, you will definitely make a real difference at work. Thank you very much. Thank you. Aha, okay, I go there.
Grazie tanto Aurélie per un intervento molto affascinante, ma torniamo dopo da te. Adesso vorrei introdurre il nostro secondo referente, che è la dottoressa Laura Macciano. Mi sa che non la devo tanto introdurre a quelli che hanno già presentato qui, perché tutti hanno già ricevuto un'email da parte sua con varie spiegazioni. Infatti, lei è stata una dei protagonisti di questo nostro evento, cioè il fatto che oggi siamo insieme, infatti dobbiamo ringraziare alla Laura e quindi vi prego anche di fare un applauso per lei. Non dico che è stata l'unica, ma una di quelli protagonisti. Ecco, questo va detto. Comunque, per quelli che finora non erano ancora in contatto con lei, vi dico qualche cosina su di lei. Lei è ricercatrice, attualmente associata presso la Harvard Chan School of Public Health, cioè lavora con il professor Viswanath. Lavora lì al suo centro, è lì come Cheong Center for Health and Happiness, e poi anche membro del comitato consultativo della IPSA Foundation. È responsabile di vari progetti in quale si lavora soprattutto e si studia il benessere, il well-being degli adolescenti. Infatti questo è stato anche il tema del suo dottorato e io sono molto orgoglioso che sono stato il suo supervisor della sua tesi di dottorato. E infatti allora la conosco anche, devo dire, molto bene e infatti sono molto, come si dice, orgoglioso, fiero, no? Si dice così, giusto. Quindi attualmente lavora anche su un progetto sulla happiness dei adolescenti, un progetto che viene finanziato proprio dal Fondo Nazionale e quindi in questo senso non solo attualmente sta lì a Harvard, ma ha anche delle radici che le ha rimasto qua in Svizzera. Prego Laura, puoi dirci.
Thank you very much for this beautiful presentation. And thank you again. I'm so grateful to be here today. And we have been having 2 amazing days with these amazing speakers. And finally, I will talk a little bit about a topic that raised kind of an interest in these 2 days, but we never digged into that more deeply, and it's about social media use and adolescents' well-being. This is a project that is a science communication project that I've been doing together with the IPSA Foundation for Scientific Research and in collaboration with USI Università della Svizzera Italiana. So thank you, Silvia and Professor Schulz, that are part of this project. And in this project, so we are communicating science. I've been doing a lot of research on teenagers here and in the United States, but this project is a bit different because we aim to bring the science back to the people, to bring the results back to the people. And this is also my way, since now I'm working with Professor Viswanath, and I thank very much for all the experience that I've been having there at Harvard. This is also my way to bring something back to the community here where I did the data collection of my Happy Bee study. And this is the project, so it aims to communicate the results with different activities to the general public, adolescents, but also families and schools and parents, teachers. And these activities are different activities built on each other. In particular, this is based on a topic that is quite highly debated. So we know that today the role of social media and digital media in youth health and well-being has been highlighted in different ways, usually in a negative way. But as we said more than one time, what we have found also during two workshops hosted by Harvard, one also in Lugano last year, the effects are small, they can be positive or negative, and the majority of the times when we use very sophisticated way to collect data, they are also non-existent. So we also find non-significant effect sizes, as we would say in science. And so in the end, the relationship between social media use and adolescents' well-being is really complicated and difficult to catch, especially when we ask to the teens, like one time, how much time do you use on social media and how do you feel? We know that this question, so that is used by the majority of correlational studies, we know that this question is not enough. But in order to translate what we know from the scientific literature here, the Swiss National Science Foundation allows to carry out these Agora projects. So Agora projects, they are aimed to bring the society and the researchers together in a way to create a dialogue that sometimes should be an informal dialogue, but also to listen and interact, to convey the most updated scientific results back to the community. And but to do this kind of project, we need two parts. So we need a communication expert, that is the IPSA Foundation in our case. And indeed, this project started from this series of books. This is the Let's Science series that has been developed by the IPSA Foundation from 2018. And in this series, I have to say it's very special because you have a scientific part, but also an artistic part. So with the use of comics, children and adolescents, they can learn about different scientific topics. And here you can find a QR code because it can be freely downloaded in all the Swiss languages plus English. At the same time, we also need a scientific component for this project. And here I report the Happy Bee study. That was the last study that I've conducted here in Ticino. That was at the end of a series of studies that Professor Schulz started years ago here in Ticino on children and adolescents. And if you want, there is the report in Italian and English. And so we were trying to translate into practice to try to avoid a gap of 17 years of science translation. So the results of this research, of previous research that we have been conducted, but also of the research of other international scholars. And during this project, we are trying to address different components of well-being, including also and considering developmental processes at that age, like personality formation, the need for social connection, and using different indicators of well-being like happiness. And this project includes 3 activities that are built on each other in a complementary way. So the Happy Lab is a practical activity with the teenagers that combines arts and science. And we ask to the teenagers to build a mask that represents their digital identity, and then to brainstorm their emotion and what was related to that mask. And then we also built together a pyramid of happiness. But before doing that, we told them some part of the scientific literature and results that we found in these studies. And then we also hosted a happy apero with the parents and teachers and young people at the end of this week of activity. And we are planning to host a happy table with high school principals and all the stakeholders working with schools in Switzerland. This is the timeline of the project. The project lasts 1 year. We are right now in the middle of it. As you can see, we have already done the first week of Happy Lab, and at the end of it, we hosted the Happy Apero, and we are getting ready for the second week of Happy Lab and Happy Apero that will be at the end of September. And at the very end, we also aim to publish another book series that will be around the topic of happiness 2.0 because it refers to the web 2.0, which includes user-generated content like the ones of social media. And just to give you an overview of the scientific concepts that we tackle with teens at the very beginning of the Happy Lab. So usually we presented them some facts about the biology at that age and the use of social media. The role of personality traits. We already heard yesterday from Professor Montag how personality traits are important for well-being. The social context, which includes social connections, but also other activities. And then the role of time. So how do we measure this link? And how things can change throughout the time. So I will report here just a few examples because we know from the scientific literature that the teen brain is very special because the cognitive control system is not developed yet, that is related to the prefrontal areas of the brain, and usually it reaches maturity around 25 years of age, we know so far. And the cognitive control system can be divided into a hot and cold control system. The hot is controlling the emotions, and the cold is more related to planning, working memory, and other high-level cognitive task. And then we have the reward system that motivates the behavior, and it's related to the feeling of gratification and to seek behaviors that are good for us. It is related to brain areas more in the striatum or in the limbic system. And as you can see from that image, there is an imbalance in the development of the two areas during adolescence, and that is very important when we think about the social media use at that age. At the same time, the teen brain is social, is extremely social. And I usually report here an example of a very simple experiment. So in this experiment, participants that were children, teenagers, or adults, they were asked to go into a functional magnetic resonance, and then the researcher was telling them, a peer is observing you. There is no judgment. It's just someone of your age is observing you. And as you can see from the graph, the experience of embarrassment is higher in adolescence than in childhood and adulthood. And that was related to an higher activation of all the brain areas that are related to the all the process of social information. And that is something very important to acknowledge. And that was also surprising for the teens when they got to know this information about their brains. At the same time, we talk about small effects. So we know also from the workshops and the work that I've been doing together with Professor Vishwanath that there is no rule that applies to everyone. So effects are small, and they go in every kind of directions. You see here the distribution of the effects that we usually use in science, which is the Gaussian distribution. And as you can see from different papers, the picture that we have with the most advanced data collection is very heterogeneous. In particular, on the left, you can see an image from a group from the Netherlands. They're very active on this topic. And you can see the line in green and red. They represent positive and negative effects, and the gray line, no effects. And here on the right, you can see another graph that is representing how well-being on the left is changing over time, and also smartphone use is changing, but in a more faster way. So just to show you, it's so complicated to try to understand what is the real effect on well-being and at what time scale should we look at, and how these effects can pile up throughout time. Then another important point that we tackled during the presentation is the fact that balance is the key. Balance is always the key, also in healthy behaviors. Like, we should exercise, but also too much exercise is not like that good. We should sleep, but too much sleep is not that good. So also in this case, like a normal digital media use, it can bring a lot of opportunities for people, especially to connect. But at the same time, if it is too much, as everything else, it can also display time for other activities. So in a study that we have conducted here in Ticino a year ago, we found that the 37% of the group of children that we surveyed, they were reporting a balanced use of their online and offline time. And that group was also the group that was having higher grades at the end of the year and also reporting lower levels of problematic smartphone usage. And so that is related to the digital Goldilocks hypothesis, for which, you know, a certain amount of use of digital technology is good for well-being, and then after that amount, I mean, it can be negative. At the same time, we also present to the teens at this project some data from the Happy Bee project. In particular, since we asked teens to represent their online identity, we found a very interesting data. So usually teenagers, they tend to have more than one account. Actually, more than a half of them, they tend to have 2 or 3 accounts. And at all 3 time points during which we surveyed the participants. And there has been a name that has been used a lot to represent this phenomenon, especially on Instagram. We call that Finstagram, so, which is the shorter version for fake Instagram. And that should be opposite to real Instagram. But actually, we don't know what is fake or real anymore today, because adolescents were telling us, yes, I have a very, very private profile, then a private one, then a public one, and then another one. So, okay, you actually have 3 or 4, and what is the difference between very, very private and private? And also, why you feel the need to have so many profiles with different privacy rules? And actually, in the scientific literature, we are still trying to get to know what this difference in multiple profiles is related to. And then, during my study, we talk a lot about definition of happiness and well-being, and I always present this line. So I also started from the philosophy and Aristotle, and I measure hedonic and eudaimonic well-being. And as you can see, these measures, they include different dimensions that are quite different. The hedonic well-being usually is related to positive emotions and absence to negative emotions, life satisfaction, and it is more on the short term, while eudaimonic well-being usually is more long-lasting. At the same time, we have measures like flourishing and thriving that are more comprehensive and include hedonic, eudaimonic well-being, mental health, physical health, and also financial well-being, and in some cases, even spiritual well-being. But before starting the practical part of the lab, we were also asking to the teens, so what do you think? Do you think that social media can influence your well-being? The majority of the teens, they answer like in a yellow way here, saying it depends. It depends on how you use social media. The majority of them say that. Then a part of that, them also acknowledge that, yeah, there might be negative consequences, especially if you use social media too much, or if you don't realize how much time you spent away, or if you compare yourself to the other people too much. And then a part of them, they were highlighting the positive aspect of social media use related to things that interest them or their hobbies. So at this point, we prompt them to go into the lab by saying, think about a social media platform that you use, or a social media behavior, can be Instagram, an Instagram account, or any kind of behavior. How will you represent your virtual identity on a mask? And then after that, we were asking them to list 3 values or concepts that are very important for their well-being and how they are related to their digital identity. And we built this happiness pyramid. But before showing you some outcomes, I would like to show you this video so you can feel a bit more what was that week of activity. You have seen a lot of people also because I think that the team that we created was a multidisciplinary team together with Rete Operativa. So we had experts in mental health, and then the people from IPSA and from USI, Alessia Pietro, that are here. And it was an amazing experience because really brought together different expertise and also a climate that was a climate of listening, to go back to Aurelie words. So we were listening a lot what they were saying, and especially the masks that they created, they were really colorful and all different from each other. I mean, we really try to catch the story behind each of these masks. As you can see, there is no one similar to each other. And there is a use of colors that is really variegated, even a use of dark colors sometimes. Some of them, they are split. Some of them, they are very colorful. And at some point, we were trying, it's so complicated to scientifically or quantitatively represent the results of this laboratory, but in a more qualitative way, we were trying to represent like what we found. And there are kind of 4 types of mask that we have seen. One is the neutral one. So in the neutral one, adolescents, they basically were representing themselves as they are in reality. Then we have a colorful mask. So we have experienced the use of colors in many ways. This is an amazing example. Then we have a split mask. And usually this part of the mask, one was a bit darker and the other one with other colors. And then there was, in some cases, a sad mask that was expressing a lot of emotions and also negative emotions sometimes. And again, we should acknowledge the role of negative emotions always, even in studying happiness or in trying to explore what is related to well-being. And when we think about the neutral mask, that was related to self-expression. So teenagers, they were saying, oh, I feel a sense of serenity because people, they just see me how I am, and I can represent my real me, represent myself. And also sometimes a mask is like a puzzle of pieces to represent the uniqueness of the person. And then for the colorful mask, the colors, they were representing different emotions. So for example, the blue was related to freedom, the yellow to happiness, and different colors, they were related to hobbies and interests that they were having. And then the split mask was related to two parts of them that they wanted to show or not online. One of the participants saying, my mask is like day and night. There is a part of me that I show and a part of me that I don't. And another was saying, maybe there is a gap, but it really depends on how you perceive reality. If you know that the reality on social media is not always true, then you are fine. But if you think that that is the only reality, you also feel kind of a sense on the what's going on for real. And then for the sad mask, so the girl that represented this mask, she said, I drew a hand on my mask because I have the perception that sometimes people can touch me, and so it gives me a sense of invasion. And then sometimes they were also acknowledging like that they could lose control online, and also they were representing a sense of apathy, especially with respect to the news, and sometimes also distortion of reality. And I think it's good that they were acknowledging that, and so it's important to give them the skills to become more aware and see, okay, then how can we move from that point to a healthier use of the digital environment? And then when we were asking them, so if your mask were able to speak, what would you say? And it was interesting because at the end they were saying, like, I don't need to hide behind anything. Everyone is different. And it would say not worry about what other people think, or be who you want to be. And even one participant say, so be happy, and if sometimes happiness forgets about you, you don't forget about happiness. And then in the end, we represented the pyramid of happiness. And here you can see what they built. So in the basic level, there are values like respect, health, family, love, friendship. And then we move up to support, curiosity, vitality, self-esteem, self-acceptance, sports. And then on the top of it, altruism, cooperation, empathy, individualism, love for others, self-realizations. And then we were asking them, okay, so what about how is your online behavior related or not to what is really important for you and your peers? Because that was done by a class. And some of them, they were saying it feels close. I feel close to the overall pyramid, or I feel close to a level of that pyramid. For example, someone say to the top level for entertainment, or to the first level because I can collect to the people that I love, or to the second level because I love sports. And then few of them reported that I feel distant. Like, my mask is very far away, has nothing to do to what is the real me. And one person, so it was only one person, but say, I would imagine a completely different pyramid, or even the opposite. And then we were living there with this sense of more awareness, but also sometimes even self-criticism about, okay, so how is my behavior aligned with my values and what is really important to me? And at the end, we were asking them, so describe with one word, how did you feel during this activity? And the majority, they felt freedom, free, relaxed, calm, creativity, happiness, tranquility. For some of them, it was also a way to remind them about childhood and the use of arts and self-expression in general, and be sincere about themselves. And so at the very, very end, we also collected some feedback on a notebook, and they were saying, like, it was an interesting experience because it was stimulating and a way to talk about a topic that is kind of a common topic, but in a way that was unusual. And it was the opportunity for thoughtfulness that they wouldn't have they wouldn't have thought about that, and also that they needed this moment. They needed this moment of reflection. So overall, we had very positive feedback. And so let's say I want to thank all the group of people that were part of this project. We have Pietro, Alessia that are here, but also Jacopo, Sara, and Nicole, and then obviously Silvia, and Dario, and from Rete Operativa. And I just want to tell you that the second week of the activities, it will be at the end of September, from the 23rd to the 27th of September. We will host the Happy Lab and the Happy Apero at Casa Cattaneo, which is the headquarters of the IPSA Foundation in Lugano. And so here you can find more information. And with that, thank you again for listening.
Okay, so thank you, both of you. I think I prepared a couple of questions, but perhaps let's start. We have only 15 minutes, I think, for the discussion. So let me see whether there's anybody here in the audience who wants to come up with an urgent question. So if not, then let me ask you first question to you, Aurélie. This is, can you share with us your personal journey? Particularly, I mean, you started about 7 years ago as a Chief Happiness Officer. And I can imagine, and you mentioned also something like that at the very beginning, nobody wanted to listen to you.
Yes.
So what happened over these 7 years?
So, basically, first, why did I become a Chief Happiness Officer, maybe? It might be relevant. I did suffer from frustrations at work, from mobbing and toxic leadership. And at the same time, I was well known for the happy Aurélie and for the one bringing people together in the workplace. And when I lost a bit my happiness at work, one of my friends told me, hey, what's going on with you? Like, you are not the happy Aurélie we used to know. And what do you need to be happy at work again? And this question changed my life. And it's why now in all of my speech, I'm telling you, like, you should really think about your own definition of happiness at work. So long story short, I was telling her, yeah, true, I need to be happy again. And I used to be the happy one at work, bringing people together. I should be a Chief Happiness Officer. And we had a lot of wine that evening, right? But then I came back home quite late and I was waking up my husband and I'm like, listen, I have a new idea. I should be a Chief Happiness Officer. The next morning, I was looking on internet how to become a Chief Happiness Officer. Keep in mind, this was like 7 years ago. So there were no Chief Happiness Officer in Switzerland. And then I found a great training from a Belgian expert. So I went to Paris. She was doing a few months later training to become a Chief Happiness Officer. So it's how I started 7 years ago. And then when I got certified, I did another training in Copenhagen to, you know, gain more knowledge. And I started to decide, okay, now it's time to quit my job and to become a real Chief Happiness Officer in companies. And it's how I started to go to companies. But yeah, at the beginning, a lot of leaders I spoke to during my networking event, and when I told them, listen, I'm a Chief Happiness Officer, I'm going to bring more happiness at work, they were all laughing at me. And they were like, what? Are you serious? And I'm like, yeah, sure, because, you know, there's science behind happiness. I was new to this word, and I learned so many things about positive psychology and neurosciences and the science behind happiness. And I found it fascinating, and I didn't understand why people didn't find it fascinating like me. And I was like really fighting during the evening and telling them, listen, there is a science behind, and I was bringing all the facts. And slowly, they started to listen to me. And then, you know, I got one opportunity to do a workshop in a company and to show them that it is possible. And it's how I started. But even now, I still have conversation with with top leaders who are telling me, we don't want to speak about happiness at work. We want to speak about engagement because the employee's engagement sounds more serious. But then I'm always having this argument to tell them, listen, your employees can be engaged and not happy. And that's really not good for the long term, right? So you want them to be happy, and then they will be more engaged. And then they start to listen to me. But it's always a struggle, and maybe some of you can relate. We have other chief happiness officer in the room, right? And it's always very difficult to convince top leaders. And it's why we need the science behind. We need to have facts to really bring a case and to show them that with easy practices, we can do it.
I have a follow-up question to that. So at some point in your talk, were talking about some sort of fake happiness, to say. And of course, this is a crucial question. So where's the difference between fake happiness and true happiness?
So I believe, fake happiness might sound like, let's be happy, everything is fine, when everyone is struggling and when we have a lot of challenges. I think real happiness, it's acknowledging that we do have challenging emotions. We are struggling in the workplace. We have a lot of stress. We are overloaded. But let's find a way to boost our positive emotions, and let's find a way to work in a positive work environment. Again, it's not about eliminating negativity. It's really about finding a way to boost our positive emotions. But fake happiness, it's really like faking in a way the emotions that you do not feel. And if you feel sad, if you feel angry, if you feel stressed, we need to acknowledge these emotions. The science proved that when we acknowledge our emotions, we get through them with less intensity. And that's the start, right? And most of the time, out of the frustrations, we find solutions as well. So it's a way as well. We need to combine both. But we have to pay attention to toxic positivity and fake happiness.
Thank you so much, Aurélie. One question for you, Laura. So was it very difficult to make the kids, actually, children, adolescents, thinking and talking about happiness? Is that something difficult? How is that perceived from their point of view? Because these adolescents actually indeed are more the kind of difficult already. Right? So how was it for you?
So for me, we talk about well-being and the research part behind well-being. There was a paper about flourishing that we published. And they were quite interested in knowing these things. It's kind of, they knew, but they wanted to hear from someone, oh, is that? And then when they were building together the happiness pyramid, it was so amazing to see that they were thinking in the same way, but they never told to each other. So actually, oh, we are thinking the same, and we all think that this is the most important things for us, but actually sometimes we don't behave in accordance to that. And that was also a moment to bring the classroom together, and they were quite open, I have to say. And I think also the context of Casa Cattaneo, the fact that we were there outside the school with no parents around, no judgments of any kind, and we were really like creating an atmosphere of listening to each other, and that promoted a lot of also emotional expressions, I have to say. Yeah.
Also here, follow up to that, we talked a lot about social connectiveness and how important that is for the happiness. Did these adolescents make the link between their own happiness and how that is related also to others?
Yeah, so at some point we made the link with the help of science, like say, okay, then it's always about the social connection. No, it's not really about other things. Obviously, sometimes they were thinking, oh, I just want to become rich in the future. I want to have an amazing, career. But in the end, I mean, there was a classroom. This classroom, everyone chose the word love for the happiness pyramid. We had 3 levels of love. That was amazing. So I think they were also surprised, though, to see that that they were thinking like the same around this topic. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Perhaps there are other questions from the audience. Yes, please.
Mi ricordo anch'io che nella mia che nella mia gioventù ho letto i libri di Goleman su intelligenza emotiva, intelligenza sociale e mi sono sempre chiesto, è possibile misurare come per esempio si fa col QI? Mi ricordo io, negli anni 80 si misurava subito i bambini prima di andare a scuola, durante la scuola, il QI, si faceva un test. Poi è venuto fuori che il QI non serviva a niente, perché tutte queste teorie sono state poi sbugiardate in un certo qual senso, no? E poi hanno cominciato ad apparire queste forme di intelligenza sociale, ed emotive, ancora più importanti del QI stesso, perché si diceva che persone con dei QI molto alti avevano dei QE o QI SOC molto bassi. E c'è un modo per misurare nella realtà, con una certa base di razionalità, un QE, un Q SOC? Cioè qualsiasi intelligenza emotiva e qualsiasi intelligenza sociale.
È stata tradotta la domanda? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was
Translate
listening
the
until the
question.
end.
Okay, so who starts?
So can you just, because I'm not sure I got the question right, can you just, the last question, so what's the question exactly?
To measure the emotional intelligence.
Ah,
yeah.
okay.
Well, there are scales to measure emotional intelligence as we measure QE, but yeah, they're not so used as, you know, the usual intelligence that we use to acknowledge, right? And I totally agree. Like she was saying, this is really a skill that is crucial today, even in academia. Although we measure everything, but we should use that more, definitely.
Yeah. And I mean, there are many ways to measure emotional intelligence. You can, you will find a lot of different tests online as well. If you connect, I can send you some if you want. But what we are starting as well, I mean, I'm not sure I'm going to answer your question, but just to give you a better idea, what we are starting as well is to ask, when you are doing the hiring processes in companies, to ask as well to include emotional intelligence questions, and not only to concentrate on the intelligence of the candidate, but as well on their emotional intelligence. And it's asking questions like, okay, so how do you handle your stress level? And how do you handle your emotions? And how do you regulate your emotions? And, what do you need to feel good in the workplace? All of these questions will help to basically measure and to evaluate the emotional intelligence of people. But online you find a lot of different quiz or a lot of different survey to evaluate your emotional intelligence.
Please.
Yes.
Could you please take the microphone?
Oh, sorry. If I may add, also there are many recruiting companies that now concentrate more on the human skills, social skills, than on the technical skills. And they do use some assessment instruments that show the emotional quotient, because there are companies that understand, luckily, that the well-being in the company is important, and that talents are more important than competencies, and they prefer, like her history, they prefer to have someone who is willing to learn and to take the risk to learn, rather than to take someone who is highly has high competences but maybe cannot deal with a team. So absolutely, I think this must be the future, if I may say.
And if I can, can I add just one thing which might be interesting for emotional intelligence? Basically, I've been reading in one of the articles, I cannot recall the name of the article, sorry, but I've been reading that your IQ is quite set towards the end of your teenager time. So like 17, 18 years old, your IQ is quite set. You can always improve, and you can always, of course, develop your skills, but your EQ, it's a good way to get older, because as you get older, you are developing your emotional intelligence much more. So that's finally a good sign to get old and to get the white hair, right? But basically, it's why in companies we see a lot of trainings, a lot of different, they are developing the employee skills on the emotional intelligence, because you can still work on these amazing skills that we need in the future of work.
Okay, so another question for you, Laura, is we talked about also happiness and thinking about not just the individual level, but also creating kind of happiness. And an environment which allows actually more talent. So thinking about the adolescents in that one, what sort of policy measures would you think are important actually to kind of guarantee a sort of creating an environment that is more, allows more the individual happiness actually in schools? Is there anything that is on top of your mind?
Yeah, well, definitely making them more aware about the value of time. So it's always about awareness and how do we spend the time. Because, for example, time online is a sedentary time. And sedentary time, as we know from the literature, is not time spent doing physical activity, which is we know that is very good for well-being. And it's not time sometimes spent. So it can be that online connections allow offline connections. That is really highly debated, but like it's not time like spent on sleep. So we will just come out very soon with a paper on the state of the art, on some kind of decision that we can do at the policy making level. And sometimes, yeah, reducing, but also giving like alternatives that can be good, but not like the completely eliminating something, because that can be like a problematic to jump into a word that you don't know afterwards. But then also, while I was in Washington 2 months ago, we were having a conversation with other people that were doing research on this NIH call on digital media use and well-being. And one of them, she showed a very preliminary data about the role of mindfulness in predicting well-being when studying digital media use. And actually, we talk a lot about mindfulness, but if we think about being mindful, it's really get in touch with our body, with our feelings, with our environment, with the others people. And I think we should do that more often in general, and also like enable them to do that more often and get in touch with emotions, even negative emotions, and teach how to cope with them in a way that is healthier.
Thank you. I can't see anybody else, so then...
I'll make a comment. It's not so much a question, if that's okay. Is it okay?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you all for what you've added to the event. Laura, this is a comment for you. You showed a slide that had a reference to Finstas, right? Fake Instagrams. And you said that science is really not sure what to make of this right now. And it occurred to me that there's another area of science, science of language, linguistics. There's this concept of code switching that has then crept into more sociological studies. So code switching within cultures, how I am in one context, I may be different than how I am in a different context. We all understand this common sense, on a common sense level, you know, who you are with your colleague versus who you are with your best friend from elementary school is a different person. Is it not a mask? They're both your authentic selves, but they're different parts of yourselves. So my hypothesis is we're getting to a point where we want to represent our different selves online, right?
Yeah.
Because when we have a cognitive dissonance between how we present ourselves to the world and who we actually are, that gap causes a lot of discomfort, a lot of mental discomfort. And so it's almost a way of compensating and saying, hey, I don't have to be limited to that one self. I can be many selves online. So that's just a hypothesis to throw out there. But I thought what you said was interesting, that we don't actually know where this is, you know, this phenomenon is.
I mean, there are, yes, absolutely. And we started from the point that, I mean, the role of the mask, it has been used in the history since many, many years, and in the arts. And it was a way to express emotions and also liberating, you know, people from emotions. So that was really like the fact of being different or show different aspects of ourselves can be good. Obviously, it's like we show different also skills that we have. I think it's important today to make them reflect like how the digital behavior can be different from the real behavior, and how much that is aligned or not with important values for happiness and well-being. And just to be sure that they are aware of, you know, their behavior in general. But definitely, that is a great idea. Thank you for highlighting that.
Good. I think we're getting to the point where we need to hand over to the next session. So at this point, let me thank again to both of you for fascinating talks. Thank you, Mike.
So now we would like to launch something that we have been working on since a little of time, and considering that we are talking about the use of new technologies and daily surveys, how do we measure well-being at the daily level, and using psychophysiological measures and new kind of measurement that we have access today. We have been working on this project that is a health and happiness study done with Avicenna, which is an app for the smartphone, and Garmin, so the smartwatches. So we're really trying to use these new technologies to track happiness in the digital area, and trying to make a good something different with the data that we are going to collect. And so I want to invite Mika Katz, who is a PhD student at the Harvard Kennedy School. His research focuses on subjective well-being and social connections, with a particular application in health and labor. He's a senior research associate for the Happiness Research Institute in Copenhagen, a research associate for the Wellbeing Research Center at Oxford University. He has coordinated and supervised studies on individual well-being, daily activities, and mental health, involving more than 20,000 participants in over 24 countries. And he holds 2 master's degrees in applied ethics and economic policy from Utrecht University, and a bachelor degree in philosophy from UPenn. So, Mika, without further ado, the floor is yours.
Can anyone hear me? Is that working? Great. Well, yeah, thank you so much for having me, and thank you all for sticking around. This is, I think, the last session, so you win the forum as far as I'm concerned. My name is Mika. I'm going to be talking a little bit about the Harvard Health and Happiness Study, and I will try to keep it short and sweet and keep your attention. So in the interest of keeping it short and sweet, I'd like to start with a bit of a radical idea. Well-being matters, and that's the presentation. Yeah, thanks so much. That's all I have to say. No, but it does. I think obviously all of the presentations today that we've heard from many different diverse perspectives should convince people in this room, if they already need convincing, that well-being is something that matters and we should pay attention to. It is, I think, maybe most importantly, and I wish this was all we had to say about it, but it is an inherent good in and of itself. Being happy or having well-being is good for its own sake. It's not necessarily a means to another end, or at least it doesn't need to be. But it also has a lot of other functions. So in research, we've seen a lot of evidence over the last 2 days that well-being and happiness can be predictive of behavior, of health later in life, of income and employment status, political preferences, and even there's some emerging research on sort of large-scale political movements and protests. There was a fascinating paper showing that if you looked at life satisfaction prior to the Arab Spring and prior to the protests in Hong Kong, if you were just looking at economic indicators, you would think things are going reasonably well, but if you were looking at the well-being indicators, you would have been able to predict some of these uprisings and protests. So it has a lot of relevance. And for that reason, it's being increasingly collected by national governments and NGOs, and as we've seen today and yesterday, increasingly being used in policymaking for things like cost-effectiveness analysis and many other important areas. So in short, it's well-being research is beginning to influence decisions that are affecting millions of people, and hopefully we all think this is a good thing. I certainly think this is a very good thing. But the well-being data that a lot of this research is based on still has some limitations, and there's still some room to grow. And so To explain what I mean by that, let me take a little bit of a step back and think about what is well-being to start with. So I have a little bit of a background in economics, and economists tend to think of well-being in terms of desire satisfaction. So you have preferences, you want to satisfy these preferences, and the more preferences you're able to satisfy, the happier you become. This is why focusing on markets is so important. If we're all rational, then we should spend our money in ways that rationally improve our well-being or improve our utility. So if we look at people's revealed preferences or stated preferences, then we can sort of infer happiness, which is why we focus on things like markets and income. And I don't want to say that's nonsense, but it doesn't make a lot of sense, or at least it doesn't present the whole picture of what well-being is. So what I'm interested in, I think what a lot of other researchers today and at this forum have been talking about, is a different perspective on well-being of subjective well-being. And that's basically how you feel about your life. And we can sort of think of it, there are many different versions of how to break this down, but I like to think of it in two buckets. So on the right-hand side, you have evaluations. These are sort of global assessments of your life as a whole. Are you satisfied with your life? Are you satisfied with your social connections? Do you have meaning in your life? These sort of larger global assessments. Or we can think about affect, which are sort of moment-to-moment emotions or mood. And I want to talk about affect mostly, but to start, I think a lot of the research has currently been based on evaluations, global assessments of life as a whole. This data is regularly collected by a lot of statistical agencies. Some of these we've heard already over the last couple of days. The Gallup World Poll being probably the most notable example, but many other surveys. And a lot of these surveys are collecting data on life satisfaction that's relatively infrequent. So maybe once per year, maybe a couple of times per year. And there's some good logic to this. There's some research that shows that life satisfaction tends to be relatively stable over time. So if I ask you, how satisfied are you with your life today, or in 5 days, or in 2 weeks, it's probably not going to change very much. So you don't need to collect this data often very high frequency. So even a lot of these studies that just collect life satisfaction data once a year, we've been able to do some pretty amazing things with this data. I think probably many people have seen the most notable, I would say, finding to emerge, or one of the most notable to emerge from happiness research is the relationship between life satisfaction or life evaluations and income. That's on an individual level, but also on a country level or GDP per capita, where you see this sort of diminishing marginal utility of income as you go up in the ladder there. We've also seen a lot of good research on life satisfaction over the life course. So this comes from the World Happiness Report. There's a very famous and quite controversial, actually, U-shape in happiness over the life course that I think the most recent publication of the World Happiness Report is starting to say maybe that's starting to change as we're seeing adolescent well-being go down. But we can certainly see these patterns. This was a study that I worked on at the Happiness Research Institute, showing that if you look at life satisfaction of not just patients that are diagnosed with certain disease, but the partners of patients with certain diseases, you can see similar dips, which might be difficult for standard health metrics to evaluate. If you were just going to look at symptoms of the partners of patients, you wouldn't really be able to see any negative effects. Looking at life satisfaction data can reveal some of this. And also life satisfaction tends to predict medical issues or hospital use later on in life. So a lot of different use cases. A more recent paper shows that it can predict behavior. So if you look at life satisfaction and then you're trying to see when people will move or if they'll get divorced or change their jobs, a lot of times life evaluations can be a really, really important and useful predictor of that. So this is a nice paper, quote from a paper that's actually now relatively old, but I think it holds up, that life satisfaction scales validly reflect quality of life for a lot of different reasons. We see differences between nations, differences between groups who live in different life circumstances, correlations with non-self-report measures of life satisfaction. So if you ask people's friends or family members, how satisfied do you think their loved ones are with their life, that tends to line up. Some really interesting genetic studies and physiological associations with life satisfaction, changes in scales before and after significant life events, and it also can be predictive of very significant health consequences like suicide and other conditions. So that's pretty impressive to be able to collect data just once per year, generally asking people how satisfied they are with your life. If you compare that to the economic data that we collect, the stock market data, the income data, GDP data, I think it's pretty incredible what we've been able to do with this large scale, relatively infrequent data, and often sometimes even smaller scale, that's mostly cross-sectional, so just once per year, often different samples, and mostly one-dimensional, asking people sort of one big, broad question. So if that's what can be possible with data on evaluation, what do you think can be possible with high-frequency data, large scale, that we ask people multiple times, the same people multiple times over a course of time, and that can also be multidimensional. So instead of just asking one question, ask many, many questions many times over the course of a given amount of weeks or months. So this is, I'm not the first person to think that this is an area worth exploring. There have been definitely many, many studies looking at affective well-being, and again, what I mean by affect is sort of people's moods. Do you feel happy? Do you feel stressed? Do you feel tired? Do you feel bored? Do you feel interested? There have been sort of two buckets of studies, I'd say. Maybe there's some large studies that have relatively basic data collection. I'll talk a little bit of those. And there have been many, many small studies, mostly in psychology, looking at affective well-being, and they have sort of extensive data collection. But the main challenge is that this data has just been very hard to collect. Some of the first studies that were done on this had to distribute pagers to people, to ping them, to answer surveys. Getting people to easily respond to surveys, if you think back 10, 15, 20 years ago, was really, really difficult to ask people to respond to 3 surveys a day for 3 months. It was just really hard to collect this data. So the key challenges were often feasibility, recruitment, getting people to join your study, and then keeping people interested. There have been some exceptions to this. So this was maybe one of the first notable studies published in Science in 2004 that was trying to collect data on people's day-to-day emotions and well-being, done by a lot of heavy hitters, Danny Kahneman included. And here, in order to sort of reduce response burdens, they had people do a day reconstruction method, which is at the end of their day, fill out one long survey about how things were going. I think this was on a convenient sample of nurses in Texas, so a relatively specific sample. But still, they were able to learn sort of what predicts happiness, what different kinds of activities predict happiness. It was one of the first studies that was able to do this. More recently, there was a large-scale study in the UK run by George McCarran called Mappiness, which was able to survey about 20,000 participants a few times per participant for a total of 1 million observations. This sample size was just as surprising to the academic community as it was to George himself. He had a conversation with him recently, said that it was sort of in August. There was not a lot of news stories. Some news article picked up that he was going to run this smartphone app where he was going to measure people's happiness on a regular basis. It blew up in the media. 10,000 people signed up right away, and his app immediately crashed, and he spent his vacation trying to fix it. But still, he was able to collect a decent amount of data, and in many ways has built a career on it, has still publishing papers on this. Originally, this data was collected about 10 years ago, and was still publishing papers in 2019, and still even more now are coming out, looking at sort of happiness over different times of the year and in different locations. This was one of the first really robust data sets that was able to show that environmental conditions and times and days of the week really do matter for people's day-to-day happiness. It was done in the UK, so he was able to sort of predict what environmental features were able to predict differences in happiness between people and over time. There was another study, a similar type of a study, probably I think one of the only other studies that was like it, called Track Your Happiness, run by Matt Killingsworth, who was at Harvard at the time. Now I think he's at the University of Pennsylvania. Similar large sample where he asked people to report their affective well-being on an ongoing basis, and was able to collect a decent amount of data from that. Original data was collected again more than 10 years ago, but has recently made some waves. This was a very popular finding that was published in 2021 using the data, showing that there often is an idea, as in the graph I showed you before, that there's a threshold of the relationship between income and well-being. So past a certain point of income, it doesn't matter how much more money you make, it's not going to make you any happier. And this has been a very controversial topic in the field and in the media, and people have been arguing about it for many years. And Matt recently came out with a paper that showed, look, there is no threshold effect. Actually, even past a certain amount of income, this threshold of what seems to be $75,000, you keep getting happier even if you keep making more money. I have a lot of respect for Matt. I really don't like this graph. The reason why I really don't like this graph is because of the x-axis. I don't know if anybody noticed it before, but it's a log scale. So we're going from 15,000 to 30,000 to 60,000 to 120,000 to 240 and then to 480. And that's when you start seeing this linear trend. So a colleague of mine at the Wellbeing Research Center redid this graph using a linear scale, showing that, well, whether or not there's a threshold effect, clearly there is this diminishing marginal return of income. So I think this topic, if I could get on my hobby horse for a minute, next time you hear people talking about this, the important finding is this diminishing marginal utility, whether or not going from $250,000 to $500,000 a year makes you a little bit more happy, I don't think is maybe the most interesting thing that we can say about this relationship. But that has nothing to do with the talk today. So moving on. So far, yes, a lot of the few large-scale studies of well-being have done important things, made important contributions, and these have mostly relied exclusively on smartphone data, have had relatively few survey items, generally cross-sectional or repeated cross-sectional, and at this point, somewhat outdated. Meanwhile, wearable devices in the last 10 years and certainly in the last 5 years have exploded in popularity. I won't spend too much time on this other than to show that generally about 25% of users in North America now have smartwatches or fitness trackers. It tends to skew higher educated people who earn a little bit more money, but we're starting to see with more take-up that more and more people are owning wearable devices. This is projected to just grow in the next few years. This is, I think, from The Economist, showing that by 2025, 27% of people are expected to have a smartwatch. So the question that I'm really interested in is what can large-scale, high-frequency, passive data collected from wearable devices such as smartwatches tell us about the dynamics, determinants, and downstream effects of subjective well-being? Well, there's some evidence that says actually maybe quite a lot. This was one study, the snapshot study that was done out of MIT by Professor Roz Bacard and colleagues, and they just wired up some college students. So they had 250 college students. They gave them 2 smartwatches that were tracking them 24 hours a day. They collected over 7,500 days of data. They gave them daily surveys. I don't know how they accounted for the fact that wiring college students up with a bunch of digital devices, whether or not that affected their social lives, I'm not entirely sure. But they were able to show some pretty interesting results. So yeah, here they collected just a mess of data from mobile phones and from wearables and from surveys. And most of the results that have been published so far have focused on the predictive modeling of next day's well-being. And what they were able to show was that they're able to get prediction accuracies of upwards of 80% using data from wearable devices and surveys about how happy people were going to be the next day or how stressed they were going to be the next day. So in other words, if you were wearing a smartwatch and answering surveys, I could predict with up to 80% accuracy today whether tomorrow was going to be a good or bad day for you. And this was back in 2019. The most predictive model they were using was this machine learning model, long short-term memory, which, if anyone knows anything about machine learning literature, 5 years is a generation, so that is actually pretty outdated by now. Transformer models might be able to even outperform this, which can be really exciting. So, if only there was some really cool smartwatch company that was interested in well-being, could run a study with, and if there was like a developer that could help us get an app going that we could measure well-being, but I couldn't find one, so that's the end of the talk. Thanks so much. No, I'm kidding. I'm really, really proud to announce today that we're going to launch a study in collaboration with Garmin to collect large-scale well-being, health, and behavioral data from an international sample. If anyone was here yesterday, Leon has been a really key player at Garmin who's helped us set this up. So Garmin is going to assist us in recruiting a global population of Garmin users to participate in the study. And Avicenna, formerly Ethica, has come on board to help us design the smartphone application and integrate ESM data, what's called experience sampling data from surveys, so high-frequency survey data, with passive data that's going to be collected from smartwatches and from smartphones. The research team includes myself, Dr. Casper Kaiser at Warwick, Laura Marciano, obviously, who we just heard from, and then Professor Nathaniel Osgood at the University of Saskatchewan. Casper and Nate couldn't be here today, but they send their regards. Just to give a brief overview of the study, so what we're going to do, you can download the smartphone application, consent to share data, fill out a baseline survey, you can select your preferences for how often you want to be surveyed on a day-to-day basis, and then we'll ping you at random intervals with a couple of quick questions. I've been doing it myself over the last couple of weeks. The surveys take about 20 seconds to fill out, asking you about your mood, your activities, and then also while collecting passive data from smartwatches and smartphones on a continuous basis. So we have a bunch of questions that we'll ask in the baseline survey. In the interest of time, I won't go through each one of these individually. The daily surveys, what we're really interested in is positive and negative affects. So how happy are you? How relaxed are you? How sad are you? On a continuous scale, which you'll see a little bit more of in a second. Also your social environment, who are you with? Where are you? What were you just doing? And then also an open text response, which we might be able to do some really, really interesting things with. We'll also ask weekly surveys, which again will try to capture life satisfaction. How satisfied did you feel with your life over the past week? And more broad indicators of mental health. From the smartwatch, which nobody has to do anything other than just consent to share the data, it will be collecting a lot of physical activity data, heart rate data, calorie burn data, heart rate variability data, some sleep data, which will really just generate a whole wealth of new and interesting research topics that can be explored. What can we really learn from this data? What can this tell us about subjective well-being? And also we'll be collecting some data from smartphones as well, such as screen time and battery status, which tend to be really good indicators of smartphone use, as well as GPS locations, as we already know. Where you are and what you're doing has a really important impact on your well-being, so we want to be able to see how features of the external environment are actually predictive of people's day-to-day emotional well-being. So I have not a ton of time left, so I'll just leave maybe some of these research questions on the stage. There are a lot. I think the main point here is that this will be generating a one-of-a-kind data set that we haven't been able to see before. This collection of smartwatch data and smartphone data and survey data at this scale is not something that currently exists in the academic literature, and will open up hopefully whole new areas of research that can lead to predicting mental health declines potentially, looking into affective forecasting, the comparison of daily expectations. If you ask people, how do you expect to feel today? How do you actually feel? How does that predict their well-being? A lot of methodological contributions. We can look at the importance of cultural activities. So we're going to be asking people what kinds of activities they were just engaging in. Some of these will be cultural programs and activities, which can help inform governments and public agencies about how to cost-effectively spend resources. And ultimately, we're really interested in trying to test interventions that can induce behavior change and really meaningfully improve well-being over time. So with all of that being said, the timeline for this, we're going to do a soft launch and then a primary data collection. When we were going to do these things was going to be a little bit up in the air. So I know that this talk was actually advertised as the launch of the Harvard Health and Happiness Study, but until last night during dinner, during dessert, we didn't have IRB approval to actually launch the Harvard Health and Happiness Study until we did. So that approval came through at about 9 p.m. last night. So we're going to do the soft launch right now. So if you look under your seats, you all have a free Garmin smartwatch. No, I'm kidding, you don't, unfortunately. That would be very cool if you did, but you don't. But you can join the study. You don't need a smartwatch to join the study. You don't need a Garmin smartwatch to join the study. You can simply join by scanning the QR code. And I would ask if anybody is interested to please go ahead and do that now. You'll also see it in the flyers that are being handed out. When you do, you can download the smartphone application that has been created in collaboration with Avicenna. Enter in the study code, go through the consent form, grant permissions to share data, and then complete the baseline survey. And while I can't offer everyone a free Garmin smartwatch, I can offer you a 20% discount, or Leon over there can offer you a 20% discount on all Garmin products and services if you fill out 30 surveys, and you have 8 weeks to do that, so that's quite a bit of time, just to less than one per day. And also personalized well-being reports. So one of the key things we're hoping to offer participants at the end of the study are some actual graphs and reports about the trajectories of their well-being and what activities and behavioral patterns are predictive of that. So I'll leave this up on the screen and conclude the talk there. I'll put my email if anybody wants to reach out. Any researchers in the room who are interested in asking specific questions or using this data, please don't hesitate to reach out. And yeah, that's all I have. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
No, I'm in trouble.
Ok, siamo arrivati alla fine. Faremo delle conclusioni, un po' un mix tra italiano e inglese per essere più affettuosi con voi, almeno da parte mia. Quindi lascerei i primi commenti al professor Visch e poi io e Luigi aggiungiamo qualche commento finale. Visch.
Oh, I didn't realize I would be speaking first, but I can speak. So first, let me. I have two broad points to say. So first, you shouldn't be surprised if I start with my expression again of gratitude. As we say, thank early, thank often, given the immense amount of work that goes into something like this. So let me start with people who are way outside this hallway, who have been lending us, these translational earphones and doing all the work as a part of the reception. So I want to thank them, thank the people who have been managing our audio, patiently wiring us, all the speakers, and they've been particularly patient with me. And I've been doing all kinds of things with this thing. So thank you for doing this, and the rest of the staff of the team, Sylvia and Luigi had, it's incredible, what they have been doing behind the scenes. It's always dangerous to mention names because you always forget, but I do have to acknowledge two names, Sarah and Jacopo. I think they are, and you have seen them. You have seen them. Please give them a hand. They're amazing. And there are other people too. I mean, there are a lot of other people who have worked very hard in the respective groups. So we should definitely thank them. And of course, from my group, Laura Marciano and Anubha Tyagi, who are both here, have worked very hard from the Harvard side, repeatedly doing all kinds of things, to get us here, So as I said yesterday, it does take a village, and it's a lot of work behind the scenes. And the last, obviously, these two people here, Luigi and Sylvia, I think I'm so grateful to them for their friendship, partnership, inspiration, hard work, and for doing what they have done to get us all here. So they deserve a big round of applause. As I know, so thank you for doing this. Thank you. I'm not articulate enough to thank them profoundly, but I tried, So let me just, so there's one other broad point, and I'll go back to my real life and metaphorical walk up the hill this morning, right? So again, I got up very early, started walking up the hill, and this is, when you go up the hill near Monterey, or towards that, these are what we call as in the road curves. In the US, we call them switchbacks, right? So they curve around, and it's always interesting for me because you're always looking at the bend in the road. It's kind of a metaphor from Naipaul's bend in the river. It's always interesting to see what is beyond the bend in the road. And you get a very different view of the lake depending upon where you are on those switchbacks on the curve. And I'm always curious as I walk up, what will I see after I turn around the bend, right? And that's what I think is a perfect metaphor for thinking about what will we do next. I think we are not yet ready, at least I am not, to say we will do X, Y, and Z in a very concrete way. But this is, as I said repeatedly, a starting point for a conversation, not the end of a conversation. We have just begun that. I often think, as we do these things, who is not at the table here, right? So when you organize meetings like this is almost like a club. Who can be a member of the club? Who is not a member of the club? If you look at the data, if you look at our quotes, we quote Greek philosophers, right? Aristotle, Plato, Socrates. Have we quoted anyone from Bhagavad Gita or any of the Chinese philosophers? And I'm not scolding. I'm saying that it sort of reflects where we are from. Very few people from Global South, minorities or others, right? So this is a very important for us to be cognizant of, because understand, be aware, and do something about who is not a part of this conversation. And how can we enrich, make our conversation complete, right, with addressing the data absenteeism. So as we think about this, as we think about taking the next steps, we will make sure we'll be cognizant of how to advance this conversation. How can we have different sectors representing this, whether it's media or workplace and other types of people from different races and ethnicities and classes to benefit from this conversation. So we are beginning to talk about it, but my promise is based on that core value of representation and inclusion as a part of this conversation. So I assure you, we will do that. Again, thank you so much, and thank you to the speakers, these amazing speakers. You actually agreed to come, as I said, when we wrote to you. I know how busy you are, but this is an amazing group of people who, one very famous MacArthur scientist who ran the MacArthur Foundation told me, how do you select speakers? When I asked him to be a part of your network, he said, we select people who can playfully engage with other people's ideas. That's what our speakers have represented today. So thank you, everyone, and to the audience, you are awesome. Thank you.
Aggiungo qualcosa alle parole che ha detto Vish. Intanto due concetti che porterò via con me per questi 2 giorni. Sicuramente la gratitudine, quello che Vish ci ha detto il primo giorno e fino alla fine è quello che mi porto dentro. Gratitudine a tutti voi, pubblico, speakers, tutti coloro che hanno lavorato a questo forum. Aggiungo qualche ringraziamento in più. C'è tutta la squadra di M, la squadra tecnica, che ci ha viziati davvero, accontentando tutte le 1000 richieste che sono state fatte in poche ore. I tecnici, il videomaker, fotografi, il nostro gruppo di Andrea Bianchi, che sono sempre con noi della Fondazione IPSA, l'ufficio stampa, Francesca Rossini, Paolo Rossi Castelli, Ticino Scienza e tanti altri che non posso nominare, ma è tutta una squadra che segue sempre la Fondazione IPSA, ai quali sono davvero molto grata. L'altra concetto che porterò con me è quello di cui ci ha parlato Karen Guggenheim, la spontaneità. Forse anche per questo non abbiamo preparato delle conclusioni, perché non ci sembrava giusto prepararle in anticipo, e abbiamo deciso di vivere questi 2 giorni vedendo un po' come sarebbe andato. Io personalmente ho capito diverse cose. Come leader di un team forse ho ancora molto da imparare, e questo l'ho capito da poco, oggi pomeriggio, e mi sembra di aver imparato molto più di quello che avessi previsto, nonostante con Vish e con Laura Marciano si è lavorato insieme al programma, abbiamo esplorato i nomi che ci venivano consigliati, siamo andati a spulciare nei curriculum, nei lavori pubblicati, eppure nonostante fossimo preparati, ogni presentazione è stata per me davvero una sorpresa e fonte di grande insegnamento. Quindi rubo solo un altro minuto per dire che 2 aspetti che mi piacerebbe portare avanti. Sicuramente io sono una persona molto coinvolta nel mondo scientifico, dalla parte scientifica, quindi penso che sicuramente è ora che la scienza prenda ancora più seriamente questa cosa che è la happiness, perché poi anche dopo 2 giorni che ne parliamo ancora definirla forse è più difficile di quando abbiamo cominciato. E l'altra cosa è che, come ci diceva Vish, il multidisciplinarità è la cosa più importante. Non possiamo parlare di questo tema senza essere in tanti. Sicuramente abbiamo dimenticato qualche sessione, ma una promessa, adesso non so esattamente quando, ma torneremo e affronteremo anche qualche punto di osservazione che abbiamo tralasciato. Lascio la parola al mio compagno di avventure Luigi e grazie a tutti voi.
Grazie Vish, grazie Silvia, grazie a chi ha deciso di rimanere fino a questo momento, grazie ad Isabella Lenzo e al team di Lacchedo che sono stati straordinariamente generosi nonostante l'enorme sforzo del Lugano Dance Project che è finito proprio domenica mattina, lunedì alle 8 erano qui con noi, quindi grazie davvero di cuore per averci seguito e aver investito in questo progetto. No, io vi ricordate, nei miei saluti iniziali ho iniziato con una domanda, no? Sapremo imparare gli uni dagli altri in questa conferenza, sapremo condividere quello che abbiamo capito, perché le conclusioni sono quasi impossibili, data la vastità della materia e dato il fatto che per noi questo era un incontro preliminare, no? Un incontro in cui volevamo fare il punto su un argomento che in Svizzera non è così praticato a livello pubblico. E io penso che questo sia avvenuto perché si è creata veramente un'atmosfera speciale tra di noi. E vedo i nostri colleghi che sono seduti qui con noi fino all'ultimo momento anche per condividere questo momento finale e lo trovo veramente fantastico. Di solito alla fine delle conferenze c'è il deserto, non c'è più nessuno, tutti sono spariti, hanno già fatto le valigie, sono già quasi sul taxi. Invece no, sono qui con noi a condividere anche quest'ultimo miglio che ci separa verso insomma, dalla fine. Devo dire che per noi è stato veramente prezioso perché l'obiettivo che avevamo in gran parte è stato raggiunto. Grazie al confronto con tante esperienze abbiamo capito che noi in Svizzera siamo così concentrati sul percorso, così concentrati sulla qualità del processo che a volte rischiamo di perdere di vista l'obiettivo. Perché il nostro processo è anche, perché sia corretto, è anche molto lungo, molto stratificato, ha tanti passaggi che per noi sono imprescindibili, ma che a volte ci allontanano dalla spontaneità e ci allontanano anche dal conseguimento di un risultato, che è vero che è duraturo, ma è anche vero, abbiamo visto anche grazie a Urspiri, che cerca di mettere insieme tutti ma ne scontenta tanti. Quindi se poi l'argomento è un argomento così importante come quello che abbiamo trattato insieme, allora sicuramente vale la pena riflettere ancora un po' di più, ma anche darsi degli obiettivi pratici, anche se John ci spiega che la messa a terra è difficile e che la politica spesso ha paura di perdere consenso o ha paura di prendere delle decisioni. Avere la fortuna di non avere un sistema politico polarizzato in maggioranza e opposizione, ma anche invece proporzionalmente costruito per creare un consenso duraturo, veramente abbiamo il privilegio di poter osare forse un po' di più e di poter lavorare un po' di più su altri tipi di minoranze che hanno un punto di vista diverso, ma che a volte sono emarginate perché o è troppo estremo o a volte è iperconservatore. Quindi riuscire invece a trovare una conciliazione è sicuramente interessante e stimolante. È stimolante anche il fatto che abbiamo avuto esempi diversissimi tra di loro, dalla statistica ai motivatori, da chi insegna ai leader ad essere più focalizzati, a chi invece ci ha aiutato attraverso progetti concreti non a risolvere ma ad affrontare temi complessi attraverso processi anche più aggiornati rispetto agli strumenti della contemporaneità. Quindi anch'io vado via con un sacco di dubbi e penso che sia la cosa migliore. Non ho grandi risposte, ma sicuramente ho tanto su cui riflettere e spero che nelle proposte che farò ai decisori di questa città qualcosa di queste domande possa essere loro utile per riuscire a costruire qualcosa che credo vada già in una direzione considerevolmente condivisibile, ma che sicuramente può migliorare per arrivare a qualcosa che può soddisfare ancora di più tutti noi e soprattutto anche chi non è coinvolto al momento. Quindi grazie davvero di cuore. L'ultimo grazie è per Silvia e Vish, ma perché da loro ho imparato anche un metodo. Il metodo di Vish è un metodo che è orientato all'ascolto. Lui ha veramente voluto mettere alla prova tutti noi ed è arrivato solo quando ha ritenuto di avere tutte le informazioni possibili per poter fare una proposta che ha voluto sempre che fosse discussa, non ha mai voluto una leadership, ma credo che gli sia naturale data l'autorevolezza che lui esprime anche solo con il suo insegnamento. Quindi
noi gliela diamo questa leadership e lo ringraziamo tantissimo.
Thank you. I should add, this would not have been possible but for LAC and City of Lugano, their amazing hospitality, and IPSA Foundation. I think I did not mention the names. I mean, it's incredible how they. I asked Laura, okay, is that possible? And Laura said, no, yes. So it's done. It's possible. They're serious. So it's incredible what you have been able to master, and of course the photographers and the videographers and Francesca, who's been very patient with me, and everybody else. Thank you. Great.
Thank you. Buon rientro a tutti.
E vi ricordiamo che tutta la conferenza sarà presto online e quindi potrete rivedere
Sì,
quello che avete perso.
Tutti coloro che si sono registrati al forum riceveranno una mail il momento in cui pubblicheremo tutta la conferenza. Giusto, Jacopo?